Good morning, everyone. Oh, wait, I'm muted. Oh, wait, I'm not muted. I know you can hear me this time. All right, welcome to day two of Siege. We are definitely enjoying the day already. I hope you caught Pushimo. We gave you that quick look at it from Bean Borg. They did a great job both creating the game and playing it this morning. I'm going to try and talk Ben into showing it a few more times. We'll see if they agree. But that was fun. I like that even better than Saturday morning cartoons. You will have noticed new introductions for Siege this morning. That is all courtesy of Most Uniquest, a great live streaming studio here in town you should check out and use. Most Uniquest is also responsible for my audio sounding so much better. My own mics. Our speakers have been great. It's been mine that's been an issue. All right, apparently some of you are seeing this sign mirrored and some of you are seeing it the way it's supposed to be. Sound off. Are you seeing this correctly? Is it looking right or is it backwards? I'm trying to find out who's seeing it which way. In any case, we've got a few new announcements for today. One is that we've added an inside look at the Roblox Video Star program at 3:30 today. Also, we have those incredible rants, a great setup of a lineup of rant speakers this evening at 6. And at 7, we've got a Flashpoint tournament that still has registration open, so you can jump on in. We're going to be giving away prizes today, game keys, Samsung swag bags, and more. So stay tuned all day for your chance to win games and more. All right. This session is going to be our funnest Unity session of the day. Always valuable to have good Unity stuff. Ryan has been at Siege a few times now, and we appreciate him. And what we also appreciate is his work creating a community of game devs in Huntsville, Alabama. That's right, there are even game devs in Alabama. But it's really a good community, and the GHDA is always glad to support other groups. So really happy to see them creating their own games like Ryan does, working on other people's games like Ryan does, organizing communities like Ryan does. He never sleeps. I don't know how he does it. Wait, it's the way game devs live. But he's also been an active member of the Unity communities. And really interested in this section, dynamic data with scriptable objects. You know, when I mention this to folks who aren't in game dev, they look at me blankly. When I say this to game devs, they fully understand what this is about. So I am going to disappear, and Ryan, take it away, sir.
Alrighty, how's it going, everybody? Good morning. Welcome to Saturday of Siege. I'm excited to be here. So today I'm going to talk a little bit about my work at Army Game Studio on a game we just finished up called Decide Delete Emergency Command. What exactly? Well, first of all, I'm Ryan. So yeah, I'm a game developer at Army Game Studio, and I'm a programmer designer at Laserbread Games as well. You can find me on Twitter at LaserbreadRyan down there. So I'll have that link up later too. But let's talk a little bit about Decide to Lead. So Decide to Lead, what exactly is this game? So what we were tasked to do basically for our Army customer was to capture the experience of Army leadership in a game. And they had some other games in this franchise that were in VR and some other things. So, but this one they wanted to build a game for a 65-inch touchscreen table that they're going to use at conventions and things of that nature. So we needed about a 10-minute play session, and they gave us about originally like 6 months, but it got extended to about 9 months due to all the kind of difficulties that we had. So the initial design was kind of a resource management card game with a tilt toward kind of the action-oriented game. And then we took a lot of iterations on that design to work in more things like communication, teamwork, and leadership to kind of try to reflect some of the values that we were trying to capture. But it was not the easiest thing in the world. We had a lot of difficulties, as I'm sure you can imagine, doing a production like this in current times. So we were removed from our office only a few months into production, which was difficult, especially when trying to test on this device that we couldn't have access to. Our team fluctuated a lot throughout the process. We had designers come in kind of late, and even the same designers leave early, and we didn't really have a full staff on that due to other concerns at the studio. And so that and the cultural relevance of the game was hitting pretty hard, especially when if you look at the game, we'll have things like a virus outbreak level or wildfires in the game, and so a lot of this stuff we had to handle carefully, and that was another concern that we had. So a lot of these things came up and made this a very interesting project. But all that said, let me show you how far we got in 9 months. So this was the game in December of 2019. So you'll see like very basic play here. Like we have some cards, they have values, you put them on missions. It's a really simple kind of setup. And that's basically what we had for a prototype. And then within 9 months, we got to here. I'll just let this video play. It's kind of our trailer for the game. That would be a problem. Okay, well, we'll move on without the audio for that. That's fine. But you get the idea of where the game's at this point. So that's kind of what I was trying to capture. So we'll just go ahead and move on from there. I don't have any other videos, so full screen that again. Oh my goodness. Sorry. To do that. All right. Apologies. Okay, there we go. All right, so that's the game in its current state. So sorry we didn't have audio there, but it was mostly just music anyway. So you kind of get the picture of what's going on there. So that was 9 months of work, and we can kind of talk about how that was able to happen in 9 months, because it seems like a big jump, right? And specifically, I think in this talk we're going to talk about how our game engine architecture enabled this. So we're going to focus on some things that went really well with our game engine architecture, specifically planning, reusing different scenes and behavior, and tweaking the gameplay, and things that didn't go so well. That we had trouble with, like mapping our gameplay to our level, too much prototyping, and too much or not enough building tools. And then in the whole thing, we're going to wrap this up, and then have some nice notes for other intrepid developers like yourselves. So first off, plotting the course, right? So what do we want from our game's architecture? Our last game was U.S. Army Stars Anatomy. It was a mobile game, and we had some serious architecture issues in that game, even though it was pretty successful. But we had some problems managing a lot of things. For example, we had about 40 scenes plus, and changes in one scene could break another scene, and often did. And I think we still have some minor bugs today in that game because of these problems. We didn't communicate very well, and I think it's important to talk about communication in an architecture talk, because your game's architecture is going to take on the framework of the communication that you use. So there was a lot of problems communicating in that game, where we had these different silos of the game that were all kind of being developed in parallel, but there wasn't a lot of crosstalk between. So we wanted to kind of address that. And then so we also took a long time iterating on different parts of the game, just because we didn't know exactly where we want to go. So the same a similar scope of game ended up taking us a lot longer than what we ended up doing in Decide to Lead, just because of how much time it took us to find the right answers, right? So when we were looking at starting Decide to Lead, we were like, okay, what can we do to address some of these problems, and like, how can we make a better plan for this game? And that's when we found Ryan Hippel's talk, Ryan Hippel from Shell Games at Unite 2017, where he talked about scriptable object architecture in Unity. And this was really inspiring for us, and it started to make us realize, like, hey, what if we could make changes without, breaking a bunch of things? What if we could test our code on the fly? And what if we could, the biggest thing, write less code, right? Because if we write less code, we'll have less bugs and we'll have less things to test. So the big experiment started with like a gajillion hours of design meetings, and we really had to set up a course before we set sail on our task to build this architecture. And those meetings never ended, because it's important that you keep communicating about how the architecture is working and how it's not, as you kind of go through this process. And I think if you keep meeting and you keep talking and you keep being honest about it, you're going to dig yourself into less holes, and you're going to write less code you don't need. And we talked about how that's a benefit. So let's talk more about writing less code. Some common code reuse practices and stuff that we used a lot in anatomy were inheritance, where you might have some code, some class in another scene that has very similar functionality to what you want, but you need an additional thing or a slightly different thing, and so you inherit from that class and you implement it here in this other scene. Virtual functions, which is a type of inheritance framework where you might have these functions that exist at the abstract level, and then they're just used across the board in multiple places. And you could use like singletons for siloing your logic into one big class somewhere, and then passing things to it and stuff. But we had some trouble with a lot of those, and they were kind of the root of our problem in anatomy. Like, for one example, we had like a skeleton bone selection system that we inherited from in multiple scenes, like 3 different scenes. And every time we would change that in one scene or another, it would break all the other scenes, and that was one of our key problems. So we started talking about better ways to reuse code, and we started talking about, okay, can we aggregate things together so that we just have more lists of things to operate on and less monolithic classes? Can we compose together behaviors that we can reuse that are simple? If you've ever heard of the solid methodologies, it's kind of coming from that. So if you haven't, you should look into it. And how maybe we can decouple our behavior from each other so that we have very simple behaviors that we can then add together to make a full thing. And that's the first step in separating also the data from the logic, which is going to be a core tenet of this talk. So let's talk about applying those solutions to our game. So like I said, the key tenets of our architecture, we're going to separate behaviors from each other. We're going to separate the data from those behaviors, and we're going to allow for minimum iteration time. Every time we want to make changes, when design comes in with new stuff, we want to be able to flip on our axis quick. So that's key. So 2.1, we using scenes as a black box. So how can we reuse scenes such that we don't have to make 30 of them every time? Because that's an easy way to have different levels be broken when you forgot to put whatever it was in the 44th scene. So what we ended up doing was developing a system to run our scenes basically in a coroutine, so in an asynchronous way. We called this a stage. So essentially, you can run a coroutine that represents the entire game sequence for the whole game, and then in that coroutine, load scenes and wait for them to load, get the stage out of the scene, pass it input, wait for it to finish, and then you might get output, and then you can pass that along. So as an example, you might have this level data represented by a scriptable object. You pass it into the level scene, it chews on that, players do things for a while. When you're done, it spits out a metadata report that you can then use to build like medals. And that's actually what we did in Decide to Lead. There's only one level. We pass in new data, we get out data to bake our medal system with. And been super awesome. So let's look at a code example of that. This is not the actual code from the game, but this is just kind of an example I mocked up. So you might have like a game state sequencer class. It could be a mono behavior. It could be a scriptable object. But the goal is this is going to exist above the scope of the scene. And so you can just run, in our example, the whole game in a coroutine. So you can say, hey, let's just start a coroutine and then await loading the scene. And then there should be a yield return for find objects of type .run. But, so we'll run the scene and then we'll await the scene's process before we continue, do some other stuff, and the game ends. And then what a stage would kind of look like is here, we inherit from a generic class called stage at line 18. I got a pointer. I could probably use that. So line 18, and then we also we just implement run, and we can give it data, and so we can do stuff like, hey, this stage knows about the metal animator in the scene somewhere, and it's going to wait for that thing to finish, and then we're going to wait for you to press a button, and then we could do stuff like, hey, here's a result that says you press the green button, which means you want to go back to this level or that level. So we can kind of control this, and it's almost like a linear state machine, and we'll get more into state machines later, but that really helps us sequence our game. And then so for timelines, this is an example of how we did that. These were our inputs into our level scene. So we defined the scriptable object with just hundreds of events sequenced in time, and then we would have specific breakpoints right here, these red ones that were like wait for all the previous events to finish. So what we would do is we'd pass out this layout for a level to the scene, and it would run the whole game in a coroutine. So this is like 10 minutes of content represented by nested versions of these scriptable objects that just run and essentially list out the whole game. So that's kind of awesome. And another thing just to mention about running this game asynchronously, there are a lot of ways that you can do this as far as setting up a larger system outside of your scenes that controls your game state. In another project I'm working on, we use an Ink script to control the overall game state instead of a coroutine. And I think that there would be a lot of advantages to using a fully realized state machine to control your game state. For our example, a coroutine was the simplest way, but I think the main takeaway from this is that you can use your scenes as a black box, and you can sequence their execution however you see fit, and that will help you a lot in keeping things clean and orderly when you're running the game. So let's talk a little more about finite state machines. That way we can show how we reuse behavior there. So you have the classic behavior reuse of just reusing mono behaviors, having nice mono behaviors, you can reuse those components. But we also have smaller behavior, like if we have a card and we need it to go into a state where we can interact with it, but sometimes it needs to go into a state where we can't. Those are a little bit smaller than the component level, but those are behaviors that we want to be able to reuse. And so an FSM is good for that. And an FSM is basically, if you don't know, it's just a graph of different states an object can be in, and then you define transitions between those states. So there might be like 10 states, and there's different ways in which they can go from one to the other. And there are a gajillion ways to make an FSM. But we specifically wanted to make one that was really easy to write. We could reuse behavior super easily, and it was going to give us enough performance to allow us to have thousands of them in the game at once. And we did end up having about that many because our FSM was used for all the missions, all the cards, all the units. So we have like hundreds of little NavMesh guys running around. They all are running in the same FSM. Our trainers, is everything in the game for the most part used an FSM like this. So let's look at kind of a code example of that FSM. So this is how we would construct the FSM. So you might have you'll make a new state machine, and you would give it two enums for like the different states you would have and the different triggers you would have. And so whenever you wanted to make a new state here on line 8, you would just basically define new state, and then we have 3 actions that you can just subscribe to, basically. Enter, update, and exit. And you can just anonymously assign a delegate to that, which is super clean and easy to do. So now the way C# works, we can capture data from the parent class here, so we don't need to worry about setting all that up. We can just start using stuff that's in this mono behavior right inside that code block. So it's really nice. And then if we don't need to define a code block, we don't have to. So we just have, here's an empty state. That's one line, which is kind of nice. And so when we add these behaviors to the graph that we're making with the FSM, we basically call add state, and then we use, maybe states has an enabled value. We say, okay, enabled is going to be my cool behavior, and then this is the really cool thing for code reuse, dot union initialize state. So what we're doing there is we can compose multiple behaviors together and return a different state that is just those things basically stapled together. So now whenever we enter enabled, it'll call enter on my cool behavior, and it'll call enter on initialize state. And we could do that as many times as we want, as deep as we want, nest that, yada yada. So that's been super helpful. So if we ever want to write like a disable the graphic state, we write that once. We don't have to write that again, which is awesome. And as far as transitions go, really easy API for defining those. You just say, hey, I can go from disabled to enabled if you get the trigger enabled. And then whenever you set triggers, you basically just call fsm.setTrigger, and you can do that all internally from the class and expose kind of public API for that. So this was a backbone of, I think, pretty much the entire game, and it's something we've planned to reuse, and we are reusing in the next games. So moving on to 2.3, something we have all affectionately called data nuggets. Who would have thought to serialize a float, right? So let's talk about that. In Ryan Hippel's talk, he talks about their variable implementation, where they have scriptable objects that represent a single float value, a single int value, a single bool. We thought that was pretty neat, and we wanted to try it out as kind of an experiment. And what we found was it was actually super awesome. So when each variable is its own asset, let's say you have a float for card flick speed, right? You can when you change that float, if that's assigned as references to all the different card prefabs, scenes, etc., then you can then get change propagation happening throughout your whole project just by changing that one value. So that's really cool. You can also assign more than just the float value to these assets. We assigned metadata strings, so we have like some data about, hey, let me explain what this float's doing. So now we can like print these reports out and do things like have tooltips in the editor that show us, oh, this thing is made to do this specific task. And then we also could do things like debug and release configuration, where depending on what mode we're in building the game, we could pull a different value from those assets. So that was awesome. We did this for floats, ints, colors, bools, curves, all kinds of stuff that we could then, organize a little bit better. And another thing we did with scriptable objects that was really cool was enumerations, and he talks about this in the talk as well. But having essentially, like, for an example, we had our card types, which were like, the different colors, different MOSs of different teams. So we had like 8 of those, I think, that you could either play as or train into. And for those were all just assets of a certain scriptable object type. And then they could have all this other relevant data cooked into it and then still be used for comparison. So if we're like, hey, did you play a blue card here? We could just check if that enum was the blue enum or not. But we could also have like color information, icons, names, stuff like that we want to pull out and then use in visual effects when stuff happens. That was super cool. And then finally, another huge proponent for the scriptable object stuff was a scriptable object event system. So, you might have a normal event system might look like some static class somewhere that you call publish, and you publish some message, and then other things listen on that channel for messages and then do stuff. And then that's a common way to decouple systems together. Just post something and then some other system subscribes and hears it. So, but in this way, with scriptable objects, those can be references in the inspector, so that you can assign, we call them game events. You could assign a game event to an inspector field, and then either publish to it or subscribe to it on enable and on disable, and then get this functionality of really decoupled, nice events. And we can look at kind of what those look like, and also show how you can build really awesome tools when all of your assets are like this. When you have different things like floats and enumerations and events all set up as their own assets, now you can make an editor window where you just fire the event during gameplay. That was incredible for us. And then our game events are generic, so we can put in our own arguments. And so we made this little window to let us establish what we wanted to put in the arguments when we fired it, and that was awesome. So the tooling kind of opens up possibility-wise when you do this. And then, yeah, more about data nuggets. Check this out. This is in the build, on the table, in the game. So we can open up this little dev menu, and we have literally like tens to hundreds of different variables we can tweak. We can try it out. We have presets down there where we can load specific presets for a bunch of different variables. We have different lists. We can organize it how we need to. This has seen a lot of iteration before our next game, but this system was absolutely crucial for our remote work times that we were in, just because we only got to this table once every week, maybe near the end. So being able to try stuff out and then change it, and it's great. So huge boon there. So let's talk about what didn't go so well now, because I showed you kind of the things that we really liked, but there were some things that we struggled with. So tools is pretty much what it all boils down to. We struggled to identify good pipelines for content creation, and at first our architecture really got in our way, because all of a sudden we have 100,000 files in the project, and they're all random, like floats and bools and integers and stuff, and it was just chaos. So later we realized this is actually really good for our architecture, but you got to know how to use it. And we didn't really think about the designer workflow up front, and there's some reasons for that, I think, based on team structure, but it was it ended up biting us. So just a note about tools in general that I think is important to talk about before we keep going is that, this isn't a personal project. We're working for customer requirements on a specific timeline. So we have a short amount of time to do this, and we have deliverables to hit. So there are heavy trade-offs that you have to make. You don't have infinite resources. You have limited time, limited money, and limited team, right? So how do you best meet the customer goals with that? So it's important that we talk about, with tools, how more tools is going to be a more complex project. You're going to have more testing you need to do, more things to document, more things to work on. That's just time sunk, money sunk, talent sunk. So you got to think, how are we going to reuse this? Will we reuse this? Are we going to reuse it in future projects? How polished does this need to be? So all of those are considerations when making tools. So it's not just as easy as we need to make the best tools we can. That's true, but we need to do that conscious of our context. So one of the biggest tools that helped us was a little package called Odin Inspector. And if you're using Unity extensively, you should 100% check this out. Odin Inspector, we would not have made this game without it. It was absolutely vital to making all the tools that we made and all the ways that we used our data. It lets you basically, instead of writing custom editors, you can define attributes that then juice up your editors and inspectors without having to get in there and write immediate mode GUI. It makes managing references a lot easier because they have a project validator that works with their required or validate input attributes to let you basically specify if an inspector field is valid. So required just says, if this is null, I'm going to throw up and I'm going to throw errors. And then you can run the project validator here. This is the project validator. You can run this and scan the entire project, and it will just give you a breakdown of every single place where your data is wrong. And then you can go in and you can change it. We actually wrote custom validators for this, for our timelines, because I'll talk more about that later, but we had some real problems with those. So it's really great to be able to write custom validators and use this tool and also not have to worry about all these editor tools. I recommend it. I don't think you need to have this 100%, but if you don't, you really got to think about and get creative with how you're going to manage your tools, because this got us halfway there for sure. So 3.1 of what bit us, not separating the view and the model. We got to get those graphics out of our gameplay. So we had some serious mapping problems. We had this island, city, place, and we had these missions that spawn, and they kind of related to the buildings on the island. So like you might want like, you know, a helicopter to come up when you finish a certain mission, right? So they needed to kind of be in the same spot. But the 2D scene and the 3D scene really had nothing to do with each other, or shouldn't have, but we made them have something to do with each other. And we did that using scriptable objects. So basically when a mission tries to spawn, it has like a mapping of this is like a location asset it would have, and then it would look for that in the scene and then find it and then spawn the mission at that place. But that didn't go so well. So to talk a little bit more about model view controller design pattern, if you don't know about it, you should look it up. There's some other variations on this that are good too. But your model is the data that represents the state of your game. So it's just like all the different positions and numbers that represent the game, right? Like a mathematical model almost of your game. The view is one or more ways that that model is displayed to the player. And the controller is the part where the player interacts with the view or interacts with both of them and kind of is able to manipulate the model with the controller. So we had trouble here where the model and the view were smooshed because we were coupling them together. Our 3D visuals on the map had designated spots where our 2D gameplay would happen. And whenever we wanted to tweak the visuals or the gameplay, now there's this massive overhead where we need to tweak both. And it's just like this constant fighting the whole time. And to try to solve this, we ended up like writing these validation tools that ran in the scene at edit time, and those corrupted our scenes. So that was terrible. But we figured it out eventually. But yeah, so that was rough. Here's an example of what I'm talking about. So you have the docs far left object selected in the hierarchy here. You can see it here in the scene view. We have gizmos for each location. So this location script exists on this object, and it has a locator. And these are location assets, and there are hundreds of them. And basically, whenever you make a mission in the timeline, you assign a location asset, and we do this like cross lookup to find where it should spawn in the scene. And that probably should have been something else. And you know, because this was so problematic, we ended up writing more and more editor windows, try to patch this and solve it and like make it better, make it usable, but it just never got there. I mean, we got there eventually. We finished the game, but this was never easy and was never going to be. So that was rough. Here's another example of me trying to make this work. So I had to put these like white spheres on the map that were about the size of a mission, and then try to like move them around so they didn't overlap each other. It was a nightmare. So that's for you. You should probably keep the view and the model separate. It's hard to identify where those things really need to be separated, but it's crucial to do so. And you know, don't be afraid to get creative with your editor tools. I think that we really could have benefited from making a tool that actually operated in the scene at runtime or in a scene at runtime to develop our game, and then we save that out, serialize it, and then load it. I think that would have been a much better workflow for us, because we could have edited the 2D map and the 3D map in parallel independently and not have them interact with each other. And also, never write validation code in your scene that runs editor mode. I won't say never, because you know, maybe there's some reason, but it for us, it null refed at some point, and then basically like eliminated hundreds of serialized fields. So you got to be careful with that kind of stuff. People should know that your code is doing things. If this is kind of in the background secretly running and like corrupting things, it's probably not good. That's kind of what happened. 3.2 of what bit us is we tried to prototype everything. And like I said, customers are waiting, so it's probably a bad idea. So you saw those cool knobs we had earlier. Those were awesome. But for the first few months, we didn't have a designer, and we thought maybe we could just do it ourselves with these tweaky knobs. And that began what I like to call the A/B testing fiasco. So we started to build systems with the idea of trying it both ways. So we were like, what if they collided? What if they didn't? What if they did this? What if they didn't? We would build both, and we would have a Boolean in that menu to flip it on and off. We did that for like a whole 3-week sprint, just trying that out and doing things like that. And it just seemed so easy, but it got us nowhere because we had no context. We would test both things, and then we would go, I don't know which one's better. Wow, they both seem valid. And there's no definitive decision maker with no designer on the team at that time. So that didn't help us either. And it gave us like literally double, if not triple, the work because we had to do both these things and integrate a way to change them. So it was rough. So notes for you on that. I think it's really important that you identify your entire team and their roles on day one. Multiple people can wear, or one person can wear multiple hats. I think that's fine, but as long as you know who it is, that's going to help you. And it's also important that you know what roles you actually need, because we probably needed a technical designer, and we never really approached that topic. So that's important. And don't prototype every single thing. You should first consider that the feature meets your budget, schedule, and your product's promises and values. And I have a note here to sharpen this sword. This is so crucial. This is the sword that you use to slay all the scope creep that could happen. Keep this sharp. Keep your team on target with these 3 things, and you won't be making extra code. And also, don't go mad with power when you make a cool tool and you think it's awesome and you want to use it for everything, because you probably don't need to. Anyway, content creation was another problem we had. That's 3.3 here. Pipelines are something you should really be thinking about when you're thinking about making a game, especially with lots of playable content that's not just generated or whatever. So we had this, we had a designer come in eventually, a few months in, right before we got kicked out of the office. And when she came on, the first thing she was doing is yo, what is this? This is craziness. There's things everywhere. There's objects everywhere. And we were like, uh-oh. And so, our tools weren't conducive to making content. So, we hadn't been making real content up until this point. And we, like I showed in the previous picture, we've been programming around it, kind of. And all this decomposed data, where we had every single thing be its own little nugget, kind of added up to a terrible workflow a lot of the time. So that's kind of how those things got in our way. But as an example, to make a mission in our game, originally each mission was its own scriptable object. You assigned them in the timeline, but you had to edit them separately in their own inspector. If you reused a mission and you changed it somewhere, those changes would propagate throughout the entire timeline. So you had to be sure that you made a new one, and you had to think about, am I using this somewhere else? And you didn't. There was no way to see that. So that was kind of rough. And trying to parse through and assign exactly one of thousands of mission files was terrible. And coronavirus hit right on time for this because we weren't in the office, and she got these new tools, and our communication kind of broke down a little bit. And we had a lot of trouble identifying there was an issue with this for quite a while. So when we did identify that there was an issue, we started trying to solve it by trying to organize all these masses of files. So we had this filters idea. We would make these palettes that only certain files could be used. But this didn't solve the underlying problem. This just complicated it more. So we kept trying to stack things on top, but really the problem was architectural at the bottom level. So, continuing from there, we realized we need to increase our communication. So we started setting up meetings every day with no agenda beyond just our kind of stand-up status meeting, because those tend to be, people kind of get in there and just say, I did this, and then they don't really talk about it more. So I think we could have approached that one of two ways. We could have like made that meeting more important or opened up a new meeting. We went with the second thing, and it helped a lot. But as soon as we did that, a lot of quality of life improvements started to happen. We added a run button to run the timeline directly from editing it, which saved a lot of time. We added a select parent button, so when you're down deep nested in these timelines, you can go back up, and that was really helpful. We deleted mission asset, this is the big one, and made mission asset embedded within the timeline because it doesn't make sense not embedded because it only exists in the scope of that time, right? So here's what that ended up looking like. You selected event type to be mission, and then you can fill out all this data, and there's no need to have a second object involved. You could just set the amounts and the types, and you could do that on the fly, and other stuff like different values and stuff. It made this a lot easier to change. And from there, we were able to really make the game a lot quicker. So notes for you. Like I said, you need meetings every day with no agenda. Just like let people just complain loudly at each other because it's great. Or talk about something that's going well. You know, it's just show up and hang out. You know, you don't get that when you're not in an office, but you need it. So I think it's important, even if you're fully remote right now or you're fully remote always, to set that up for yourselves. And then content-rich games probably need a technical designer. That's something we noticed. You need to think about these workflows early. You don't need to do that late in the game because the tools are going to be... It takes time to make tools, and it takes time to build the architecture underneath those things, and you got to line that up. And don't go nuts separating data from data. This is the big one because some things are correct together. Missions should have been embedded in timelines from the get-go, and they didn't make sense separated. And I think there's lots of things that exist like that. And so you got to know where to draw those logical boundaries. So last bit, just some takeaways and happy days for the rest of your Siege. What we found with this architecture, some of the advantages that we found, and I think there's a lot of advantages, and we are going to use it continuing forward, was that we could logically group things together a lot easier, and we had really nice change propagation. If we wanted to make changes, we could do it in one place. It integrates really well with custom tools, and we can reuse our code a lot better throughout the project without breaking things. A little bit of a unbeknown to us advantage was less merge conflicts because now we have all these individual files. When stuff changes, it's less likely that we're going to conflict, and that's less of a headache. And also, we can validate all of our data, which is really nice. Normally, that's a little bit more complicated, but if it's its own thing, why not? Some disadvantages that we found where it is really hard to know the logical bounds of a thing. When is something supposed to be one thing or two? And I think that that's a common thing. I don't think that's just to this architecture. Like whenever you're writing code, when does something become something else? When should this be one or two or three things? It's a really important question to hone your ability to answer. You aren't forced to write more tools. Like this doesn't hold your hand and let you do it the easy way. If you do it this way, you're going to need some ways to navigate all this data and all these files. Otherwise, you're going to be in a little bit of trouble. And it's really easy with that same note for your project to become just spaghetti, just like hundreds of files everywhere. And you got to keep a lid on that. Now, at this point, what we're doing is we have a defined file structure based off type, and we just keep everything in there. And that's been helping a lot. But also, you should be aware that like this is not really a disadvantage, but it's just something to note, is that scriptable objects, you really kind of got to manage them a little bit more manually in memory. It's not like things that pop up in a scene. You know, you have to think about when is this getting enabled, when is this getting disabled, when is this loaded, when is it not, and that changes between editor time and build time, and there's some considerations for sure there. We had a lot of memory leak problems based off this in our FSM that we had to solve. But I think overall it was still an advantage for us to use it. So if you two go down this road, I suggest these 4 big notes. Communicate, right? Even if you're not using this architecture, it's important that you get people involved early, talk often, and remember that some people project their problems and some people don't. And you should go find the people that don't, and you should ask them what's up. It's important to keep that context for everybody. It's important to separate things logically. keep data away from your systems and keep your view away from your model. And then sometimes it's appropriate to not separate things. And so I think that is one of the key roles of an engineer in this industry is where do things stop being the same thing and start being two different things. And think about the workflow for making your game. Do that immediately. Oftentimes when you write code, you think about, okay, what's the ideal API to use this? Why not do the same thing for your editor tools? Because that's exactly what you're doing. And also, it's important to eliminate error cases. I think all this kind of boils down to that, which is writing less code and validating your data is going to give you less potential errors. But we also realized, I think something we lacked on this project was testing our systems too. So it's important, I think, and we started doing this now, writing tests for your logic as well as validating your data. And now those two things are a lot more testable because they're separated. So I think that's a good thing to do. So thank you. I hope you enjoy the rest of Siege. I'll be answering questions now, and you can follow me at LaserBread Ryan on Twitter. And don't forget to vote for the People's Choice Sylvie Awards. I hear there's some really awesome games in there. So
you say potato, I say potato. Thank you, Ryan.
I guess I'll hit the chat. I think I saw a lot of questions. You say
potato, we say potato. Thank you, Ryan. Thanks for joining us.
No problem. Thank you.
Hold on, we got some questions from the YouTubes and the Twitches, so I'll share those first, and hopefully you all can hear me decently. First of all, first question. Oh, by the way, great presentation. Best thing about it, you held 30 people's attention this early in the morning across YouTube
cool.
and Twitch, so I'm impressed by that. Let's start with Acabalon Etzioni. How big is the game dev community in Alabama? And I hope you talk to him in our Discord too.
Yeah. So our game dev community in Alabama is run. A local group is called After Hours Game Dev, and it's run by Nick Compton and Lyle Shields, both great guys. And we have about 50 active members on and off, and then we have our Facebook group is like 300 people. So it's actually pretty big. A lot of the Department of Defense work happens out there that's very similar to game development, if not like I was talking about directly game development. So a lot of us are out there kind of working on stuff. So it's great. I like it out here.
Very cool. Jesse had a few good questions. So using yield in a coroutine to control when different inputs happen and different things load is what you're suggesting?
Yeah, so it's basically it's almost like used like asynchronous, like if you ever worked on desktop software or something, you have like async await. It's the same kind of thing. And coroutines let you do that in a way in Unity that's integrated really nicely, and then it lets you wait for change without having to have a really complicated state machine that you build yourself. So it's kind of like a linear state machine in that way, where it's just states happen and you wait, and then the next thing, and then you wait, and the next thing, and you wait. So we use that pretty extensively. So.
And I know the answer to this next question from Jesse, but I'm going to let you field it anyway.
Okay.
Should this kind of architecture be used for any size game or just mid to large ones?
I think it could be used for any size game. I think tiny games, you'll get a lot of benefit out of doing this because I think honestly, any game that is tiny is going to kind of not be tiny as you work on it. I don't think any game's super tiny. I don't think for a game jam I would do this, because this is really about setting yourself up for success in the coming months. And if you're going to work on this for 2 days, you just slap whatever code. You got to go fast. So I think there's another talk today or tomorrow about game jams, and so that would be a good one to go to for that. But yeah, this is more for setting you up for success for a little bit bigger project. But I don't think that there's really it's kind of a soft cap on how small, I would say.
Yes, the game jam success is tomorrow, Sunday. I think that's our noon presentation. But for even individual programmers, developers, if you think your game might be going on for a long time, you want to put these principles into effect. This is the kind of thing that'll save your butt when you come back to it 6 months later.
For sure, yeah.
All right. Let's see if we do maybe one more question before we go into the Discord chat. Artisan JPEG asked, "Did you have a writer for your missions, or did your designer do that?"
I actually wrote a lot of the script, so I did a little bit of creative writing too. Our designer helped me with that. We kind of did it tag teamed. That she kind of set up the narrative design of like the overarching, like this is what's going to happen, this is what's involved, and then I wrote all the dialogue and kind of helped with that. So it was very much the team on this game was actually, I think at the peak, like 5 to 7 people, including production and tech leads and stuff. So very much indie spirit all throughout this, and we did a lot of hat swapping. So I do like that about my job. But yeah, so writing was something that we all kind of tackled a little bit.
Yeah, and for those who wonder about programmer writers, my business partner Ken Leiter, excellent coder, has also written short stories, our game books, and so forth. Yeah, programmers could just never let programmers do the voice acting. That's the one. Never do that. All right.
Well, I'm actually Mo Walters in the game, so if you get to play,
you get to play Ryan in game.
Yeah.
One comment from Psychic Parrot before we go to Discord. Great talk, loved it. I've used scriptable object architecture for a few projects now, and I'm a fan of it, but still haven't fully tamed it yet. Okay, everybody, go ahead and jump into the Discord. Ryan will be in the general voice, and join us for Ben Berg next. Okay, everyone, it's time for a push-a-mo break. Get your pushing on. And Ben, your mic is hot.
Oh, that was perfect timing because I just got an incredible push. So, this is Pushamo. It's a block pushing game. You're sorting these shapes into squares like might be in Tetris, but you control a character and you push them around in the space instead, which makes it a lot more frantic and a lot faster. There's a lot more situations where you just have to panic then in Tetris. But if you don't like to panic, there's also puzzle modes where you just try and clear all of the blocks at once. Pushimo just released this week and is available at itch.io. And if you're interested in seeing more of this or this engine, which is Pico 8, stick around. In 5 minutes, I'll be giving a presentation all about it and how it can help you become a better creator. My favorite part is this challenge mode, which presents a bunch of different variations on the core mode with small changes. So maybe the grid is super small and you're basically in danger all the time, or maybe you're playing Snake at the same time, and every time you make it clear, your limbs get longer, which impedes your movement even more. So there's a whole bunch of variety packed into such a small, tight, polished package. And 100% of the money in Pushimo will go to the Autistic Self-Advocacy Network. Maybe you will. We'll see. Ooh, there's a good setup. Oh no. Oh, I'm gonna die. That was a good setup if I didn't die. Let's go to the one of the harder modes. See how long I can survive. So the colors, you get a random color palette every time, but if you have a favorite one, you can go into the settings and pick it to be the only one to ever appear. The bigger your combos, the more points you get. And you can also do several special pushes to get even more points. Like that was, I just matched the colors. All of these ones are brown, so that'll be a shape and color matching because they also happen to match the same shape, which I didn't notice. I learned earlier in the week, it's really hard to play this and also give insightful commentary at the same time. Oh no. Oh yes. Woo. Oh no. Oh yes.
All right, I'm going to try the commentary. They're all set up. He's coming from the top. Now it's over from the left. From the right. The left. It's got to go to the
Oh no. Oh no.
bottom. Can he do it? No!
And that's Pushimo.
Danger from the south. All right. That was fun. I'll have to work on my commentary for them. I'm not the best Pushimo shoutcaster, but we'll work on that when we have the Pushimo Esports Championship next year. So, all right. Ben, you ready to go with, hey.
I sure hope so.
Everyone's getting to see icons. Let's transition for a minute. and go ahead and take stuff live whenever you're ready.
All right. Here.
And now, the brains behind Pushimo, Ben Berg, how fantasy consoles can bring out your very best. Ben used to be one of the co-chairs for our Athens GGDA chapter. Really love the work they've been doing on games then and since. So I'm going to shut up, get out of your way, and turn it over to Ben. Ben, take it away.
Hello, everyone. I am Ben, or Bean, they, them, of Neurodiversion. I'm here to share with you this wonderful little talk called How Fantasy Consoles Can Bring Out Your Very Best. It's something I've been playing around with for several months now. It is not minimized, so I don't know what's up with that. I'll just reshare it. Is that any better? Okay. I need to come back. Is it still updating? Okay, cool. So this is something I've been working on for several months, but and fantasy consoles have a strong, dedicated online community. But I found that even in game dev circles, a lot of people still haven't heard of them. So I just wanted to introduce what they are, why they're so fun, and what benefits they can offer you. This is a non-technical talk, so you don't have to know anything about programming or art, or even know what a fantasy console is to follow. So here's roughly what you can expect from the session. It's kind of a two-parter. What's not going? Here. Alright. Sorry about that. Roughly, this is kind of two sessions merged into one. So first, I'll talk about what a fantasy console is and how it can improve your creativity and productivity. And then we'll talk about another really fun aspect of fantasy consoles, which is something you can make called tweet carts. So what is a fantasy console? Here is a quote from the creator of Pico 8. It's like a regular console, but without the inconvenience of actual hardware. It's like an 8-bit machine that never was. It has strict limitations as if you're working on old platforms, but you don't have the nightmare of porting old code to all bunch of different machines with different architectures. The three big ones are Pico 8, Pixel Vision 8, and TIC 80. The second two are both free and open sourced, but Pico 8 is by far the biggest, and it was also the first one. And they all have similar limitations, so it will all carry over. So extending the console metaphor, you save your finished game as cartridges. Pico 8 cartridges can be saved as a special PNG format, like this one. And this image contains all the code and all the art and everything for the game. So you could just load this image and it'll give you the fully playable game. You can also easily export games as HTML web player or standalone for Windows, Mac, and Linux. The original version of Celeste was actually made in Pico 8, and it was ported over to Unity afterwards for the full version. Pico 8 has several tools for editing sound, code, music, and sprites built right into the console. So you can create a full game or program in one sitting without ever having to leave this cozy development environment. And it's super simple too. You can just click on everywhere to create things. And here's a quick aside that the Pico 8 community is super awesome because they're helpful and everything in the community is very open. So Pico 8 as a software is proprietary, but you can share your carts on official forums, and once you do that, the carts become open. So you can look at underneath the code and the art behind the scenes, figure out and learn from how all of it works. And even make changes to it and sort of make mods. This Pico 8 cart is actually a corrupted version, which adds some really cool glitchy effects. So these three things, the awesome community, the simple interface, and everything being in one place, makes Pico 8 really good for use in the education space. I don't know a whole lot about that subject though, so that's all I'll mention of it. For some folks, there's also a definite nostalgia that's part of the appeal. Maybe these retro aesthetics bring them back to the first days learning to make things on their own machines. Maybe it makes them long for a time when dinosaurs roamed the earth. I was born in 1996, so that means nothing to me. Lastly, the main reason you'd want to use a fantasy console is the limitations they provide. Zep says that these harsh constraints are carefully chosen to be fun with work with and encourage small, expressive designs. And they absolutely succeed at that. It's super fun to work with, but doesn't ever really feel unfair or arbitrary. This cheat sheet is basically all the options you have for any code that you make. And even all this, you won't need all at once. So here are the exact specs you have to work with for Pico 8. With other fantasy consoles, they'll be slightly different, but they're all roughly the same with these harsh limitations. You have harsh limits on your resolution, color options, and everything else. The one that will need clarifying here at the bottom is the token count. which is for programming. Any variable of any length is a single unit, a single token. A number or an operator is a token, and etc. so on and so forth. It's worth mentioning here, Pico 8 uses Lua, and I think all the other fantasy consoles are compatible with Lua as well. So why bother with these limitations? These constraints kind of are the point, because limiting your toolset is super fun because it leads to interesting challenges, but it can also help you be more creative just by the virtue of being constrained. Limitations fostering creativity is something I kind of think is axiomatic and doesn't need proof, but here I'm going to prove it to you anyway. This could be a limit, could be something like a small tool set, like fantasy consoles, or working inside Minecraft or Roblox. Kids can make incredible things with those. It could also be a limit on your ideas, like giving you a prompt for a game jam or a writing prompt. It could be a limit on time, like you only have 48 hours to do this thing. Asterisk here, crunch is bad and not healthy. Try to avoid sustained crunch wherever possible, especially if you're indie and responsible for yourself. And it could also be something else entirely, like arbitrary rules to follow. One of my favorite diversifier Global Game Jam has is, instead of making a brand new game, you start from someone's game last year and take it in a different direction. Limitations can also lead to very stylized works. When you have to adhere to them, it just makes your work stand out. Finite Reflections, Gardener, and the Wildvine does this to great effect by mixing 2D sprites with a 3D world, and with a gameplay setup that only makes sense in 3D space because you're moving around on the cylinder. This leads to my next point. Oh, this limitation is self-imposed, but it leads into a super stylized and memorable game. And this leads into my next point, which is, if you follow a limitation once, it creates a very stylized single work. But if you continue to follow the same limits, you can develop a consistent and recognizable style for yourself and your own work. Heather Flowers, the creator of Extreme Meat Punks Forever, uses ASCII art for all her backgrounds, and all her characters are very deeply colored with a solid primary color. These are two things that make it instantly recognizable if you're familiar with her work. Another example would be the trademarked hodgepodge aesthetic of the Clutter series. Joe has achieved the franchise effect by having a huge line of games that all benefit from each other, and I think he's had a talk in the past about this subject. The point is, it's helpful to be consistent. Another old mantra you've likely heard is, don't let perfect be the enemy of good. If you need everything to be perfect before you're done, guess what? You never will be done. Perfection isn't something achievable, but we're compelled to strive for it anyway. Something these limitations do is restrict the fidelity of your game. It's harder in many ways to make small changes. So, like, if you're making a face, and you have to convey a whole face in only 8 pixels, the thinnest you can make anything in there is going to be 1 pixel. So you're likely to reach a point where you can't really change anymore to improve it. Similarly, maybe you have 2 shades of a color. You want to make a gradient, but you don't have to agonize about what shading to use to get something looking right. Maybe instead of agonizing, you change your approach or learn a new technique. With this example, if you only have 2 shades, you could do something like dithering and learn a new technique to get the effect that you want. This ultimately leads to you trying out different and new techniques that you wouldn't have needed to consider if you weren't limited. This means you're learning new ideas and you're growing as a creator. I could end there, but fantasy consoles do a lot more to keep you productive and help make you more faster. A lot of this still has to do with the limitations too. So I'm bringing back up the all-in-one workflow because it's super helpful. You can have everything in just one window and navigate through it intuitively. This is super helpful if you're willing to buy into it, because it means you don't have to have Unity open in one window with an code editor in another, and maybe like a Blender in another, with reference materials for each and every one of those open on one of the 6 different monitors you have. And it's also worth mentioning that this is optional. If you don't want to code in this 128 window with a 3x5 font, you can absolutely just open the file in your editor of choice and edit it from there. And there are even user-made syntax highlighters out there you can use. It's also super accessible because it can run on any machine, basically, because the limits are so weak. This means that you don't have to have a powerful machine, and if you have something from 2000 flat, you could probably just even use it. These 2 points are worth mentioning because they'll be important to some people, but the rest of these are going to be pretty universally applicable. So a big one is that these environments force you to keep games small, which really helps to fend off scope creep. Scope creep, if you're unaware, is the tendency to add new features to make a game bigger until it's bloated and it's delayed. Here, code and art and sound all become precious resources. Not only does this mean optimization is kind of like a puzzle you have to solve, which is really fun, but at some point you'll just run out of space. You just aren't able to infinitely add new features and content as much as you want. I'll put an asterisk there because we'll come back to this a little later. Another byproduct of the small size is that it's entirely feasible to make something solo. This is my game Pushimo, which just came out, and I finished mostly by myself in just a few months. Working in fantasy consoles also is a lot faster in other environments. This is for a lot of the same reasons that I've already mentioned. Having everything the workflow all in one just means each session you're working faster. Making things small means it takes less time to finish each one, and running on anything means maybe you're out, you have your laptop, you can just get a little bit done in a quick session when you get a chance. Making faster work means you can make more work, which means you can get more practice, and that means you're a better creator. And it's for this exact reason that fantasy consoles are also really great for prototyping. You can easily run through a bunch of ideas, try them out, and experiment and iterate with them super quickly. My game was originally a Game Jam game, and then I expanded it from there. It's also great for giving you visible progress. Speaking personally, I only really have 2 reasons for making games. First, I have to feel like I'm making progress, and if I don't feel like I'm getting anything done, I might lose motivation. The combination of everything being super small and fast to develop means that you can always find something to work on to make progress. This is in contrast to other platforms where you have to wait hours just for Visual Studio to open. Next, my monkey brain gives me a rush of serotonin whenever people compliment me or my games. So it's important to me to be able to easily create and share images. With Pico 8, you can easily export these GIFs with a press of a button, no extra tools needed. And it's also super easy to make builds and export cartridges as well. You can just type in a command and get it within seconds. It's also just really cool to see what people can do in spite of these limitations. On the left here is Micro 8, which is a fantasy console within Pico 8. Absolutely insane. Here is Poom, which is an ongoing project to port Doom into this 8-bit environment, which is also equally incredible. As you'll see, all of this has been drawn from personal experience. For the potato thing, I worked on Pershimo on a crummy laptop for basically the whole time because I didn't have access to my desktop at that time. So I'd been working on another game for a while, and I felt like things are moving slowly. It turns out making games are hard. Around the same time, I was playing a lot with tweet carts, which are these really cool animations that fit inside a tweet, 280 characters. And an indie dev I follow just released this really cool game, Mixolumia, which made me want to make my own block falling game. And so this was sort of a perfect storm, because right at the same time was Low Res Jam, where you make a game in 64 by 64 pixels. Pershimo, if you're not familiar with it, is an arcade push 'em up. You control a character, you push blocks into squares to clear them and earn points. So I joined Low Res Jam, and I was able to get it up and running pretty quick. I had it up and playable in the first week. And the only reason it wasn't ready sooner is because I was supposed to be taking a break from development on account of not making any progress with Golf NATO. But after the jam, it just kept sitting in my mind and growing at me. I knew I wanted to take it further, and I had a pretty clear vision for what I wanted out of it. I wanted to be able to change the rules of the game with small changes to create very different feelings. This example has a small change. You shrink the play space, which creates a feeling that is called despair. So I got to work. I had my core vision, and I knew I needed to work on adding new modes and a lot of polish. So I knew I wouldn't have room to do much more than this because of the space constraints. So I gave myself the deadline of Siege, which is now, to avoid development hell. And I made really good progress really fast. I had about everything I had planned in about a month in, so I could add more, right? No, that's scope creep. So instead of that, I focused heavily on testing and polishing what I already had. I found I was even making too much progress week to week for to share it once a week on Screenshot Saturday. So I ended up doing daily GIF updates, which ended up working out, but it was super hard to keep up. Social media manager is a full-time job by itself. Follow me at Neurodiversion. It's really hard to gauge how much this helped, because most of these daily updates didn't get a lot of interaction, but it still meant that it was kept fresh into people's minds and on their feeds. I was also able to do several playtests, I think 4 and 5 in total, and I got tons of feedback from this. This is a huge part of why I think it turned out so good, because I was constantly asking people how it could be even better. I know many people watching were involved in testing this, so thank you so much for all of your help. And these two bullets are worth a full talk on their own, so it's definitely worth stating that it wouldn't be the game it is if I couldn't share things so easily or do playtest as easily. I also got a lot of help from Pico 8's great community. I got some help with some critical bugs that turned up, and for sound effects, I was able to look at what other games were doing and use that as inspiration for the own sound effects in my game. This is where everything being open was super helpful, because I could look at this how they made the sounds, because otherwise I'd kind of be at a loss for how to replicate them. And then lastly, there are two music tracks in the game. One was made by Gruber, which is part of a set of several tracks, which are all intended specifically for developers to put in their games for free, which is really awesome. And the second was made by one of my best friends. And lastly, there are some ways in which you can surpass these limits that I did utilize. This is coming back to that asterisk way earlier, if you remember. So first, you only have up to 16 colors on screen at once, but you have up to 32 to choose from. So there's this sort of secret palette. You have colors 0 to 15, and then 128 to 143 is the secret palette. So you can pick 16 from these to use. And next is the trick called multi-carting. So you can make multiple carts and load them, load one another from in-game. The code, size, and sprite and sound limitations all apply to each cart individually, but separating them out lets you have more stuff in total. For example, there's the 8,000 token limit. The core for Pushmo is 7,000 tokens. The tutorial is 1,000. All the extra game modes are another 1,000. But since the tutorial doesn't know about the extra game modes, each cart only still has 8,000 on their own. So I've spent the last 25 odd minutes building up fantasy consoles. It's worth bringing up some ways the constraints aren't as helpful. These are some issues you'll run into out of the box. Many of these are solvable, but they require more work, and critically, they require space to fix. If you want to get past these, you got to implement it, which will just give you less space for other things. Questions are coming up soon, so go ahead and start putting those in chat. So the big one here is accessibility concerns. The default print command uses this 3x5 font, which is really bad for clarity. Look at this M next to this N. Look at this O next to this 0. This one is solvable. There are resources people made for bigger fonts, but there's also the issue of screen real estate. This is from the tutorial, and this is already like a pretty short snippet, but it takes up so much of the screen just because there's so little space. The control scheme is also awkward for many people. By default, it's arrow keys and Z and X, which people aren't gonna figure out on their own. I ended up having to have flashing text here at the bottom to tell people that. This one is also solvable but awkward, because you can use keyboard input, but you have to enable it with a command, and then you have to still parse it. You can also use mouse input, but you also need a command, and then you're awkwardly switching between mouse and keyboard. For some reason, every game likes to be super loud by default. This applies to everything ever, basically, not just Pico 8. But the issue is magnified with it just because of the limited control you have. Here is one sound effect, and you only have 8 options for the volume level, and that's it. This one isn't very solvable. You don't have a way to just like lower the volume of sound effects or music. Basically, all you can do is the system level volume control. If you care about selling your works, this is very relevant too. I want to open first with the status quo financially devalues indie games far below their actual value. Someone named Sissy wrote a great article about pricing hobby games that I absolutely recommend everyone check out. I'll share that in the chat a little bit later. Basically, putting a price tag on your game asserts its value. People are more likely to give it a look if it has a higher perceived value. There is some, but not a lot, of precedent for selling games made in Pico 8 or other fantasy consoles. Chroma Cannon is a game in the Pixel Sessions bundle, which is 5 super stylized small games for $3. Notimon and Sakura Stars are both Pico 8 games on Steam. But there's not very many more examples than this. It's also just kind of given that by working in this space, you're going to have a more niche, limited audience than you would otherwise. Celeste was prototyped in Pico 8, but for the full release, it was brought into Unity, and there's no way it would have seen the same success and the same appeal if it was built in Pico 8. This one isn't so significant. Working in groups, be careful with version control because you might have conflicts since everything is stored in one file. Here's one that will come up unless you can make a game without any bugs. Pico 8 doesn't have very comprehensive debugging tools, but also it doesn't really need it. You can pause the game at any time and bring up a command line. You can use this to change variables or call functions or print information, etc. It requires you to think a bit more, but it ends up being powerful and versatile enough to do whatever you need it to, if you're able to think that way. And you also have tools to check how much space you have, how long your code is executing, etc. So you have everything you need to optimize. Lastly, it's up to you to decide how important this information is. A lot of this talk was written with a consideration of making a full game in Pico 8, but it's not my goal to convince any of you to make your next game in a fantasy console. In fact, I think it's a little bit silly to commit to something like that. It's a whole heck of a lot of fun, but you don't have to get that far to reach the fun. More than anything else, I think Pico 8 is kind of like a toy box where you can find and make your own fun. It gives you the space and tools you need for that. You can do this by making a fully fledged $5 game by Pushmo on itch. You can do that by spending a whole weekend making a little jam project. You could do that by taking an afternoon and making some super small stuff. You don't even have to make anything to have fun. You can lose yourself in all the wonderful little games created by this awesome community. And if you think any of that sounds fun, I implore you to give it a try. And thank you for coming to my book report. Are there any questions?
Great stuff, Ben. Much appreciated. A lot of praise in chat for it. A few questions. First of all, you talked a little bit about avoiding scope creep but going into polishing. This is a problem I see a number of new devs have, being able to tell the difference between polish and scope creep, where they'll think they're polishing and actually they're adding more content that ends up really holding them back. Any thoughts on, for you, what meant you were polishing instead of adding?
I guess my gut would say is if it's something that you would want to put like on a features list, then it would be new content or a new feature, versus if it's just taking what you already have and making it look or feel better, then that would be polish.
Very cool. Akabalan Etiani says that was an awesome presentation. I have another question because I was developing games before 1996. And one of the things we often had to do, and I actually really liked doing, was memory mapping out where everything would go. And of course, we would often create a memory map and not follow it like we should. Is this something you need to do for the fantasy platforms?
There is a memory map in Pico 8 at least. So you can see the whole memory map has everything, including the sprite sheet, including the code, including the current screen space, and some permanent memory stuff and others and everything else. So, and you do have access to all of that with these sort of poke and peek functions. So you can totally get super deep into it if you wanted to, but also doesn't really ever require you to do that.
All right, excellent. We had another question from D. Burgundy. After making Pushimo, do you feel like you've mastered Pico 8 as a tool, or is there more to learn?
Definitely not, considering some of the awesome work other people have been making. There's a bunch of 3D stuff people are making in Pico 8, which is boggling my mind how you can do all of that in this little system. And there's plenty of other examples that I could point to that I don't know off the top of my head.
All right. Great. Puzzles by Joe says, great shout out. Many, many thanks. Then he quotes one of my mantras without credit, which actually didn't originate with Joe anyway. But we all agree perfect is the enemy of good, unless you have $100 million to spend on your game. So, that was excellent. Let's move on. Are you ready to take it to a new topic?
All right, yeah. So next up is the art of the tweet cart. So tweet carts are little animations like this that fit inside of a tweet. So the right is the animation, the left is all the code that you need to generate this animation. A couple other examples, Boxpeak is a really great show. Wandersong is a fun game. Shout out to both of those. And you can even do this with making games. 2D Array somehow fit an entire playable game of Tetris in these 280 characters. So I'm going to switch my screen. Boop. Can you see Pico 8? Awesome. So Alright, so this is the same animation as this is the same animation you saw a moment ago, but this time it's broken down so it's readable. So right now, we're at 658 characters. Our goal is to reduce that down to be small enough to fit within a tweet. So first off, we don't need any of these comments. We already know what everything does, so we can just get rid of those. But before we do that, actually, let's do a quick walkthrough of it. So when it launches, it just moves the camera. This changes where all the draw operations are relative to. So we just move it so that the ship will be at the center of the space. We want to clear the screen and set the random seed every frame. This is used because the stars in the background are drawn in random places. If we change the seed, then the stars will move around. And we do this every frame because we want them to be in the same space. If we don't set the seed, the stars will change every frame. We call circfill to draw the stars and the ray that the alien is moving, and then we draw the ship. We're printing a cat to draw the alien here, and then we go through a loop to draw the lights and draw the human. So if we want to have any hope of fitting this in a tweet, we got to get rid of all the comments, and we also want to get rid of the indentation. So we're already saved almost 200 right there. Something I notice here, we create variables for all of these things, which makes it really easy to read, but we don't, it takes up a whole lot of space. So let's just copy paste the X into the X, the Y into the Y, and then these two are just constant numbers. So we don't even need those at all. And we're at 414, which is better, but we still have a lot to go. Something we can do here is improve the flow of control. So we have init and draw, but we don't really need those exactly there. Anything you put outside of any function will just get executed before the cart runs. So I can just get rid of init, and this will still run at the very start. I can replace the draw function with a goto. This is something you may have heard. If you went to school something recently like me, this is something you know you're never supposed to do. But we're gonna do it. We're gonna do it here because it saves some valuable space. So this is not right. That's because it's actually in an infinite loop right now. What draw did is it drew it once a frame. Now it does all of this, and then it immediately does all of it again forever. So we want to add something called flip here. This just waits until the end of the next frame to start drawing again. We still have a lot of tokens to save. So something else we can do here is we can replace a lot of these function calls with variables. So let's say I can do a equals circfill, and then anytime I call anytime I call circfill, I can replace it with the letter A to save more tokens. This is something you might not know. Oh, I noticed I also have the same thing with next color here. So I can save more space just by, let's see if this works on my first try. Nice. So I can save more tokens by getting rid of all that because it's used there. And let's see if I didn't mess up. I did mess up because I do need this variable to be here. But it doesn't have to be such a long variable. So I can change its name from next color to just make it shorter. Okay, looking good. We only have about 60 more characters we need to save. So let's see what we can do just by getting rid of more white space. Functions like srand and clears, clear screen, we only ever use them once. So we wouldn't get any benefit out of it from making it into a variable here. Circfill is very long, so each time we're using A instead of circfill, we're saving 7 whole characters. Another thing, this is something you'd have to look into some of the documentation to know, but a quick way you can do print A. You can also just do question mark A, and that'll save some characters. So we can replace these print statements with question marks, and it'll save some valuable characters. And we're almost there. We're at 305 out of 380. So something I would do at this point is just try and get rid of all the white space that I can figure out how to do. So I can't get rid of this new line because then this becomes a rectfill camera, which it thinks is one variable. But I can get rid of this line because it doesn't think that this is one longer variable. I can get rid of this space after these do statements, and that still works. These question mark statements have to be on their own line, or else it just won't go through. And we're at 292, so we're almost there. We just need to take a little bit more savings. I can probably do that by, what functions are we using a lot? We're using cosine 3 times here. Oh, time is also a long function. Something we can do is, so we can print out the time, but you can also just print out the letter T, parentheses, and it's a shorthand way to write time. So replace time with T, T, T. That will save 9 more characters. We're still at 297. So let's see if we can assign that to a variable to save any more. So let's say z equals t. And now we don't need the parentheses. So I'm at 297 now. If I do this, I can replace 1, 2, 3, and I'm still at 297. So that didn't save anything. So it's not really worth keeping unless I use time one other time, which it doesn't look like I do. I use cosine 3 times here. So that might be able to be somewhere we can save space. So C equals cos. So this statement is 5 characters. Each time we replace a cosine with a C, we're saving 2 characters. So we replace it 3 times. We save 2 characters 3 times, which makes it okay that we're using 5 characters here. This is the kind of math that you have to figure out to get good at this, but it's also really easy because you always have a character count here. I can get rid of these spaces. I can get rid of that space. Boop. And I think I can move that first, and I think I might be able to fit it all in now. 286, 285, 284. Oh, I can get rid of these spaces. So if you have basically get rid of any white space, don't worry about making it readable because making it readable makes it not fit. Here we are at 279 characters, so it fits within a tweet. Let's go ahead and tweet that out right now, and that'll be the end of this presentation. Bad news, everyone. This cat counts as an emoji, which takes up an extra space. So we have to find one more to get rid of. Which shouldn't be that bad. I say as I draw a blank, looking for unnecessary white space. This went perfect in my practice run. Live on Siege in front of tens of people, probably many tens. Oh, I have a time here, so I could just replace it with T, and there we go. All right, so that'll be a tweet sent out live, and thank you all for coming to my 2 talks. Hope you stick around for my next one in 10 minutes.
I absolutely love that. That is great. That's my old style of debugging. I haven't had to compress code into anything that small in a long, long time. That was a lot of fun to watch in action. I hope everyone else enjoyed it nearly as much as I did. Oh, everyone wanted you to preserve the cat. There were a lot of calls in.
The cat's not going away. The cat is the necessary part.
Cats getting in the middle of your programming has become the story of COVID year. So we can understand how that's going. All right. Looking for questions and chat. That was a really fun presentation. I really enjoyed seeing the coding move like that, and I really love the outcome of it as well. Folks, if you have questions, go ahead and ask them. I tell you what, we'll take a quick break. I'm going to show you some commercials later this evening. We're going to raid, after we're done with all of our presentations, our Twitch channel is going to raid the NAIF Championships being put on by our friend Skillshot. So spread the word. At late at night, we'll all jump into Twitch and jump into the Skillshot stream. But for now, we're going to take a short break, and in 5 minutes, we'll be back with a new speaker, Ben Berg. Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, Ben will be back, but they'll be joined by a couple others. So stick with us. So that video is indeed for the NACE Championship being put on by Skillshot. Yeah, we'll jump to them to live stream, but we'll be doing things in our Discord tonight and got some fun party planning going on for this evening. We're going to have the Flashpoint tournament with Kevin Lansing, the designer of that great board game, at 7, and we'll also have our own events going on. So enjoy our Discord, enjoy the NACE stream tonight, and we'll be back in a few minutes with Catherine Ball, Ben Berg, and Michelle Menard. right, everybody. We've decided we're going to give that Ben Berg a tryout as a speaker today. So this will be their first time speaking, I swear. But I'm very happy to welcome all of our speakers. Catherine used to also be an Athens co-chapter president. And I think almost all of you know Michelle Menard from her previous appearances at Siege. And very glad to have her back. We missed her horribly last year. And the three of them are presenting on a topic I really think we need to discuss more in this industry, neurodivergence in the workplace. I think this is critical. It's something we need to recognize and can make much better workplaces for everyone. So I'm going to get out of the way and turn it over to these three wonderful people.
Thanks, Andrew. Okay. Yay, neurodivergence in the workspace. Yeah, so as Andrew said, I think this is something that we don't talk about ever, like almost as like a taboo type subject. And I'm not saying that I certainly have all the answers, and I'm pretty sure Catherine don't either, but someone needs to start the discussion. So hopefully we can do that here and just get it rolling. And even if we just, talk about things and don't even come up with solutions, that's okay. We can just get it rolling. So as Andrew said, we have Catherine Bin, and my name is Michelle. Do you guys want to just do a quick intro of yourself and also kind of like about neurodiversity and yourself?
All right. Sure. So I'm Catherine. I'm a graduate student at the University of Georgia, and I've been diagnosed with ADD since I was 5. My whole family has been diagnosed with ADD since before I was born, and so that's just normal for me. And so that's been my journey. It's finding out, wait a minute, I am different. What does that mean? But yeah.
Hello. I'm Ben. I was born. I was diagnosed with ADHD around the same time. I think when I was 5. A couple years later, in middle school, I was diagnosed with autism. And that's it.
And I come from a slightly different route. I always knew I was a little bit odd and different. I just kind of chalked it up to being odd and different. Like, obviously was into the quote, not girly interest type things ever in my entire life. I wasn't diagnosed with autism until I was 36. So quite a bit later. Would have been nice to know sooner. Made a lot of things in retrospect like, oh. So there's a lot of like, oh shit.
Yeah, I've had the same experience, except I have it about every 2 months. I'm like, wait, that's the ADD thing.
Yeah, that's the thing.
Oh yeah.
So it's never too late. Yay. So what is neurodiversity and neurodivergence? It's like a big word. It's got a lot of stuff, and it is not talking about a single thing. So here's just a cute graphic I stole off the interwebs. It is a whole bunch of different things, and some people can exhibit multiple ones at the same time, or just one. Some things like autism, dyslexia, OCD, anxiety, all these different things all fall under the umbrella of neurodivergence. I'm just going to a couple little slides first before I get going, just to provide background information. And when people talk about things like the spectrum, oftentimes the visual in people's heads, it's a line. And that, someone is like mildly or low functioning, or I hate that word, and then high functioning or severe and all those things. And they envision it as a linear line, and you just kind of move across the line one way or the other. And that is so absolutely not the case. The spectrum is really more like, one of those radial pie chart type things where you can put dots on certain areas. So you could be very vocal and have high speech capability, but, have absolutely horrific social ability. And they two do not, it's not like you have to have both because you're here like a line would be. It's all over the place. So just keep that in mind, that it is more of this pie charty radial type thing. And they can't, and these kinds of behaviors can, what's the word? Exhibit in different ways, like poor eye contact over here. Like, I don't meet people's eyeballs. I've gotten very good at staring people's nose or right here. I'm not looking at your eyes ever, trust me. Anxiety, social difficulty, noise sensitivity, just like having like constant little noises, just loud noises, being extremely obnoxious and can't deal with it. Aggression, obviously bad. We don't want to probably work with people who are overly aggressive, but all these other ones are things that shouldn't be a problem to accommodate in a workspace type environment. And oftentimes they're not accommodated. And these kinds of behaviors are often screened out during the interview process, which is very annoying. Which comes to this slide. And Catherine, Ben, please just interrupt if you want to interject.
Well, yeah, and I was gonna jump in like with ADD as well. A lot of people are like, oh, well, that's just they can't pay attention. Oh, they can't. No, it's a lot more than that. Like the big problem for me is getting motivated to go do stuff, and so it's not so much that I can't focus on something. It's just more like well, I do really enjoy playing my games, but that's a lot of effort. And so trying to get that up there to even stuff I enjoy, but especially things I don't, like the activation for most people's here, but mine's way up here. If you can see my little icon on there. But yeah, it's just like autism. It's in the DSM, the diagnostic something manual for the disorders. It's listed as 3 different kind of types, and it's more of a hodgepodge of different problems and symptoms. And the more I read about it from other people, it's like, wait, we really shouldn't be categorized as the same disorder, because there's just so many different ways to handle it. So you just have to look at your own stuff.
Yeah. Going back just a moment to the previous label with the slider between like high and low functioning. Those labels are problematic because it reduces a person's value to whether or not they can produce value in a capitalist society.
Mm-hmm. Yep, it's very true. All right. So I found this slide and these data points for the UK. I wasn't able to truly find a lot of good data in the US. Surprise, surprise. We rock the mental health thing. And so you just take with a grain of salt, this is the UK data, but it's most likely very similar everywhere, that about 10% of the population there is neurodivergent in one of these various different ways. And this one was specifically about autism, and that 16% of autistic adults are employed full-time. Good. But 73% of them are not, and they want to be. That is a huge discrepancy. And, it's only a small number of people who do have such a severe case and representations that they do struggle to have a full-time job. But there are all these other people who want to work and they want to be out there doing things, doing what they love, being just having something in their life that can be meaning, and being out there with the normies. That's a problem. This is the problem right here. You've got 73% of these people who want to work and they are being screened out of the process and not giving the chance. So we put together a couple of different talking points of things we can discuss and go over. I don't have a preference for what order people might want to go in. If you guys out in Chatland have a preference or want to talk about something, you can message directly in the chat in YouTube's. Or if you actually want to get involved and talk too, we can pull you in to the Discord chattiness, and you can actually talk live if you so desire. So I think Andrew said he was going to manage that, because I am sucky at the Discords. Oh my God. Getting this just working this morning was horrifically bad.
I'll manage it as best I can.
Cool. Let me see if I can switch back out of this without breaking everything. Is everything still okay? Yay. Silence means yes. All right. Do you guys want me to leave the slide up, or do you want me to take it down?
Either way, I can pull
We
it up.
can leave it up for now and just start talking a little as questions come in.
Yeah, and gives Chatland a reference for stuff we were thinking about.
Okay, cool. And then if someone can monitor Chatland for questions, that would be awesome, because I have on a single monitor and I can't keep them all up at the same time. So yeah. Awesome. Thank you. Woo. So I guess something we could start off with is this whole idea of, even starting with this idea of diagnoses. We've all been formally diagnosed in one way or another, but a lot of people are not. Some people might suspect that they are and don't, and that's, and then never actually get the formal thing. That doesn't bother me. I think that's totally fine. But what I've seen, at least in some places, that if you don't have the formal diagnoses, that a lot of workplaces are less accommodating, because they actually need that stupid piece of paper to be like, well, I don't want to do anything for you, because you could just be making this up because you want special treatment or something.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Oh no. Well, in that vein too, for me, like I said, I was diagnosed when I was 5, and I've never had academic. I can't think of the right word right now, but I've never had accommodations for that, and it's more so because I was stubborn, and it only made me work twice as hard. I should have taken advantage of those, and I don't feel like it would have been. It wouldn't have said anything less about what I did, but I felt like I had friends who were like, yeah, I can go stay the night before, we'll be good. I could just, wing it. I'm like, no. I have to read this page like 6 times to get that same information. And if I had one of the big accommodations for ADD is having additional time on tests. And so, that would have been really nice, even though I still did very well in school.
I have a twin brother who got a lot of extended time on a whole bunch of different things, and I was always like, "No, I don't need that. I don't. I'm not going to take advantage of that." Which you're in a school system that like gives you a benefit. Why wouldn't you take it? You don't have anything to prove. You can just if you can do better. Then accept help. That's true as much in school as it is in everything else in real life. I only did as well as I did with Pushmo, for example, because I accepted help from people.
Exactly. And I was getting the PowerPoint pulled back up.
We don't know what happened to Michelle, but we're bringing in Wonder Jay, who's one of our mods, who wanted to give some input as well. And I really appreciate y'all doing this. It's always been interesting for me that people would always say that my friends were weird, which always insulted me because that meant I wasn't the weird one.
It looks like she's back in general, so you could drive her in.
Bring her on and back into this chat.
Yeah, exactly. Like you just said, like with the weird part, I've never thought about that, but then, you go out and interact with the neurotypicals, and it's like, wait, that's not, you mean you guys don't hold 6 conversations at once? That's not normal? Hold on.
There are so many instances of that I could point to. Welcome back.
I'm back. I have no idea what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll try again. Yeah, Discord decided it wanted to install updates and kick me out.
Oh, of course.
Of course it did. All right, let's see. All right, let's get back to this present thing. Oh my god. I swear I work in technology. Okay.
Yeah, so we were just going off of what you'd said right before you left, which was
taking advantage.
Yeah, taking advantage of accommodations you can actually utilize if you go through the formal process. For me, it was with my school that I just didn't use because I was stubborn, and that was stupid.
Well, yeah, and I definitely remember when I used to teach colleges online. I would, part of the training was like, oh, certain students are allowed certain accommodations based on, huge different criteria, and you got training to make sure you did it. I was surprised by how many students didn't then take advantage of it, because I was told which students had it and what they could use, and then they didn't. Like, it's not. I mean, it's not, and then no one else has to know about it, especially it's an online course. No one knows if you got an extra 2 hours on this exam or not. Like,
yeah,
you're gonna laugh. Me and Catherine were talking about how we didn't take advantage in school.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, I still, from high school, I was still valedictorian, but I probably could have done half of the amount of work to still get there. But
yeah, and I guess like when I. Oh my God, yes.
I'm sorry,
Yes.
I did not have my voice on for the live stream. So I was reading Ryan Klein's question. I imagine some of you have started working from home recently. Do you think more flexibility on work location and hours help all folks?
Yeah.
Yes. Go ahead, Michelle.
I mean, yeah, just, in general, being able to set your own hours to some extent. I know at Oxide, we've been at home since March. So yay, it's been it's been better than we all expected. Like there's been a little itty bitty dips in productivity, but overall people have been doing great. But we've been very, very cognizant. Like a lot of us have families and stuff, and like things come up. Kids got a Zoom call that has to be managed, and we're always trying to be very cognizant. Like if someone needs to push their hours and work at night, they're working at night. Whatever. Just if you've got an important meeting, try to be there. Even if the kid's crying in the background, it is what it is. Who cares? Just try to do the best you can with what you have, and like everyone's trying to be very gracious about it, which is good. I've heard horror stories from other companies that are not doing this, but I think that's on those companies' management and leadership teams to then try to do a better job, and a lot of that is company culture driven.
Jay,
Yeah,
I'd love to
and
hear some
I
of
agree
your
with that
thoughts
too.
on workplace accommodations. What you think works, what you think doesn't work. Wonder Jay, by the way, is one of our mods. So if you've been booted and banned, he's the guy. No, he's the one helping make sure the chat runs smoothly.
Did you ask me a question?
What are your thoughts on workplace accommodations? What do you think helps the most?
Well, I actually, lucky for me, I have a job coach that kind of helps. I grew up with Tourette's and Asperger's, which they don't call it that anymore. I think it's just somewhere on the spectrum now, is what they say. But I'm considered one of the high function ones, if you will, because I've always. But the accommodations that I've learned was like I was always like I think Catherine said, just nervous to really just ask for that accommodations. I kind of have an advocate, I guess, if you will. But what's been encouraging for me is my job really loves me. And they're like, hey, I really want you to do better. We're trying to help you find ways to do better. I have trouble a lot of time spelling. So having those accommodations where they are willing to help out with you, they actually have helped me in the long run. So there is advantages, a lot of advantages of having that. And just being willing to speak up is the thing. So my job has really gave me that ability to finally say, hey, yes, I definitely need help. I didn't realize this. And I use to type in my notes because I work in a call center. Instead of just typing them, on your phone, you have that text to speech thing. Mm-hmm. There's also one for the computer. And so I've been using that, and it's made my notes so much better, and it flows better. So having and taking the time to step up and just say, hey, just having confidence. I admit I'm not the best at confidence at times, but I've gotten better over the years. I'm in my 30s now, and just learning what I have and trying to learn ways to what helps me is the things that I wanted to learn and what can help others and everything. And I've always been one for that. So it's really cool that when I saw y'all were talking about that, I was like, there's something I'm passionate about. What do I do?
Yeah, and like Michelle was saying, in terms of working from home, that's been great as well. But also, I need structure, and that's been incredibly hard to do on my own, as I've learned. Because I've always had, go into work. That's like you get in that work mode, and I'm good, and there's not as many distractions, and I have every distraction here. That's not good.
I'm there with you on that.
Yeah.
I cannot do it. I'm very ADD, and it's just when I was at home working from home, I was distracted so much. But luckily, they have it safe. There's not a lot of us there at the office, but it's just been. There is some advantage at working at home. I think I could do it now for what I know what I have to do, but I feel you on that one.
Yeah.
For me,
No, go ahead.
for me, I have my desktop PC right next to my working PC, and the difference between having them both on versus only having the work PC on just makes it so much easier to be productive.
Exactly. And That's what I was going to say. I finally got a desk, which sounds silly, but again, when we were going in, I didn't need one. I have such a small space, as you can see. That's my bed. And so just having that small space like helped so much. Not only because, I have an actual setup, but when I sit down in this chair, it's like, this is work. And so that helps a lot.
We're getting a lot of great input in the chat as well. I'd love to get some of the feedback on this. First, Ryan followed up and said, I have a friend on the spectrum who also has trouble with spelling. Glad to hear your workplace is helping you with that. We've been talking about the confidence part. Shadow Hope Art says, I know that my perspective on not taking accommodations is a feeling that I won't have those accommodations out at a real job. So getting used to them would be a bad idea. So I think you've been talking about that already, but I'd love some more emphasis to that because we have employers in chat. What can be done to make the workplace more accepting and accommodating?
Yeah. And that is definitely on the management and leadership side to do that. From what I've seen, I've worked at a lot of different companies. It's not that they don't want to provide accommodations, it's that they literally don't even think about it. It's so foreign to them to even think that this isn't going to work for you. It works for everybody else. Well, what's the problem? And if you don't bring it up, it's not that they're trying to be malicious. They literally don't know. So yeah, and unfortunately, someone has to have that confidence and then talk to the manager and be like, well, can we do something about this? It's kind of thing about like 10 years ago with the ergonomic movement. Like when that first started happening, it was like, I have to buy you a new desk and a new chair and a new keyboard. What? But then now it's like, accepted. Like, yeah, what ergonomic keyboard do you want? Because we don't want you to get carpal tunnel and have your wrist fall off. So we unfortunately have to be the first step to bring it to many people's attention. And basically start educating them that there are certain things they can do to make life easier and better. And like never, ever, ever go back to goddamn open floor space because I worked in one of those places and I wanted to murder everybody by the end of the day. Oh my God, the worst thing ever. Just like, why are there 60 people in this room all talking? There's noise and distractions and things everywhere. And I just want to like die into the corner and roll up in a ball. And like, I have actually at one point curled up under my desk and I was like, I'm going to go sit under here for a while. I don't want to be in this space anymore. Like the idea that the physical space can be just like too much and damaging and horrific just doesn't, they're like, oh, well, it's great because it fosters communication. You're like, what does it foster communication? I'm fostering this.
I need my own space. I need quiet. I need, if you want to come in, send me a message. We're good.
Yeah.
Yeah, I work in cubicles at my job. I used to work in cubicles. That was many months ago. And most of the time it's fine. But there's a couple times where there'll just be people in the earshot and I absolutely cannot focus on anything else. Sometimes it's just inability to focus. But other times it's kind of like a dagger and it's like hurting my ears and there's not like a good explanation as to why. It's just kind of sensitivity to that kind of stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And unfortunately for me, like I can throw on headphones and I'll be good because I control that sound. And that's kind of what I've realized is it's that as far as sound goes, it's a control thing. So I can turn it up, I can turn it down, I can pause it, I can do whatever. But I can't if someone's over there scratching, as they're writing. And I know they can't help it. They need to write, but it's still driving me up a wall. Like I can't, what do I do?
Yeah.
Yeah, great stuff. We have another question. And actually, first of all, as an employer and a coworker, one thing that always bothers me is when someone clearly has issues and is not finding accommodations and just trying to bull through it. I noticed this way back in the White Wolf days. I didn't really place them on the spectrum. Now I've got better knowledge, but seeing one of the coworkers just try and force through what was clearly an issue just made everything more difficult for everyone. Or if they just sought accommodations, it would have been a much better situation for all of us. So we have a question from Artisan JPEG. What could a teacher say or do to encourage you to take advantage of help?
I would think the best thing to do would just be upfront about it. Just take them aside and say, "Hey, you have this thing available to you. Maybe you feel like you're too proud to use it, but it's always nice to be able to accept help when you're given. So really think about if you want to take it."
Yeah, and unfortunately, I do think it is on the teacher and the employer to sometimes make that first step and be upfront about it, like you say, just like, "Hey, it's here for you to use. I'm okay with this. Would you like to use it? It's your choice." But then, yeah, because then if you present it to them, I guess or to us in that manner, then it's hopefully they'll then take advantage of it because it's you don't then have to be the first person to make that step. It's being brought to you, which can sometimes make it easier.
Yeah, just a quick addition. That's will be the best answer to a lot of things. Is just being clear and direct.
Yeah. All right,
Agree 100%.
And it's like Andrew said, like he was noticing people that were struggling, and sometimes you don't even like. You do realize you're struggling, but then you're caught in the struggle loop, and you can't break out of it. And if someone's like, "Hey, what's going on? How can we help?"
Yeah.
Like, it goes a long way.
Well, let's explore a little bit more of the student to employment process. So, for instance, when I first started teaching game development, I had a student bring to me one of the accommodation forms saying they needed extra time in tests. And I said, "That's great, but we don't take tests in this class. Do you need any other kind of accommodations making games?" And the student didn't know what they needed, but obviously there were going to be issues working in teams, needed to figure out ways to work more effectively with teams. So let's talk about that. I mean, in the workplace, what you need isn't more time taking tests. It's a variety of other processes that involve how you interact with people, customers, the company, and so forth. You have in your list about the hiring process. So let's talk about that. You've made it through school. What do you need to be successful working with groups in your school? And then what do you need to get hired? And then what should you do once you are working?
So I think a lot of it also depends on where the individual struggles, and that can then inform how the accommodations can work. I know when we do stuff, we tend to do a lot of things in meetings, which is very stressful for a lot of people because then they feel like they have to say something and then they don't want to say something. And then their ideas are never heard because there's a bunch of like alpha dogs in the room and they're all like discussing stuff and they're just like, which is then very, very off-putting. So what I've been trying to do, like as a manager at the company, is have people be able to write stuff in on their own and then send it directly and then not have to actually participate in those voiced meetings. And like sometimes they'll just do it in a chat. Sometimes they'll actually do it in the chat meeting, but then not forcing them to use a medium that they're not comfortable with, like talking. Because it's fine. We can then read your text, or even if you want to say it anonymously, we can still bring your idea forward. And it's then you don't have to be into that uncomfortable situation and you can still participate in a way that you feel able to. And I'm fine doing that. I would hope other managers are fine doing that. But yeah, it was one of those things where they didn't ask for it. Again, and a lot of it was more of like hey, I noticed you're not participating. Did you want to say something? Or are you just listening? And then it wasn't until I asked them, they're like, well, I kind of, and then it all kind of came out. So again, it's about that. So oftentimes having to make the first step.
Yeah. That made me laugh because that's me. I don't. I didn't even realize that I was like just personal revelation there during my lab meetings. But yeah, I would often just email my professor before it's like, hey, we should do this, and then he'll bring it up during those meetings. Himself, and that's helped a whole lot.
Right, so a lot of it is like thinking about other ways of doing processes, especially if you notice that you're leaving out people in general. Like if there's a group of people that are constantly not participating, that should be a key that something's not working with this process. But then also that has the same problem of like changing processes constantly then drives people bonkers because you've disrupted the structure. I know it drives me bonkers.
Well, Let's talk about the interview itself, because
Yeah.
I know for a lot of people on the spectrum, there's a fear that if they bring up the topic, it will be held against them. And of course, we really know that any game studio that is not interacting with people on the spectrum is handicapping itself. I use handicap very purposefully there. Obviously, folks on the spectrum have been great employees at many studios. But what should someone do when they go into the interview?
I actually wouldn't mind it being brought up by the interview at all. Like, I personally, as a hirer, would not hold it against them, but I have heard that before. They felt like they had to hide it. Because they felt like, then, yeah, as you said, like, they wouldn't hire them just because of that label. Whereas, like, when I was hiring for my systems designer position, like, I had made them say that they were OCD. I'm like, good. That's a good thing. I want an OCD person in this position. I need someone like that for this job. Thank you for saying that. So I mean, I can only speak for like where I'm working now, some of the places, but I can definitely see that at certain company cultures, bringing that up in the interview though would most likely be taken as a detriment. But then at the same time, if that's their culture, maybe you don't want to work there.
Yeah.
Because if they're in the interview, if they're turned off by that, think about working with those people then too. I would be an advocate for bringing it up and not just blurting it out, like, you know, hey, by the way, but you know, if it came up, it's kind of natural.
Well, you know, sometimes I just have to introduce myself that way.
Go on.
Go ahead. You can go
I
ahead.
was just going to add that for me personally, I prefer doing interviews over the phone versus in person, just because that way I don't have to worry about like maintaining eye contact or facial expressions or anything.
We actually had a quick little like meeting last week, I think, at the office, specifically about like, you know, were we being overly harsh in interviews about some of these kinds of more Asperger-y type traits, like, you know, the nervousness or kind of like fidgetiness, and like, you know, someone brought up eye contact, and like, you know, a few of the interviews were wondering, or like starting to notice, like, you know, they were holding that against them in the interview process, saying like, oh, they're going to be like uncomfortable to talk to. I didn't really enjoy it. And then one of our founders brought up, he's like, but you know, those are all Asperger's traits. We can't not hire someone because they have Asperger's, and so we need to stop doing that. I was like, very happy. So I think a lot of it is driven by that kind of company culture, though. So, and if it's not there where you're working, it could be a good thing to start bringing it up, like, hey, or talk to HR if you're not comfortable talking to your lead about, like, how are we doing this? And if you are interviewing, I mean, like, yeah, like I do the trick. I don't stare at your eyeballs. I look here. And
Yeah.
You don't stare at eyeballs?
Yeah.
oh God, no. No, never. I will never look you in the eye ever.
Yeah.
I was always taught to, and
Yeah.
whenever I did the interview of the job I got now, I did look away a couple times because it's just more of a nervous trait, if you will. I didn't explain all my stuff right away, but as we gone on with conversation and everything, and they kind of got the feel that I was, but they were like, I wouldn't have known until you mentioned it, but it's not a big deal.
Yeah. And I know, like, what I try to do in some of my interviews is just get the person, especially when they look very, very nervous, just even if, you know, they're nervous, get them talking about something they like, even if it's not really directly related, because then they tend to loosen up, and then maybe you'll even hit on a special interest type thing, and then really see that person open up, and then you'll get at least for me, a much better idea of like, how would it be to interact with this person, regardless.
And that's what mine did, was exactly what you just said, and it helped.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I'm still in academia, but I know I didn't really have an interview necessarily with my professor because I work in his lab, but it was more like I found him. I was like, hey, you're doing some cool stuff, and then like later on, like as we were going down to do different trips and stuff, that's when I'm opened up more to him about this. He's like, oh, that makes so much more sense. And then we started, like, I was able to work a lot better with him because he knew that no, I'm not avoiding your email. It got buried. I saw it, and there wasn't that snooze option yet, and I just forgot about it. Like, just come poke me again, like, please.
Yeah, I feel like that answer of being upfront about it is usually almost the right thing to do, always. Same thing with, like, you know, sending me a wall of text. I'm not going to read the wall of text. Send me a pretty picture. I'll look at the pretty picture. I much prefer visuals. And, you know, I would be happy to accommodate employees if they said that too. Like, you know, can you do this more in visuals than text? That would be good to know because I want them as an employee to be working at their best capacity. And if they don't say how they want to process the information, I can't guess that. So unfortunately, a lot of it does come into the idea that, you know, you have to work on being more confident in bringing up what you need to your employer.
A series of good questions from Puzzles by Joe.
That's what I was about to say.
Hi, Joe!
Do you wrestle with how much you should try to adapt versus how much your employers / coworkers should adapt? For example, let's taking the blurting behavior. Some people on the spectrum exhibit the blurting behavior. Should they work on that at all? Or should the coworkers learn to understand and tolerate that behavior, or a mix of the two?
I tend to try to do a mix of the two. I don't think it's fair for either side to insist that it has to be exactly their way. There usually is something that both sides can do. I have worked with coworkers like that as well before. And yeah, and at some point, yeah, it's going to happen. You need to just deal with it. And I know some people would like take walks around the building and solve, like the guy I'm thinking in particular, he knew when it was about to start becoming more uncontrollable. And so he would actually just go for a walk for 5 minutes and everyone understood like, he's going for his walk, just leave him alone and it's fine. And if it still happens, you don't give him shit about it and you don't talk crap about it. Mm-hmm. I mean, you wouldn't do the same thing again, replace that word with some other thing like so-and-so is a girl, fuck her. I mean, you wouldn't say that. So it's just, you know, I think it's just learning to be a bit more accepting that people aren't like you in general.
Yeah. But, yeah. And for, like I said, for me, my whole family's ADD. So like interrupting each other, like that's just normal. Like that's not rude. That's just what we do. It's like, oh wait, no, let's jump on this. And then we'll like redirect the conversation. But I also have recognized not everyone's is that way. I don't see that as rude, but I know other people do, and I feel like I should work with that. And I will always slip up with that. I can't help it; it just happens. But I do actively try to work on it because I want to hear everybody else has to say, and not just the Catherine show. But
yeah, because I'm also very bad at that in meetings. Like especially now that we're remote and you can't see when someone's about to start talking. I will definitely jump on top of people. So I've actually had to start like writing stuff down physically before I say shit, because then that at least gets it down. I don't have to then fucking blurt it out in front of somebody and then wait for like that lull, and then can say it. And the actual physical act of writing it down first helps the need to be like, ah! I mean, but it still happens.
Yeah. Or like right now, I have my little stress ball I'm sitting here playing with, so I just say stop.
Yeah.
I kind of have the opposite, where a lot of the times I'll just keep waiting and waiting for like an opening to feel like it's my turn to speak, and that might lead to just the conversation moving on past that without ever getting a chance.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and again, it's hard with the remote, but I feel like at some point too, then the moderator for the meeting should also make sure that before moving on to a new topic that everyone's had a chance to weigh in, especially if you know in certain groups of people that there tend to be the alpha contributors, and if everyone else isn't saying anything, that would be a good clue then to be like, cool, good discussion. Is there any other comments from this side of the room? Thank you. Stop talking, please. But yeah, and then that's unfortunately on them to do that.
And I'll jump in and say that we as game designers need to take a clue from our initiative systems where everyone has to declare an action. I have found this invaluable in games. Go around the table, everyone declares their action. I found it invaluable in meetings. Everyone declares something about the issue we're discussing right now. Yeah, everyone's coming on the spot. Now, Smur notes that public speaking is actually there in the most common fears. Is that an additional issue for you, Catherine, with the stress ball?
Yes. I'm that weird combination of, like Ben was saying, I will wait, especially if I took my meds. I intentionally didn't this time, so you guys are welcome. You're getting full ADD. I thought it might be good. But I'm not very big on talking in public spaces, and in fact, this like terrified me last night. And I was like, but why? Like, It's not scary. They're just talking about something that you deeply care about and trying to get that message out there. Like, just be you, and show what that is. Yeah.
Yeah, and I know with me, only got more comfortable doing public speaking the more I did it, and then I did a lot of theater in college, and that actually helped a lot, because then it's this idea that you're playing a role in a different person. It's not you, so if you say something stupid, it wasn't you, it was the character. And then even at that point, like, you know, I do know that when I go into like public speaker mode, even sometimes like manager mode, I am actually playing certain characters even still. Like, I'm now manager Michelle, and then I go back to being more like worker bee person afterwards. But it is definitely like put on hat, like literal physical thing, and then like have memorized specific lines and words to say, phrases to use. Like, not even joking.
Yeah.
This is what manager does. Because otherwise, and it's the don't know.
Yeah, I generally feel like I'm more of a laid back person, but like you said, going into like I'm the lead person on a big project in our lab, and at one time I did have a team. So I did have to go in and be like, all right, we need to do this, this, and this, whereas I normally would have just been like, all right, guys, what are you up to? Like, fill me in. But like I said, no, it's like putting on a role, and that helps a lot to look at it kind of that way, for sure.
Yeah.
Does our mod have anything to add, Wonder J?
I haven't done any public speaking in a long time. This is probably the first time in a very, very long
You're
time.
a live streamer.
That doesn't
It's not
count.
the same thing.
Dang it! He ratted me out. He ratted me out. No, I'm being silly. No, it's a lot of fun. And I think streaming has really helped me in the long run. I got to get back to doing it more. I would love to be able to somehow get in the gaming industry some way, but it's been difficult for me because I'm like not. I guess I'm like that confidence that we were talking about. There's some of that with that and everything, but I love getting to interact with people that are in the chat and everything. I get goofy sometimes. Andrew can attest to that. Just being silly, just being myself, and it's a lot of fun. And I get called Derp and stuff. My nickname is the Bat Derp, but if you'll see my avatar, you'll see why. Everybody's like, that's Batman. I said, no, you got to get it right. It's a Bat Derp. Batman is already taken. And it's not Robert Pattinson. No, I'm just kidding.
Ben, you said they're not the same. Would love your input on that.
It's absolutely not the same, because with streaming, you're just like doing the thing, your own thing, whatever it is, gaming or development, and maybe you're talking, being active a bit more, chatting with people, but there's no faces there. You don't have to. You can just pretend like the audience is like a faceless amalgam that you don't have to worry about. With public speaking, it's like a lot more. You're speaking at people, I would say, and so it's a bit of terrifying, but also I like having attention on me. So it's like, what do you do about that?
Yes. I have my small group I like to give me attention. Not everybody else has too much.
Yeah, and with streaming, generally you're going to be closer to the group, because it'll be usually the same people turning out again and again, so you'll feel closer to them. Versus with public speaking, even if it's an audience with a bunch of people you know, there'll still be a bunch more people you won't know.
That's true.
Well, just remember that there are more than 40 people watching you right now, so.
Oh, man.
All right, we've got one more minute, and then their next presentation actually kind of grows nicely out of this. Elisa Lewis will be presenting on growing your creative business in good times and bad. So I'm going to throw out a topic, but I'd like each of you to close with whatever thought you want to. what are the things you should look out for in the workplace that let you know that it'll either be a good one or a bad one for you? Wonder J, you can either take that question or just say whatever you want as we close out this session.
Oh, you picked me first. One of the things that I know, if I know it's going to be a bad one, which I've had so many jobs in my past. There was one where I could tell, even for me, that they were kind of taking advantage of my skills and making me do things, but I wasn't getting the proper feedback, and I need that. I need accountability to help me get better myself. When I know that it's not working out, and I could see that it's not something that I would be more passionate about to stick with, if that makes sense, because I'm not getting the help that I need. I know that it's not for me, if that makes sense.
Makes sense.
I'm good.
Yeah.
So I would say, I guess it's something. First, you could just ask them like directly about it, which I haven't done in the past, and I haven't had to job search in a while because I've been at the same location for a while. But if you don't want to ask them directly, then it's something you would have to kind of figure out based on. You could like weasel around it by like asking about their culture and try and figure it out from there.
And that's kind of what I was going to say is I don't have anything directly, but you have a group of people out there like ADD doesn't exist. Like there's books written about it, and that's if that ever came up, that would be a big red flag for me. But I haven't really run into that kind of thing personally.
What do they mean it doesn't exist?
Yeah,
You just made it up.
yeah. Well, part of it is because all these kids are super hyper. Like that's not ADD. That's just kids being kids. Well, yeah, for most of them.
Yeah, culture is definitely important. And something I also like to look for is just general diversity in the workplace. Like if it's 99 white dudes that are all single, that's probably a bad sign because they're just hiring people who are like fitting a very specific little mold.
Yeah.
Whereas even when you're interviewing or meeting the team, if there's a wide variety of people, race, gender, orientation, all that stuff, then that's a pretty good indicator that it's a workforce is willing to celebrate diversity and want to work with diversity, and they'll be much more accommodating than also with you need something a little bit different.
We're looking for programmer rock stars.
And especially like in games, I didn't anywhere, but I in games, especially like getting that input from all those different perspectives, I think is great because then you get the stuff out there for everybody, not just like you said, single 20s white dude.
And we love our single 20-year-old white dudes. Like they're great employees, but they're also
yeah, exactly.
Not to knock the single 20 dude. Yeah. And the only other thing I wanted to bring up before you leave is that if you are a manager or lead and you don't know much about this and you want to know more, this is a great book. Sorry if it's backwards, to check out. It's called Divergent Mind. You can pick it up at your library. It is a wonderful overview of like just the neurodivergence landscape. And it's not very long, won't take very long to get through. And it pretty much runs through all the different kinds of documented types and just gives you a very good breakdown for like what it is, how it can represent, and then it can be a good starting off point for like figuring out what you can do as an employee.
Ooh. And to plug it a little better, it's in a 3 for 2 sale on Amazon.
Nice.
Let me buy 3 of them.
Well, it's a bunch of other stuff, but yeah.
Send them to friends. Do any of you else have anything to plug?
Wonder Jay, what's your stream? You said you streamed.
Yeah.
I'm in a transition because I might start streaming on YouTube because it's. I shouldn't say that. We're on Twitch. What's wrong with me? I'm just kidding. Or both. I'm thinking about getting back into more content creating a little bit. So making videos and stuff again. But I'm in the pondering stage and brainstorming again.
I'm a very liar. I forgot.
I'm Wonder J 786 on Twitch and also YouTube. There you go.
Cool. If you're a programmer, we're hiring. We have like 6 open programming positions.
Who is
on our
we?
website. Oxide Games, we're in Maryland. Sorry,
I
Georgia.
I don't know how to program, but I can learn hands on.
And if you missed it from the last hour, I just finished my game Pushermo, which is out on itch for $5. Push blocks. Shoot, I don't remember. Push blocks, form clears, or die trying.
Yeah,
There you
and
go.
all the proceeds go to the
Autistic self-advocacy.
There you
Network.
go. I forget the middle part.
They have their own
Awesome.
event this weekend that I want to check out.
All right, great
Cool.
session. Thank you all. You all are going to be in the Discord chat, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
except I have to go to another session, so I'll be here for about 2 minutes.
Oh,
I
that's
guess
right.
so.
Hope you guys signed up for Michelle's VBAing and Excel workshop. All right, thank you all. And Elisa Lewis will be next to talk about growing your creative workplace in good times and bad. Thank you all very much.
Thanks, guys.
Okay, everybody, we've had a good day so far of great presentations. Some of you, like me, might have been sitting for far too long, so we got these exercise videos from the Northside Esports team, made them for the GGDA. We much appreciate it. So check out these exercises. I think they're great, and courtesy of Most Uniquest, this time they should not be sideways. Watch, I'll be wrong, and I'll have to go grab the right video. So let's check them out.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez.
And I did indeed grab the wrong video. So let's grab the right video. And here we go.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions.
I really like these exercises. Seriously, try them out. Let's do another one.
This is Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking forearm stretches for esports athletes. The first, arm straight out in front of you. Pull the wrist back towards you to achieve a moderate intensity stretch. Hold for 30 seconds. You will turn the hand over. 30 seconds here, also moderate intensity. You'll bring the elbow to your side. Pull the hand back towards the wrist. 30-second hold at moderate intensity. And the last stretch will be turning the fingers towards the ground. 30-second intensity here. Complete 4 repetitions of all of these, and that's a great stretch for your forearms.
Okay, let's try a chest stretch.
I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes, esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec, hold for 30 seconds, and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame, turn away from the door frame, achieve a moderate intensity stretch, and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes.
Hi, I'm Lauren Cisnelli, your sports dietitian. Some athletes like to use caffeine to support their performance, and for some people this can have good benefits. If you want to try caffeine, start using it during practice before you get to competition, and start with something like a cup of coffee, green tea, or black tea. This is going to contain about 100 milligrams of caffeine. For some people, caffeine in general, or too much caffeine, can have detrimental impacts on their performance. So we want to make sure that we're sticking with a small amount of caffeine and we're trying it out during practice first.
Okay, while we get our next session lined up, check out this preview of tonight's keynote from Aaron Hoffman-John.
What does it mean to live in the information age? It's one of those things we accept without often examining. Information isn't just a fact or a piece of knowledge. It's how and when and why it is conveyed. This was true even in the early history of what information was to our species, which arguably was our core distinguishing characteristic, our ability to communicate information through language, especially across generations. Consider then that the internet has been called the most significant invention since the printing press. The internet is such a profound part of our daily lives that it's easy to forget just how much it has changed and in how short of a time. In the blink of an eye, in less than half a generation, we have become a radically, globally enmeshed society. There is a future coming where we use the incredible processing power we now have access to create layers of organization and scaffolding that bring us back together. You might be wondering what all this has to do with video games, and the answer is, of course, a lot. The answer lives inside another question. Are games art, or are they technology? A video game is made out of logic. It simulates a kind of reality, even if that reality is not the one we live in. It is immersive, but it is also built to persuade and to beguile. But the atoms it fundamentally manipulates are information atoms, as is the case with all art. The result of true art is also the creation of meaning. Video games are special because they represent an experiential art form that understands technology. Hearts and minds are changed not from facts, but from art. Games, therefore, have an obligation to be a critical bridge, creating meaning from technology. Clearly, the absence of that meaning is not only creating fear of technology, but it's now pulling apart the very fabric that connects our society. We can make a difference against that problem because of our fluency with technology, and because of our fearlessness as creators of art. For makers of art, and especially makers of art who wield technology, I think it's important to stare as clearly as we possibly can at these dynamics, and to work hard to thoughtfully describe what we see happening in society. We ourselves are makers of mirrors, because art reflects back what it sees in society. If we can do that deliberately, we have a potentially tremendous healing power to bring to bear against our current social crises. We have the opportunity to guide humanity toward a new value set capable of meeting the challenge of the coming generation.
Hey everyone, thank you for joining us for our 2 o'clock presentation. It's been a great morning already. Really happy to have so many of you out there watching today. This is a returning veteran Siege speaker. Lisa Lewis has given us great presentations, helped a lot of you get into the industry. I shouldn't say the industry. She supports multiple industries. So Lisa Lewis with My Animation Life has worked on great projects, but she's been even more instrumental in helping out others within these careers. So I'm going to get out of the way and turning it on over to Elisa. Elisa, take it away.
Thank you so much, Andrew. I greatly appreciate that. As Andrew said, my name is Elisa A. Lewis, and I am here to talk to you about growing your business in 2020. I know this year seemed like a disaster, but so many people have become millionaires, and even a few people have become billionaires during this time. And I, for one, have definitely increased my revenue in my business during this whole pandemic. I hope that you are physically well, and I hope your business is doing well as well. But if not, I would like to give you some tips that can really help you jumpstart at least the last quarter of the year. So I'm going to share my screen with you, and I'm going to share a few slides. Let me go ahead and hit that button.
All right, take it away.
Awesome. So I'm going to share my screen with you and share a few tips on how you can grow your business in 2020. If you have any questions at all, please stop me and I'll answer them. All right. I'm going to share my screen. Let me hit the button. Right. Can you see my screen? Okay, perfect. Okay, grow your business in good times and bad. And when I mean bad, I mean right now. Yay! So even when things are well, you should continue using these practices because they can only help you improve more and more. So if you haven't started any of these things yet, it's not too late because they will work in global times like this. My name is Elise A. Lewis, and I'm most noted for working on FX's series Archer. I worked on over 75 episodes and promos. I've also worked on other series like 30 Rock, which is a live-action show but needed animation. Most recently, I worked on the guy who makes Dirty Jobs. He has a new show coming out, and I worked on his series. I've also worked with Georgia Public Broadcasting, with Animation Domination, Apple, MTV, and I have some commercials and some government contracting work and all of that under my belt as well. So if you are ever in need of animation services, please let me know. I run an animation creative services organization called My Animation Life, and we help people who are looking to create animations get those started. And I also am on the board of directors of ASIPA South. And if you've never heard of ASIPA, they're an international organization that has over 48 chapters around the world. And ASIPA South is the largest animation society in the southeastern United States. I'm also a judge for the Emmy Awards. So if you need any assistance with how to make your film more award-winning or more likely to win an award, let me know about that as well. And I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I've been in the animation industry for a little over 14 years. So now with that introduction out of the way, let's get started. We're going to talk about three things: connectivity, sales, and magnetizing. And I know that a lot of you, especially in the creative field, have not gone to business school or haven't gone to like a special finance school or anything like that. I don't want you to worry. We're not going to talk about things that are very technical, okay? So the first thing we're going to talk about is connectivity. And when we're talking about connecting, we're really talking about getting people to feel like they're making a strong union with others. Right now, during this pandemic, people are separated. We are physically separated, and even when we're in the same room, we have to be 6 feet apart, and it's very trying on individuals. And you'll find that people have this deep desire to be close to one another. And even though we can't do that physically, you can do that with your business digitally. So if you can find ways to make people feel like they are close to each other, then that's going to help you significantly. I have some examples of stories with people who have done this, and I want to share one of them with you. And it's a group that I joined, and it was a ladies entrepreneurs group, and a woman was doing yoga, and she talked about how difficult it was to get people to want to join her yoga circle because she does a special kind of yoga that requires other people. And she found a way to do that online by getting people to interact with those others in their home to do the yoga. And so that was one way that she got around the whole she can't be in the studio with people to get together. Personally, I found that hosting speed networking nights has really helped me get people to have a genuine connection with each other. So when you are online and you're trying to get people in front of your art and in front of your business, it's really easy to say, I really need to get more people liking my page. And I see that all the time. People sending requests saying, oh, will you like my new page? Will you follow me on Instagram? And that's not the kind of connectivity that I'm talking about. I put on this slide, buyers versus followers. So we all want to see our follower numbers go up, but the real reason why we want that is so that we can see those dollar signs in our accounts go up as well. So if you're selling art, or you're selling a game, or if you're selling rigs so that people can 3D model and create their own games with it, you really need to focus not so much on the amount of likes and the amount of followers that you get on a page or on a post, but on the genuine connections you're making with people. So when you're on your page and on your site, pay attention to who is liking your content, and try to foster relationships with those people that are genuine and strong, because those people are most likely to be your buyers than the people who are just liking your page because you asked for them to do that. This is an example of focusing on warm traffic. And warm traffic is that referral traffic, and it's a traffic that is affiliated with people who genuinely love your product. So if you have a friend that likes your work and tells another person, hey, you should check out my friend's work, or you should play this game because I really enjoy it, that's the kind of connectivity that's going to bring you sales versus just another person who's going to maybe consistently like your posts. My last point on this is to build a community around your business. So it's one thing for you to have someone who will seek out your work and will like your post and will share your post with other people, but it's another thing to build a community that will keep them coming back. So what you want to do is find some place to hold them. And I know that sounds aggressive, but you want to keep them with you the entire time. So if you have people who are liking your page, who are sharing your post, who are playing your game, finding a way to house them. We're on Discord right now, so if you could create a Discord page or a Facebook group or a forum or something to make sure that people have a reason to keep coming back to you and that they feel like they're a part of some sort of family, then that's going to more likely get you sales than if you just had them pass by. Think about communities that you have joined. If you're playing a game and it's just a game that you enjoy and you play it and then you leave, you haven't really added any more dollars to that company. But if you join an online group around that game and you're talking with other people and maybe you're discussing new strategies or other upgrades that you'd like to buy for the game, then you're creating a lot more revenue for that business than if you were to just passively play the game and not join a community. So you really want to bring people into some sort of bonding activity, and that will help improve your business significantly, especially a time like now. The next thing I want to mention is sales. So sales is something that has, for the most part of my career, been a very challenging thing to understand, because when I first thought about sales, I thought about, oh, I just ask people to buy my art. And you might be thinking, oh, I'll just ask people to buy my game. I'll go to events and say, buy my game. I'll go online and say, hey, friends, hey, family, hey, followers, will you buy my game? But you have to understand that when you are selling people your game, you're selling them more than just a moment to enjoy what you've created. You're selling them a part of you. And people have to fully understand who you are, what your company is about, what your business is about, what your art is about, what your game is about, before they decide to purchase it. So brand clarity is everything. You want to make sure that you clearly articulate what people are going to get when they interact with you or whatever product that you are selling. So if you're making a game right now, it's really important to not just say, oh, this is an adventure about a boy who is stuck on an island and has to use a coconut to get off. That's one description. It would be much better for you to say, this is a game that will get rid of your boredom and make you feel empowered and show you the survival skills you've had locked within you all along. And it involves a boy and a coconut. Something like that, as quick as we came up with that, is a lot stronger than you just describing what the game is. It's important to pull the user into the sales pitch. So making sure that they are a part of it whenever you're thinking about how you're going to explain your brand. every purchase is an emotional purchase. You might think that what you're creating is really speaking to a need that your viewer, your customer, your whoever it is, your patron is. You might feel that you're speaking directly to their need, and I know that I feel that way often because what I do with the animation industry is give people resources for employment. And I think, oh, well, every artist needs these resources. But I have to really think that it's not about the resources that I'm offering, and it's not about the fact that I feel like people need what I'm giving them. And if you're creating a game, you might think, people need to play this game because they need to hear this message that I want to get across, or they need to feel these emotions, or they need to understand what's happening on this mission with this character. But you need to speak directly to the emotions of the person who is playing your game, or who is buying your art, or who is using your services. Because every purchase is an emotional purchase. Think about the time you went to the store to buy something you needed. Maybe it was a bottle of water, or a chair, or a vacuum. If you walked into the store to purchase that item, full well knowing I'm going to purchase this item, yes, that salesperson has a higher likelihood of you purchasing the product. But if you walked into that store and said, oh, I don't know what I need today, let me figure it out, and you were just roaming the aisles, the likelihood of you buying something, that vacuum, that chair, that bottle of water, is very low, whether you really need it or not. So the salesperson has to convince you that you need it. And unfortunately in the arts, we often have to convince people that our art is needed because so much of what we create can be considered a luxury. So it's important for you to tie people's emotions to whatever they're purchasing. What problem are you solving when you are giving them this? So if their back is aching, they already have a chair at home, but you have to sell them this chair that's going to help them have a better back, or to sell them the water that's going to quench their thirst and give them nutrients. When you're selling your game, think about the other problems that you're solving while tying in the emotional aspect of the person in front of you. So figure out what their needs are and then speak to that in a way that taps into their heart more than their mind. I like to do this method, which is letting the customer calculate the value. So instead of me telling you, this is worth $15.49, which I may have calculated based on my own numbers of how much it costs to create an item, I will instead say, how much would it mean to you if you were able to feel like you were a part of a community that understood that Pokemon are to be trained the way it should be. However you want to say it. Let's say if you were making a game about Pokemon. So if you can figure out what your product would mean to the customer, and you have to go in this order. You have to figure out exactly what it is you're selling and be very clear about it. You have to figure out your emotional appeal, and then figure out which problems it's solving, and that's the only way you can actually talk to your customer and figure out what they value your product as. So if you're in business and you are, let me think of a common one, you are a programmer for websites. Maybe you, actually, let's keep it game related. You're a programmer for games. You create levels. So let's say you're a level designer, and you need to figure out how can you estimate the true value that this customer has you at before telling them what the price actually is. So what you can do is talk to them and say, if you had a level that had these capabilities, what would that do for your game that you're creating? What would that do for your company? What would that do for your message that you're putting out there? And that'll get people thinking, well, how much is this really worth to me? Is this something that's really helping me? And that'll lead them in the direction of telling you what they're willing to pay before you even have to bring out the price. And so that is a big win in sales if you can get people to tell their price first. I know we went a little fast through the first two, but it's only because this next one is kind of a doozy. So we have magnetizing. Yay! This is a huge one, and if you have gotten the first two, connectivity and sales, if you understand those two, not that you've made your sale already, but if you understand that you have to build a strong relationship and an emotional tie from your customer to your brand, then this next step is going to be extremely easy. Okay, so now we're going to magnetize our company. We need to bring people in. That's the only way that we can build a community is people are coming in. That's the only way that we can communicate to them what our value is and what our brand is and figure out what they're looking for is if we bring people in. So after we've brought people in, after we have gotten to the point where we understand what people need to do when they get in, we need to figure out how we're going to get them coming in. So we're going to magnetize our company, and the first thing we're going to do is take people on our journey, and then we're going to become a funnel, we're going to coordinate our destiny, and then the last one, we're going to engage. So the first one, if you are starting out, this is some of the strongest advice I can give to you, because if you don't have a lot going on with your game company or with your service design company or whatever it is, if you don't have a lot going on, you're going to need to do this from the get-go, and that is to show what you are doing. Let people know exactly what you are capable of, and also show if you are learning where your potential lies. So you want to show things like your work in progress. If you are working on a game, don't just release the game at the end and say, hey, join my Kickstarter so that I can distribute it, or join my Kickstarter so that I can make another level. Don't do that at the very end. You want to start out right in the beginning, right when you're writing your story, right when you're designing your characters, when you're creating your story arc. That's when you want to start showing your work. So start putting out little glimpses of exactly what you're working on, and this can involve you. So you could talk about what techniques you're using, you can talk about what things are going well, what things are not going well, and even if you are not close to reaching your goals, it's good to communicate where you want to take your game, your art, or your design, or your company, because people, they fall in line with vision, and they will hold you accountable for the steps that you are taking to reach your goal. So if you know that your goal is to distribute your game in the next year, and you would like to create 3 levels, and you have X number of characters to create, letting people know not 100% the specifics of this many games and this many levels, but letting them know that you would like to create more levels, that you're interested in this style, and that you'd like your deadline to be a year, and letting people be a part of that journey is going to build trust. And trust and authenticity from hearing a voice that doesn't just tell them one side of it. So if you've ever been on social media and you've seen someone who just posts things like, oh, guess what, I won this award, or I climbed a mountain, or whatever it is, they only show you the good things, that's not the person that, it might be the person you admire, but it's not the person that you fully trust. It's the person who shows the ups and the downs that is able to build trust. And that's what you're building when you show the positives, the negatives, the goals, the setbacks, all of that. You're building this fully dimensional human online that people can relate to and that they can ultimately trust and feel like they have a connection to. If you have anything that you discover along the way, include that as well. And I'll give you an example. There was a time I was working on a short film, and it was with red balls of clay. And I had to take red balls of clay and animate it in, I think it was a 2-minute animation. It was very abstract. It was not visually appealing. So I decided I'm going to take people along my journey, because I'm not getting a lot of people asking for my services as an animator right now, and I need to really improve that. I don't have a lot of projects that are coming in right now, so I don't know how I'm going to do that, but I will take what I have, which is this simple project. The request was to make the red clay balls move on the screen, and I'm going to turn that into a take us on a journey moment. So what I did was immediately turn on my live stream on Facebook, and let people know, hey, I got contracted to do this animation project. It's only over the course of 2 days, so over the weekend, and I want to take you along the journey of how I'm going to complete it. So I took those red balls and I started molding different shapes of them and figuring out how it's going to look, and then I took another sheet of paper and I drew some camera rigs of how I'm going to set up my camera. I set up my first camera rig, and during the live stream I completely failed. The rig just did not work at all, and I had to scrap the idea and come up with another one while on camera. And as I did that, I saw that there was more people coming into the live stream and more people giving feedback and engaging with the live stream while I was showing my failure and how I turned that around into something that was more successful. So those kind of stories are not as often seen on social media. So if you're working on a game and you're running into a challenge, don't be afraid to show that to people, because it's way more relatable and people are going to keep coming back to see something like that. They're going to want to see you finally make it. The next thing is to become the funnel. So if you are struggling to get people to come to your business, maybe they don't see your posts very often, or they're not engaging with them and they're seeing your post, which is so much worse, but it happens. If that's happening, it's really important for you to build a reason for people to come back. So you have to start injecting value into every single post. And I've done that in the past when people have gotten bored with seeing my post or a little bored of seeing my face on video. I have created content that snuck in some value for the audience. So what you can do is find resources that your audience is interested in and put that in your post. So let's say you created a rig for a character and you want to show off this rig, but people are kind of tired of seeing your rigs. They're not interacting with it as much. What you can do is maybe create a list of other resources for rigs, or create a step-by-step guide of how you created it and how other people can create it, or some other thing that people are interested in and that they want, but something that is, how can I say, something that people don't want to do all the work themselves to figure out. So by creating a resource list for them, saying this is a list of a bunch of free rigs, or this is a list of rigs that also will work on this character, that's something they probably can look up themselves and will not take you a lot of time to look up, but they also don't want to. Think about Indeed, the jobs site. If you are not using Indeed and you're looking for a job, you could go to a bunch of company sites and look for jobs, but that would be time consuming. Indeed saves you the time by listing it all there. And you're going to save people the time of finding this resource by listing the resource on your post. Does that make sense? So instead of them going to do the work that they could do, you're going to do that work for them and put it in a place that they can keep coming back to when they want someone to do the work for them. So those done-for-you kind of posts. One thing I like to do when I'm hosting an event, especially if it's career-related, is list a bunch of job posts that I found. So I might list 10 or 15 or even 20 job posts. Or if I'm hosting an event, I might list 10, 15, or 20 other events that are happening not at the same time as mine, but those events I will list. And if you're creating a piece of art, or you're creating a program or some sort of level, finding something that doesn't take away from what you're creating, but could add to it, and it's something that people are also interested in. You can post things. I gave examples of jobs, events, even promotions if something else is going on. Maybe there's a sale going on. Also, news, technology, and business insights. So if something is happening in your industry and it's huge, maybe a company has a scandal, dun dun dun, you could also post your thoughts about that, and you could link maybe a piece of work that you've created that shows whatever remedy that you suggest for it, or you could talk about an experience that you had. Something that's going to give the value but also keep people attached to whatever resource you offered them. I've listed on here, you can highlight talent and their successes. So this is the one that's scary, because when you list other people's work or when you show another artist, there's this thing within us sometimes that can be competitive, and it might feel like, oh no, I don't want to show somebody else's work because it is competition to mine. But honestly, if you're showing other people's work, people are going to align what they see from others with you as well. So if you are creating rigs and you show other rigs that you enjoy or rigs that you admire or that you are using as inspiration, then that just shows people the level of quality that you're interested in. And then, of course, if you can't think of anything, show something that's inspirational or motivational. People might not come back to you for resources, but they will come back for a smile. The next thing is to coordinate your destiny. So if you are starting your business, you're just starting your game, or you're working with people and you want to expand so that you can distribute whatever you're creating, it's really important that you find a way to bring people together that are going to help you. So if there is a event going on, like Siege, it's really important that you be involved with that event. So don't just be an attendee, be a presenter. Be someone who can talk to the people in the industry that you need to get in front of. And you can do that through different industries. So let's say I want to go to Siege because I want to meet Andrew Greenberg. Sign up as a volunteer or as a speaker, and then at some point I would get to talk to Andrew. And Andrew knows a lot of people, he knows a lot of resources. This would be a very good opportunity for me. So you can do something like that as well. If there is a person you want to meet, or an organization you need to get connected to, or resources you need to get connected to, it's really important that you become involved with that community, that organization, that network, that company, that forum, in order to get connected with the people, the resources, the whatever it is you're looking for in a more organic fashion. This will be a lot easier than doing a cold call or cold email and trying to get connected. Also, bring people together. I talked a little bit earlier about connectivity, and I want to repeat that again. If you bring people together, you are the person now that people come to when they want some sort of connectivity. So if somebody wants to network, or if they want to hang out with people in the organization, and you create a space for that, now you're the go-to person for those spaces. And also join influential brands. So we talked about joining Siege, also joining the Game Developers Association. Joining these groups can put you in a position where you can connect with people with that brand under your belt. So an example, when I was in college, I had nothing under my belt. I had no names attached to me. I was a complete nobody, and it made no sense for me to reach out to high-level professionals because they have no reason to talk to me. It doesn't benefit them. But when I joined ASIFA back in 2007, I decided to take that brand and ask them if we could join another brand. So this is me joining one brand to join another brand. I joined ASIFA. That gave me a title as vice president. And with that vice president title, myself and the president, we went to the Atlanta Film Society, and we asked them, can we host an animation event for your festival because you don't have an animation section? And they said yes. And then I took that role as an animation event coordinator for the Atlanta Film Festival and contacted people at companies that were high level. I contacted executive directors and HR people and animation directors. I contacted them under the title of, hi, I am Elisa A. Lewis, and I'm working with the Atlanta Film Society, and we want to host a panel and would like you to be on this panel, and I'll be the moderator. And I was able to create panels and be the moderator and ask the questions I couldn't get answered if it were just me without these brands attached. Now, I know this is a long way, but if you're in a situation where you just don't have a lot of pull behind your name, you don't have a lot of authority, or a lot of, you don't have a lot of fame and celebrity, a lot of clout behind you, it's really important that you build a reason for people to engage with you. So building a community and joining these brands is going to be Very important. And then lastly, I have engage, engage, engage. So whenever we're building a business, there's this mindset of it's important for you to get your voice out. You need to say what you want to say so people will understand what you're all about. But it's way more important for you to get other people to ask you questions and to want to be engaged with you. So when you are speaking with the people that are on your page or on your site, or even people that are on other people's pages, other people's site, who play other people's games, that you ask them questions. You want to ask questions that highlight your expertise. So when you're engaging with another artist or with someone who is playing games all the time in a forum, to ask them questions that will really speak to the subject that's in front of you, because you want to stay focused on whatever you're talking about, but will also let them know that you are someone they should come to. So let's go back to the level designer example. You're playing a level and you want a company that creates games to hire your business to create levels for them. So when you're on their page, you might ask them questions about some issues they may have run into when creating a level. Or you might make a comment about how great you think it is that they were able to troubleshoot a certain area in creating this design, because in your experience, and then you could talk a little bit about that. So it's important to get your expertise in while you're focusing on them and on the matter at hand. But this is a part of engaging that I feel isn't as commonly understood when you're building a business. Make sure any critique you give is what I say a half critique. So a half critique is when you don't give the bad part. You only say the good part. So when you're giving people your opinion on their work or on their services or on their brand or whatever kind of engagement you're having, make sure that you try to focus on the positive. And if there is something negative, say it in a way that is more of a question, like, what are some things you might have struggled with when creating this rig, if you see a rig that isn't working? Or what would you do differently if you were to use, whatever program you suggest? You want to physically get out there, and I know I say physically, but that is the loosest way I can say it now because we're all behind screens. But you want to be at these events. You want to be at Siege. You want to be at the GGDA meetings. You want people to, on the screen, see your face, and to know that you're a person in the industry. Because once they see you constantly, this is going to make them have more positive feelings about you and about your brand. So if there's a way you can sponsor an event, or that you can be at the event, maybe on panel, or if as an attendee, just make sure your voice is heard, that this is going to help. And with Stay Visible, that really is talking about your game, your brand, or your services. So if you're creating something, making sure that people are constantly able to see it. If you are given an opportunity to join a group that maybe has a playtest day, or if you are at an event and it has nothing to do with games and you bring your game as an aside, make sure it's an appropriate time to do that. Maybe it's like a mingling hour or something like that. Find ways to work whatever your service is in, whatever service is, into your regular interactions with people, and this will keep people thinking of you constantly. When you do this, it's called top of mind awareness, and it's when people think of a certain subject, they think about you. They associate you with it. And that's what you want. So the next time they have an opportunity or they think of buying something, they think of you first. And then the last thing is befriend other magnets. So other people who do these things, who use these methods, you want to be friends with them because it's going to help you down the road. If there are other people who are working hard to improve their business through connectivity, through improving their sales, through magnetizing their presence online, then befriend those people because they're more likely to give you advice, to share your company with others, and to even give you tips on how you can go further. Also, people who are constantly growing their education are way more likely to stay in their industry. So just by virtue of you being at this conference, you being at Siege, you coming to panels like this, makes you more likely to stay in the games industry than people who do not. I would love to know what your thoughts are on, on anything that I have said. I'm going to open it up to questions. I'm going to leave this up for a second. I'm going to count to maybe 15, and you can take a snapshot, and then I'm going to stop sharing my screen and just go straight to questions. Let me put my timer on.
All right.
Okay, your time to take a screenshot is over. I'm going to stop sharing my screen.
Great presentation, Elisa. Much appreciated. We do have some questions in chat. Should there be, from Simon Hoffitz, one of our other Siege speakers, will be up later today. Should there be a cap to the value/product you're willing to give away as free to create that standing/influence/marketing?
Should there be a cap on how much you charge for the product?
How much you give away in order to create that long-standing value?
Oh, this is a hard one because I run into this all the time. Do you give all your nuggets away? Do you tell people exactly how you create your product? Why would they come to you if they learn how to do it themselves? And it is a battle back and forth because there's this phrase that I grew up with, and it is always leave them wanting more, which implies that you never give everything away. And that is a little bit true. You don't want to give every single thing away. Maybe your best kept secrets are kept to yourself, but you have to let people know that you give high quality information. So there's a balancing act with that. I say take the risk, give people really strong things on level 1, maybe even on level 2, but your level 3, your level 4 things that you have to be more advanced to understand, keep that to yourself. People who are on level 1 usually are not very successful. Let's say you're a level designer and you're creating levels. Letting people know how in general to create a level is already out there. So you're not giving your best nuggets away by telling people how to do that, but the way you explain things and the process you use is something that's unique to you and your services, and that is something that might make someone choose you as a level designer for their project over someone else. So that's an example that you can use. One thing you might not want to do is to give people just your flat out code and say, this is exact code that I use. Instead, leave them in the thought process and let them understand how you work.
All right, great feedback. Kiba from SCAD says it's great to see and hear from you again. Kurt asks, are business cards something to consider in this digital age, or are they something to disregard when trying to grow your brand?
Oh, I love this question because it was about 2 weeks ago. I was talking to someone about it. I just personally, I don't like business cards. I don't like paper. I don't like having to carry things to hand people. I like getting information, yes, but I don't need paper for that. I could use my phone and type in your email, or I could look up your information and I can have all your info digitally, which can be constantly updated, versus your business card, which is a stagnant, tangible piece of paper that does not update whenever you make changes. So I personally am biased in that I do not enjoy business cards and I hope they burn. But right now, what's great is that we don't need them because we are at home and we physically cannot get business cards. So in one regard, business cards are not being used right now. And I want to stress right now, I don't know what the future holds. We might end up in a situation where we all have to live in a village together and business cards are really, really important. So right now, they're not as important. But what is more important is that your information is accessible and very easy to find. So if you have not already worked on a website or social media presence and you haven't learned SEO, which is search engine optimization, for your services, for your art, for your business, you have to learn that. Like before this year is out, start learning that because that is your new business card. That's the way people can find you.
Meet Mike Sal says, great presentation, super packed with great info. Ryan Klein asks, you mentioned that a pitch should be able the emotional response from your users, I guess to stimulate an emotional response from your users. But I also find it's hard to do that and also explain what you have from a practical standpoint. How do you strike that balance?
So this is a communication issue. It's really important to understand how to speak to your customer, and that takes understanding who's in front of you. You can be really technical about what you do and what you offer when you're talking to someone who would understand it. But if you're talking to an average person, let's say the person who says, oh, I always wanted to make a game, this is not the time to whip out your information about code. That's the time for you to talk about what you really do. You're not just a coder who makes levels. You're a person who actualizes people's visual ideas. You're a person who creates interactivity with people's illustrations, with people's 3D models. And being able to speak to the core of what you do to a person shows that you have a deeper understanding of what you do and an ability to connect those ideas with the people in front of you. So I would say work on the communication skills of really identifying who you're talking to and what they'll be able to understand. And you can do that by asking some questions up front. When you meet people, you might ask them a question like, oh, what's your experience with level designers? Have you used an artist before? Have you used a game company to create a game before? And if these answers are all no, then you know it's coming down. You might ask, do you understand the process of making games? Have you ever made a game before? Those kind of questions are going to tell you whether you should kind of water down your language and move towards language that speaks to overall what you do versus very technical, this is how I'm special from other artists.
Excellent. So one final question. A lot of what we've been presenting this weekend is on user-generated content, and a lot of what you talk about is very true for the UGC community. You really want to be supported by other creators. If they promote you and you promote them, it'll double everybody's sales. But a lot of people are afraid of this. They're afraid that other people are going to try and undercut them, backstab them, etc. When a developer has that mindset, how do you recommend they get out of it? How can they work towards the community instead of being afraid of their quote-unquote competitors?
So when I think about this mindset of being afraid to help others because they may not help you, and then you spend all your energy building up other people, and then they just use your hands to step on and walk higher, and you're left at the bottom. That mentality is really a mentality of limitations and of scarcity, and you have to really think about the abundance of opportunities. Just realistically, look at how many people want their ideas to be actualized visually. As an animator, I have to convince people who want a comic book made, or who want a toy made, or who want to do a quick commercial, or whatever it is, to make an animation. That I have to tell them that whatever their main goal is, figure that out. So they might say, oh, I always wanted to make a comic book. I'll say, oh, so you really want people to understand your story. You really want people to see your ideas, to connect with your concept. Let me tell you that animation is the best method for that. So being able to do that has really helped me when I figure out what their core is, and then realize that I can help a lot more people than I thought. And once you understand that your audience, for people who are buyers, for people who will hire you for projects, is a lot more if you are able to speak to their core, then it doesn't matter if somebody decides that they're not going to shout you out back, or if they backstab you. Those kind of things, unfortunately, I can't tell you that they're not going to happen, because they most likely will. You live long enough, you see enough things. At some point, that's going to happen to you. It's just how much it's going to affect you. So if you're already in the mindset of, I have a lot of people that can be my customer, I have a lot of people that can help me, then that one person who decides to not shout you out back, who decides to take the sale instead of referring you, it's not going to affect you as much. It's not, I don't want to say it's a numbers game, but it kind of is. It's not fully a numbers game, but if you have more volume, you have more people that you're supporting, and you have more people that you are targeting as potential customers, then the one or two that you lose isn't going to hurt you as much as if you had only had a small pool to choose from.
Great input. And remember, everybody, at 3:30, we'll have a presentation on creating Roblox UGC. Talk about a huge community, very profitable community. Thank you very much, Elisa. We're going to move you into the Discord chat. She'll be in the general voice channel. You all can find her there and continue these questions. One more time, thank you for presenting again at Siege.
My pleasure. Bye-bye.
All right, let's get a preview of another upcoming session at Siege later this afternoon. And remember, you can talk to Elisa in our Discord chat. Right? Oh, wow, a bunch of you jumped in there. Okay, talk to Elisa in the Discord chat.
Hey, I'm Lauren Cicinelli, your sports dietitian with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute Sports Medicine. Today we're going to talk a little bit about performance nutrition to make sure that you're fueling your body properly for your sport, even for our esports athletes. So we want to make sure that we have a balance and a variety of food throughout the day. So we want to make sure that we have some carbohydrates, some lean protein, healthy fats, and some fruits and vegetables. So let's talk about each of those things and what they do for us. Carbohydrates are our body's main source of energy and fuel. We want to make sure that we're choosing mostly complex carbohydrates. So things like potatoes, sweet potatoes, rice, and oatmeal are really good sources of complex carbohydrates. This is going to give you that fuel that your body needs. Next up, we have some protein sources. Protein helps to stabilize that energy that we have in our body. So sources of protein are going to be things like meat, fish, chicken, eggs, beans, and lentils. We want to get a variety of these types of proteins as well so that we can make sure that we have really stable energy all day long. Healthy fats can also play an important role in our nutrition, so we want to make sure that we're focusing on things like olive oil, nuts, seeds, and avocados too, to make sure that we're getting a well-balanced meal. Fruits and vegetables also play a key role because these are going to provide us the vitamins and minerals that our body needs, especially for things like eye health. This is going to be really important in just making sure your body has those nutrients to stay fueled all day long. So making sure you're getting a variety of foods and nutrients throughout the day can help make sure that you're performing at your peak.
Hi, my name is Brian Finn. I'm the lead athletic trainer for Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine. Today we're going to be talking about esports athletes, in particular, a simple tool that we can use that's a breathing exercise to help reduce stress. Now, oftentimes athletes will get stressed due to a poor performance or maybe a negative outcome due to an action that they had on the field or in the game. So what we want to do is get our athletes to go ahead and forget about that issue. We want them to be able to go ahead and refocus on the next objective at hand. And in order for us to do that, we want them to really focus in on their breathing. So what we want to do is go ahead and facilitate a smooth inhale and a smooth exhale. We're going to do that in through the nose and then out through the mouth. As we're exhaling out through the mouth, we want to actually purse our lips like we're breathing out through a straw. We're going to hold that inhale in for 3 seconds, and then we're actually going to have 3 seconds of expiration of that exhale, and then again 3 seconds on that inhale, and then hold for 3 seconds, and then exhale for 3 seconds. Let's go through a demonstration. So in, excellent. Now repeat that 2 to 3 times, and you have yourself a good way to go ahead and get your athletes to regulate stress, alleviate some tension, and go ahead and reprioritize what they have to do next in order to achieve the next objective. This is Brian Finn with Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine, wishing you a great day. Stay healthy, stay active, and keep on moving.
Hi, my name is Robin Coman. I'm the lead designer and chief storyteller of Storytonic, a game company that focuses on narrative experiences to transform the mind and touch the heart. And today I'm going to be talking a little bit about intergenerational game design. So, topics that we're going to cover today include what intergenerational game design is, who the audiences are for this particular type of product, considerations that we should be keeping in mind, which will delve a bit into some developmental psychology so that we can understand audiences of different generations a little bit more deeply. We're also going to look at how to design for both competition and collaboration, and I'll end with some recommendations. We have 30 minutes, so it's going to be a wild ride, but I'll be available to answer questions the day of the event. So I hope to talk to some of you then about any questions that you might have. So what is intergenerational game design? Just real quickly, I'll say at a high level, it's really about creating content that is accessible and engaging to audiences of different generations. When you look at it a little more closely, you can kind of divide this into two big sections. When you look at the research, intergenerational game design often focuses on bringing older adults, typically people over the age of 55, but in addition, usually past the age of retirement, to actually be a part of the process of the design and early pre-production of a game to help developers who in our industry are still typically between the ages of 28 and 35 to understand the motivations, the expectations, and the changes that happen with aging from the point of view of folks who have actually gone through some of those changes. The way we're going to look at this today, and I think the other side of intergenerational game design is how we as designers can create content that is appropriate for people that are a part of multiple generations to play together. Specifically, I'm hoping that we as designers will make more of an effort to create games that are appropriate for parents to play with their kids, but also for grandparents to play with their grandkids or their own children. And so there are, again, just some considerations I think it's helpful to keep in mind to make content that's actually going to be engaging and enjoyable for each of the different generations that might be involved in play. So then you might ask yourself why, right? You might be perfectly comfortable creating games that are for one audience of people and not necessarily be too worried about bringing audiences of different generations together. I'll look at some different types of reasons. I think some of them are a little bit more on the data-driven side, and some of them are a little bit more on the emotional side. And hopefully all of that will interest you, or at least one or the other. So I'll start, I guess, really with the selfish side. Generation X is the generation that grew up with video games, right? They experienced arcade era, early consoles, all the way through the current generation of consoles, gaming on the PC, as well as now gaming on mobile devices. And so about 5 years ago, as a younger member of Generation X, I realized that the oldest members of my generation were turning 50. And now this year, the oldest members of my generation are turning 55. So they are technically older adults. And I realized that the game industry, again, made up typically of folks in the range of 28 to 35. A lot of data shows that less than 5% of the creators, the designers in our industry are over the age of 50. That those folks aren't necessarily prepared to design content for older adults. Another big factor, and again, on the data side, for those of you who are motivated by that, is money. The AARP has done some great research. They released 2 big reports on gaming preferences in 2016 and 2019. In 2016, they found a significant number of older adults playing games, and they were spending about $500 million a year on game products. Just 3 years later, in 2019, running that survey again, they found larger numbers of folks playing games, not surprising since Generation X was beginning to age into their demographic range, which starts at 50. And the amount of money spent jumped to $3.5 billion, which is an astonishing increase and obviously shows that there is plenty of money to be made targeting older adults. And in this case, with intergenerational game design, creating games that older adults can play with their younger friends, with their children or their grandchildren. Another big thing for me is I think accessibility is important. It's an area of passion for me as a game designer. And so anything that we can do as developers to create content that allows people with a variety of aptitudes to be successful playing a game is valuable. We all deserve to have the pleasure of play, and we can make design choices that make that more likely. Another thing I think is really important to keep in mind is sort of the issues that are presenting themselves to people over the age of 55. And when you think about sort of typical complaints this audience might have, you might think about things like aches and pains or having, access to disposable income. But one of the most commonly reported issues is loneliness. It's actually considered an epidemic among older adults. And so by creating games that are appropriate for intergenerational play, we can help to ease that. I think, regardless of whether isolation and loneliness is something you've really thought about before 2020, all of us to a certain extent have experienced it this year. And so when you think about how impactful experiences have been that have brought people together, like Animal Crossing, for an example, I think it hopefully lends some weight to the idea that a pervasive and epidemic loneliness among the elderly, among older adults, I should say, should be addressed. And so we can be a part of doing that. So let's talk about these audiences. I just want to get you thinking about the age ranges that we'll be talking about today so you can keep that in context as we move forward. So we have really 5 main audiences we're going to discuss, though we could certainly technically add a 6th with what's called the silent generation, which are people over the age of 75. But based upon the data that we have available from the ESA Essentials, from the AARP, we're going to focus on these 5. And so right now, people who are considered baby boomers, who are the likely parents of members of Generation X, as well as older millennials, are between the ages of 56 to 74. Generation X, which I've mentioned I'm a part of, parents of younger millennials and members of Generation Z, maybe even old parents of Generation Alpha, are between the ages of 40 to 55. Millennials, who again are not kids anymore, are likely to be parents of members of Generation Alpha, are now between the ages of 24 and 39. Generation Z falls between the ages of 8 to 23, and then Generation Alpha from 1 to 7. I will say this about Generation Alpha. There are developmental changes that happen with aging that we're going to touch on in just a moment that can make parts of this audience more challenging to design for. And if you've ever been around kids under the age of 3, that's probably not surprising. But keep these age ranges in mind as we move on. So when we talk about considerations, what we're really going to look at is a little bit of developmental psych. We're going to look at how people change physiologically, cognitively, in motor control, in areas of sensation and perception that we should keep in mind as we're trying to create content, either for a particular audience within these generations, or again, in content where we're trying to bring members of these generations together. So, big things to keep in mind. On the cognitive side, as I mentioned, when we look at members of Generation Alpha, there's a critical age range, which happens right between 5.5 and 6, where kids begin to more firmly develop a true sense of cause and effect. And so I think for us who are looking at creating intergenerational games where, again, parents and kids or grandparents and kids are playing together, it's probably going to be a little easier to design what we consider as more traditional play experiences, which have at their root, obviously, players' ability to learn how to be successful in the virtual worlds we create if they have that sense of cause and effect. And so that 6 to 7 age range is going to be a fruitful place for us. And if you think, for the ESRB rating E for everyone, right, we might talk about 7 and up anyway. But looking at those kids, their ability to problem solve becomes more highly developed. You also see a stronger sense of social context so that they're not just kind of thinking about themselves in relationships to the things that are going on around them in the world, but taking more, care to notice the emotional states and reactions of other people and to understand their context in relationship to those people. And so when you look at bringing people together to play, whether it's locally or it's through some networked play, I think that's an important cognitive advancement to keep in mind. So other things that we might look at, something like vision. For folks who are physiologically typical, vision, again, from early childhood onward, barring things like color blindness or illness or injury, should allow them for a pretty large central and peripheral field of view that will allow them to make good use of the visuals that we create in games, including things like elements of a heads-up display. One of the things that happens, though, as we age is that field of view begins to change. And so by the time we are, getting into that age range that's technically older adult, again, 55 and up, so we might be looking at our older Gen Xers and our baby boomers, we begin to see shrinkage both in central vision as well as in peripheral vision. And so when you think about that related to play, user interface design obviously is something that we might need to address to make sure that older players aren't missing vital information that they need in order to be able to be successful. Looking at things like font size and contrast are also really helpful for folks that have some kind of visual decline, again, whether that's related to age or some other condition. Another thing that's really interesting are the physiological changes that happen in our degree of reflex response, accuracy, and strength and flexibility in relationship to motor control. And so you think about, holding a controller and having a complicated kind of choreography of button prompts, of joystick movement, of bumpers and triggers that are required to be successful in a play experience. Think about a mobile device that might require us to either manipulate virtual joysticks and buttons or to tap and swipe in particular contexts in a way that requires speed and accuracy. As we age, there's declines that we see that actually begin as early as our late 20s to early 30s in motor control, flexibility, speed, and stamina. And so basically what happens as we age is that those deficiencies become more pronounced. And so, by the time somebody is maybe in that baby boomer range, particularly in your mid 60s to early 70s, it's quite noticeable that your reflex response isn't going to be as fast typically as someone who's younger, that you're not going to have the same kind of accuracy. And imagine the challenge of hitting the right button or controlling a mouse or tapping the right element on a screen when suddenly you're physiologically less likely to have the levels of accuracy that you may have had 10 or 15 years before. I would say it's worth keeping in mind too that there is some overlap in what 3 to 6 year olds experience in terms of manual dexterity and motor control that parallels what we see in much older adults. And so in designing experiences for younger grandchildren and grandparents, you may find some areas of overlap in terms of the degree of reflex intensiveness you decide to design for, as well as how forgiving you decide to make reflex-based play, if you have anything that's reflex-based or time-driven at all. In addition to the physiological changes, it's worth taking note of the fact that processing speed also shifts for older adults. And so the impact there is interesting because it affects the psychomotor response, so that sort of thought to reflex response, but it also affects basically how quickly we can recognize patterns and adapt to novel situations. And so if we know, for an example, that in creating an intergenerational experience, we're asking an older adult to flex to a new platform or to, flex to a new genre, we may need to find ways to gentle that learning curve a bit, to give them the time that it will take to be introduced to practice and sort of adapt to the needs of that particular game so that they can have an enjoyable experience. I would also say, think about changes that occur in hearing. For older adults, again, without any kind of illness, disease, or injury, for older adults, typically high frequency hearing begins to decline. And so in addition to that high frequency hearing, the degree of ability to distinguish between sounds easily also begins to diminish. And so think about how cluttered your soundscape might be. If there's dialogue and sound effects happening, or if you have, again, in a living space, people talking to each other, or in networked play, people talking to each other, and you have music that's playing or sound effects that are happening, it could be very difficult for the older adult player to distinguish between all of that. And so having options where players can toggle off music or sound effects, or having options where players can see closed captioning to be able to see dialogue that's happening, or sliders that allow them to control the volume of dialogue, music, and sound effects can be a very helpful thing. All of these considerations obviously are looking at things from an accessibility standpoint, right? Again, understanding how we change as we age and the typical windows of time within which those changes start to happen and how those might affect play. And again, some of it is, when you stop to think about it, really interestingly challenging to accommodate, right? So when I decide, for an example, that I want to bring parents or grandparents and younger children together, say, 7 to 10-year-olds, well, what platform are we using? Because 7 to 10-year-olds have smaller hands than an adult. And so there may be some configurations of control scheme, if we're playing on a keyboard or we're playing on a console with a traditional controller, that literally they may not be able to flex to, do certain inputs at the same time. And so similarly, when we're looking at older adults who lose some flexibility, maybe dealing with issues of tendon strain or arthritis, are we creating configurations of control scheme that are actually pleasant and playable? But in addition to those considerations, think about motivation. Different players come to games for different reasons. And so understanding what is driving someone to play is a really interesting thing. When we look at younger adults, teens, and older children, often there are discussions of things like challenge and flow. And so, what is considered an appropriate, appealing level of challenge when you consider that from a flow perspective is this, kind of perpetual escalation of difficulty as we improve our performance. And that's considered engaging and desirable. When you're, however, a younger child or an older adult, and perhaps are dealing with issues of endurance, strength, and flexibility, certain things might become uncomfortable or even painful over time physically, and certainly might become frustrating if they're designed at such a rapid fire pace that you're just not able to keep up. And so challenge might mean something different. And when you look at older adults, it's not to say they aren't looking for challenge, but they're looking for challenge that's appropriate to their physiological and mental condition. They're also looking to connect. They're also looking to have, engaging, inspiring roles. And so we'll delve into that a little bit more as we transition into our discussion on designing for competition and designing for collaboration. And so when we look at this idea of designing for competition, I'm really talking about, zero-sum experiences where you're going to bring people together and one person is going to win and everybody else is going to lose. I do think there's a bridge between the two when we think about multiplayer experiences where you might be able to form a team, for an example, and that team might work together cooperatively to defeat another team. And obviously then have that blend of cooperative and competitive play. But let's look at them distinctly in the time window that we have. And so when we're designing for competition, some important things to keep in mind, as I mentioned already, platform, you can reduce barrier to entry, reduce the cognitive strain of those novel situations by choosing a platform that older adults tend to play on already, which currently falls into that range of mobile and PC-based platforms for older adults. But as Gen Xers roll into that age range, you have a generation of people who have grown up with consoles as well. And so in the next, say, 3 to 10 years, you're going to have a lot of older adults who are perfectly comfortable playing with console-based devices as well. In terms of local versus networked play, I think this goes back to the issue of loneliness. If we're looking to create a sense of connection, if we're looking to, alleviate that sense of isolation, obviously bringing people together is great. Now, in certain circumstances, like the ones we're living through this year, that isn't always possible. And so if you are going to engage in networked play, my recommendation would be to have that based on peer-to-peer or player selection-based situations versus just randomly matchmaking different generations of players together into situations with strangers. Why? Well, one, I think, part of what's driving the older adult to want to play with others is connection, is taking on a role that is beneficial and contributory. And so being able to support and play with people they know is important. Even if they're playing competitively, they're looking for a role that's meaningful and positive connection to other players. Another big issue is communication. Older adults and younger children are not as able to or willing to tolerate the sort of breakdowns in behavior and communication that often happen in competitive play. And so allowing them to play with people they select, who they know, will hopefully help to alleviate some of those problems that happen with a more sort of blind matchmaking experience. I've mentioned already something that's really important, obviously, to keep in mind is that different types of challenge are going to be appropriate for different audiences of people. And so you definitely want to make sure that in creating competitive experiences, your mechanics are flexible enough to let people play to their strengths. Ways that players who are more reflexively adept can be successful, as well as ways that players who are going to be more strategically adept can be successful. Because if I, as a player, for example, who have great twitch reflexes and maybe some good pattern recognition, I'm continually losing to someone who thinks more strategically than me, I might become frustrated, just as the player who has incredible strategic ability to bring to bear, but maybe doesn't, just by dearth of age, have those twitchy reflexes to bring to bear, and I'm losing all the time because of it, I'm probably going to feel quite disgruntled. And so there's a very interesting challenge here to create play experiences that allow for folks to pull on these different aptitudes and find paths to victory versus a dominant strategy lying with either reflex-driven or strategy-driven play. So that brings us to designing for collaboration. And so again, the idea here is that we have players playing cooperatively. Now they're working together to accomplish the same goals. And so, obviously they're vying against the systems of the game in this case, but allows them to do that with a sense of camaraderie and connection. And so there are some things we still need to keep in mind, right? We're certainly still going to be considering the platform of release for a variety of reasons related to familiarity and feasibility of certain control schemes. We're also still going to be looking at pros and cons in and around local versus networked play, although I do think with cooperative experiences in networked play, we're a little less likely to fall into some of the same traps when it comes to negativity in behavior or communication. That being said, I do think it's worth recognizing the potential issue that is commander syndrome in cooperative experiences, where one person will sort of boss everyone else around and kind of direct all their actions versus letting players have their own individual sense of agency. So I do think it's important, especially when we have adults playing with children, to create those opportunities for agency and authority for the younger player, as well as for the parent or grandparent that they might be playing with. I've mentioned before, part of the big motivation for older adults in engaging in multiplayer play is to basically feel as if they're contributing to the success of the people that they're playing with. And so allowing for those moments of guidance or mentorship, again, without it falling over into the pattern of commander syndrome, is going to be something that's quite appealing to the older adult player, particularly. I think what it really comes down to is that older adults are looking for a way to feel needed, right? They want to connect, and they want the connection to be meaningful. They want affection and friendships, not just surface level interaction. And so by creating opportunities for grandparents to play with their children or to play with their grandchildren, it's a great way to build that sense of camaraderie, of connection and community, of usefulness that hopefully for them will reduce loneliness, but hopefully for younger generations, as they see, the value and the strategic problem solving and the wisdom of older generations, to maybe even have an impact on reduction on ageism, which would be a wonderful thing. So that brings us to some recommendations that I'd like to make for those who would like to continue on this particular avenue in game design. So my first thing is look at research. There is a ton of research out there that is readily available for you to take advantage of. I've mentioned already the ESA Essential series. They release really great data every year. If you look at the report from 2019, you'll be able to get this by generation breakdown of where players are playing, the percentage of players amongst men and women, and the kind of games they're playing. That can be a great way to start understanding different audience demographics and what might bring them together. You also have access, thanks to the AARP, to the gamer motivation surveys that were done in 2016 and in 2019 by Nelson Kakula that are a wonderful wealth of information about player motivations, habits around platform, and play habits between generations of players. I would also recommend, taking the advice of the research from Luce and Marston and DeShooter, among others, about bringing older players into your design process, working with them to see what it is they're actually looking for from games, from a gameplay experience, from an emotional experience, from an aesthetic experience, from a narrative experience, and allow that to help to inform some of the decisions that you're making. Now, for intergenerational game design specifically, I would say don't stop at bringing in older adults, but bring in the generations you'd like to see them playing with. Bring in those older children, bring in those younger teens, and see again, where the overlap and where the differences are in what those audiences are looking for from a play experience. I think it's also really important as you do get into development and you're getting to that point where, you're running participants to see what their response is, that you test your product with multiple audiences. You can't just sort of focus on one arbitrary demographic, but you want to make sure that you're bringing in members of each of the audience groups that you're hoping to engage with your particular product. Because again, you need to see how they respond to play. If you can create play scenarios where they're actually playing together, so that you can see the interaction that occurs, I think that can also be tremendously valuable in terms of the insights that it can offer. I would also strongly recommend that you experiment with accessibility features. Don't be afraid to dig into the games that offer all these interesting, robust options for differences in vision, for differences in hearing, for differences in motor control and manual dexterity. And so many of these interesting products that have come onto the market in the past few years, particularly, in addition to those accessibility features that are native to the game itself, look at the different adaptive tools that have become available on the market that allow us to experiment with different control schemes that, again, can help to accommodate different levels of physiological ability or different styles of approach physiologically to play. And so, pick a game or games that utilize those tools and tech and actually experiment with playing via those control schemes to see what it's like and how it might encourage you to adapt certain aspects of your experience, or even, encourage you to make your experience able to be played through some of this adaptive tech that exists. Because again, I think, broadening our audience is not only potentially going to be helpful to us on the profitability side, but also harkens back to, that ability for every person to experience joy through play, I think is a really powerful thing. If I had to say, take away one thing, I would say just get out of your own head. Don't assume that every person who plays a game is looking for the same experience you are, or that they are going to bring the same skills and ability to bear physiologically and cognitively. Talk to lots of different types of people from different demographic backgrounds, whether that's gender or age or ethnicity, whatever the case may be, to see what it is they're looking for and how they experience play, what they think are great about games in their current kind of pattern and path, and how they think games could be better suited to them. So, wrapping things up, I just want to say thank you. Thanks for coming out on a talk on intergenerational game design. I know that it's a subject that has been talked about in research, particularly for a little bit over a decade now, but it's a topic that I hope that we'll see more traction in conferences like this, where we'll see members of the industry talking about how they have or how they plan to design their product to suit the needs of different generations of players. We're well past the days, if they ever existed, where most of our players are 12 to 18-year-old kids. Our audience is varied and diverse, and it's better for our industry. It's certainly better for our players if we recognize these interesting and very different audiences of people that we have that we can create content for, and learn about them. And again, connect to them so that we can better tailor content to their needs, wants, and expectations. So if you'd like to talk about this further, I encourage you to visit my website at robincoman.com. You can also reach out to me at robincoman on Twitter or through LinkedIn. So I hope to hear from you during question and answer. That's going to be ongoing during the airing of this particular talk, but I also hope that you'll reach out to me after so that we can continue having a conversation about this very interesting path in game design that has a ton of potential to bring joy and fun and memorable experiences to audiences of all ages. So thank you again for attending. Have a wonderful rest of Siege.
Great presentation, Robin. Thank you very much. Really enjoyed that, and really enjoyed all the great comments and questions in the YouTube and Twitch chats. So thanks to everybody for your involvement. Robin should be in the Discord channel, voice channel, take questions. I'll pop in there in a minute. But first, I wanted to introduce our next speaker. I have known Paul Orlando for a number of years, and he has also been instrumental in getting a lot of folks into this industry. His students are at Hi-Rez, at Tripwire, at Ubisoft, many places now. And now he's been working on the Roblox project, and for those of you who don't realize it, this is one of the biggest, most successful platforms out there. I'm looking forward to my daughter, maybe 1 year older, to get her on into it. She's programming in Scratch now. We'll see. But there's been all sorts of great stuff created on this platform for well over a decade. I think they're going into 2 decades now with this. And the fact that it's still so much fun and so engaging and pulling in so many people shows you how a platform can be well run and well created. And I really love what they're doing now with user-generated content. So, Paul, everybody should be able to hear you, so take it away.
Hey, everyone. How you doing? Thank you, Andrew. I really appreciate the compliments, and it's been a pleasure working with you. And also, I'm very happy and ecstatic that you invited me to speak today. I think what I want to start out with is I'll entertain questions after the presentation. The way the presentation is going to work is I'm going to give you just a brief introduction through a PowerPoint presentation of the Roblox UGC Video Star program. That is the part of the program that I work in. I have been working with Roblox for almost 3 years. Just January will be 3 years. I am a contract worker. I started out in Roblox 3 years ago, actually working on assets and characters for their catalog. And then after a year and a half, I moved over to the Roblox UGC Video Star program to assist that program with the Video Star influencers in terms of helping them manage assets, advising on technical considerations for their asset creation, as well as help with the uploading and the implementation of our assets, so the influencers could actually have those on their sites when they do their videos for YouTube and etc. It's been really an exciting time because I got to meet a lot of amazing people at Roblox. My managers and the people I work with are amazing, very supportive, and also it's just actually extremely fun, if you will, to actually help out these influencers and see their creations come to life. Some of these influencers are in the United States, but they also are in other countries like Germany and France and Spain and other parts of the world. So just going to move forward. I'm going to go to the next slide. So my name is Paul Orlando, and I'm an educator in digital artists. I live in Atlanta, where I'm an instructor at the Art Institute of Atlanta and an adjunct professor at the Kennesaw State University. I also am an adjunct at Southern New Hampshire University Online School. As an educator, I teach courses in 2D and 3D design and animation. Outside of teaching, I'm a contract artist for companies such as Roblox, Simon & Schuster, and Disney World Publishing, where at Simon & Schuster and Disney World Publishing, I actually do illustrations for book covers as well as other graphical content. I received my Master's of Fine Art from Savannah College of Design. I'm not originally from Atlanta. I'm originally from Massachusetts. I was born in Massachusetts and grew up in New England. After graduating from high school and working up there, just basically, as anyone that gets out of high school, just odd jobs, I decided to go to college in Arkansas, where I graduated from Harding University with a bachelor's degree in fine art as well as English. And then after that, my wife and I moved to Atlanta, where I worked as a technical writer as well as a graphic artist. And then eventually, after several years of doing that, I got my master's degree from Savannah College of Art and Design. And then after that, moved back to Atlanta and continue doing freelance work and as well as computer digital artwork. And then eventually decided to become a college professor. And that kind of leads us to where we are here today. What I want to talk about next is the Video Star program. It's one of those programs that's not open to the general public. It is a selective group, and there are some rules and requirements regarding the program. Just like the UCG program, which is currently open for submissions, you can actually apply to the UGC program. Again, that's not a generally open program to the public, but they do allow for applicants to apply, and of course they evaluate based on their criteria. But as it applies to the Roblox Video Star program, Roblox Studio program is a Roblox program which certain YouTubers are part of the Roblox Studios group and are considered top Roblox video content creators. What that means that these are Roblox creators who have YouTube accounts that regularly promote and engage with Roblox content and promote Roblox communities on their sites. Roblox provides video stars with benefits and tools to engage with their fans and build their businesses, which they do. They support their influencers. That's what the video star individuals are called. And in order to not only, shall we say, promote their own sites and their content for Roblox on their YouTube pages, but also to help promote them as well as give them a platform and tools so they can actually reach more people with their content as well as supporting Roblox at the same time. The Video Star program does have some basic requirements and content. All video content must also be under the Roblox terms of use and Roblox community rules. Video creators are invited to participate in the program based on video viewership and audience engagement and meet the following minimum criteria. The minimum criteria that we see here is just kind of the baseline to be considered to be allowed into the program, be considered for the program. They must have 10,000 cumulative Roblox video views, 25,000 average views per Roblox video, and 100,000 followers and subscribers on the channel. And they want to make sure they get the individuals have the most views, and also they're the most engaged and inside the Roblox community. So there is a benchmark to reach, but most, if you ever go on YouTube and look at some of the Roblox influencers and their pages, they have huge followings and they're quite engaged in the Roblox community. The program is only available for content creators who create videos in the following languages: English, Spanish, Portuguese, French, and German. These tend to be the countries or the languages they focus on, though it might be open in the future. And go into the next one. The program benefits and perks. In terms of benefits and perks for influencers, Roblox video stars are eligible for tools and resources that help to engage with their fans and build their business, including membership, early access to selected items and features and events, video promotion for Roblox official channels, exclusive Video Star badges, and earn commissions with experimental star codes. There is a lot of opportunities for also making, money, if you will, and also earning a lot of features to one's account. So the benefits and perks, in a lot of ways, help drive the program as well as benefit the influencers as they are making content and also promoting their sites. Applying to the program, the Video Star program is by invitation only. If you meet the criteria above and want to be considered, please send the link to your video channel, which has to be a YouTube channel, and Roblox profile to videostars@roblox.com. It usually takes about 2 weeks from then making a determination if you can apply or be considered for the program. So these are kind of the basic requirements and benefits and perks for the program. It's mostly there to help Roblox promote, of course, its content, and it's but also to help promote the influencers who support Roblox and also the Roblox community. All right, so say that you're allowed into the program. What comes next in terms of creating, shall we say, assets, what we call accessory items. Now, in the program, Roblox influencers don't create characters. They are limited to asset creation. So there are some specific technical requirements outside of artistic considerations. They do have an evaluation team when a Roblox influencer submits an item for review. It's reviewed on 2 different levels. One is the technical as well as the artistic, as well as when the artistic is kind of rolled in both what if, in terms of its appeal, as well as appropriateness. Some items can be rejected if they violate Roblox rules or appropriateness, or is not considered up to quality, if you will. But in terms of the technical side, there is some hard, shall I say, lines of what technical requirements for each accessory item has to be. In terms of the model itself, the model could be a single mesh, or it could be made of multiple parts, but it must be 12,000 vertexes in 4,000 triangles. It cannot exceed this limit. And the reason why is because Studio, the Roblox system, will not allow any accessory item to go over this vertex in triangle count. In terms of layout, it's pretty much a standard UV layout. It's again, you want to practice good UV layouts, shall I say, management and skill sets. You don't want to have overlapping UVs unless you're making one side of the other object a duplicate. But all UV layouts in the end will be based on a 256 by 256 texture sheet that has to be a PNG format. Most of the times, if we do have any problems with UV layout, it will show up actually in Studio, not so much in, say, the testing level, but when it actually gets loaded up to the actual platform. So it's always good to make sure that you have standard UV skills and management for your item. Attachment points and bounding box area requirements. All accessory items are categorized, and when we get into the actual demo here, I'll point that out. They are categorized based on their attachment points, be a hat, front of the face, body bag for a backpack, for example, and also the bounding box that goes for that attachment point. What that means that if, say, you have a hat on the head, it needs to, of course, attach to that attachment point, but the hat itself, in terms of its size, cannot exceed the bounding box for that attachment point. And so all accessory items that are applied to a certain attachment point have to be within the bounding box for that attachment point. The Roblox file that is exported out that then eventually is evaluated and loaded to the platform is that of an RBMX file. That is the only file we have for accessory items. So when we get to, and kind of going a little bit faster, I'll try to slow down a little bit. when we get to the demonstration here, it doesn't really matter if you use 3D Studio Max or Blender in terms of the 3D application. In the end, the model that gets brought into the testing area to be fitted and tested out can be an FBX or an OBJ file. Again, it has to meet these certain requirements, as I point out here. I find that most of the influencers, based on probably just financial reasons, use a pipeline process like Blender and Photoshop, or they might use like Maya and Photoshop, or Maya and Substance Painter, or 3D Studio Max and Photoshop and Substance Painter, or they might replace Photoshop with GIMP, for example. But in the end, it doesn't really matter the 3D application for the creation of the actual object, or multiple objects that would be combined together as one mesh, or the program that actually will do the texture mapping or texture painting. In the end, it's the making sure that you follow certain basic requirements, as well as staying within a certain appropriate guidelines for aesthetic reasons. So what I would like to do here in just a second is kind of point out what the demonstration will be. So I'm going to bring up a 3D application here in a minute and talk about how a certain asset object inside the 3D application, in terms of these requirements that you see here, vertex count, triangle, UV layout, and also I'll bring up like Photoshop to talk about the texture size and format, and then go through and do an export of the object and bring it into the studio to show you how the fitting and how the packaging will be done for such an accessory item, and also the bounding box, how that is tested out to determine that an object is fitting inside of the box, and then also how to save out the file. This is a standard procedure that most influencers will go through in terms of getting their object out of a 3D application into the actual testing area as for the packaging. And so I'd like to go through that in just a second. So as you can see here, we're going to go through these requirements as well as the demonstration inside Roblox Studio in terms of the packaging and creation. So at this time, I'm going to switch over to Maya. So just give me a second here. And I'm a little new with Discord. So in terms of the screen, so I'm going to try to switch this over. Just be a second. I'm going to shut down this right here. There we go. And here we are. Can you guys see that? Okay, good. So I did it. Yay! Yeah, didn't think I was going to get there. So just give me a second on this one. All right. So I'm using Maya here for this demonstration. So I brought up a UGC item. This is a face mask. In terms of the modeling, how this was actually done, this was modeled in Maya. And as you can see here, it is within the 1200 vertex count and well 4000 triangle count. The item was also exported out, the base shape, and some artists will actually use different applications like Mudbox and ZBrush to create their items. Like in terms of what I did to create this, I actually brought the low polygon versions of this from Maya into ZBrush, and where I sculpted out different aspects of the mask and as well as the teeth. Then I brought it back into Maya and I actually retoppled a lot of it and to get more of a unique look. And then after I retoppled it and UV mapped it, I brought it into Substance Painter and then did the texture painting. That's probably a little bit more than what an average influencer for Video Star Pro will do, but it's not unheard of to actually see some Video Star applicants creating phenomenal pieces using such pipelines like going from a 3D application to a sculpting program, Maya or ZBrush, and say Mudbox, as well as using Substance Painter for the texture mapping. In terms of objects, it can be one single piece or it can be multiple pieces. We're going to make a duplicate of this. And I'm just going to go to here, mesh, and say separate. And so you can see here, objects can be separate parts as well as one single piece. The end goal is just to make sure that the object, when it gets exported out of a 3D application, is combined for that exportation. In terms of the UV mapping, and I'll bring this up here. The UV mapping, and you can see here I'm actually duplicating my UVs because both sides are symmetrical. The model is fairly symmetrical. You want to practice good UV mapping in terms of what we call size relationship to texture, importance, or resolution. So one of the things that kind of will get you sometimes in terms of having low res quality textures within the, shall we say, when you bring it in to test it out in Studio or even upload it to the platform, is that you want to make sure that your textures are 256 by 256 in PNG format, but you want to make sure that your UVs are a fairly big size, especially if you're trying to show a lot of detail. As we know, basic UV mapping, that the size of the UV, in this case here, the mass is the most important. So the UVs are large in order to make sure that the textures read fairly clean and sharp within the actual editor as well as online. Because if not, with that 256 by 256 resolution quality, they can be look very poor, pixelated. So outside of that, you want to make sure that your textures fit within the UV area. There is really no schematic in terms like this has to be here in terms of a quadrant. In terms of Roblox characters, they do have specific locations for different parts of the body, like arms and legs, where the textures have to be. But when it comes to accessory items, there is no certain rule in terms of location for certain parts of an item within the texture area. The most important thing to do is have proper UV layout and also think about how UV size and texture resolution together to get the most high quality resolution of the texture on your object based on the 256 by 256 format, because that can be somewhat of a challenge. And when I started making assets for Roblox, this is one of the things I had to learn quickly, is to rethink how I think about UVs in terms of such a texture size of 256 by 256, and how that was critical that I really understand which certain parts had to be minimized in terms of their importance and maximized for the other that were going to be more visible to the viewer. And like I said, it's basic UV layout and standards. The other thing about textures is that there's only one texture. Roblox does not use specular maps or roughness maps, or metal maps or reflective maps. It doesn't use neural maps. It's all straight color map or diffuse map. It is just basically one map that gets used to actually for the colorization or for the texturization of an item. So it's actually extremely important that you understand how the textures work in terms of their quality at such a low resolution, and also the importance of the UVs. That's why I choose Substance Painter when I actually do my texture mapping, because I know that in Substance Painter I can kick out textures at a fairly low resolution and at the same time combine it with proper UV mapping and get a fairly decent quality. And it works fairly well with that type of pipeline process. In terms of objects and how they are exported out, you'll notice in my scene I actually have the standard avatars from the actual testing area for Roblox. And what I did is I actually exported out the models from the testing area and brought them into the 3D application here in Maya, and just set them up as they would appear actually inside the testing area. That way, when I actually fit or model a asset for, say, if it's going to be a backpack, or if it's going to be shoulder guards, or it's going to be a hat, or it's going to be chest armor, I can actually model and fit it around a particular avatar. Say if I want to use the classic, or if I was going to make a certain hairpiece for the woman, or a backpack for one of these other avatars, I can actually model it around that and fit it to one of those avatar types. So I find it's actually beneficial that if you do make UGC items, Roblox, be it for the regular GC program or stars, that it's good to make sure that you have some working avatars within your 3D application and to actually fit and create your items around. So in this case here, the way that I bring an object into the actual testing area for fitting and packaging is that I'll actually line it up with the avatar that I'm actually going to work with. So in this case here is the classic one, and for the exportation. So there are a couple things I always want to check before I export it out. Again, I want to make sure that it is within the vertex in triangle range. That actually here has, sorry about that. It has its UVs are set up and out, and also it has this texture applied to it. When you export out an object, it's actually good to export out the object in the same location as the texture. It doesn't really matter if it's an OBJ or FBX. I will usually make a separate folder for the item and make sure that the FBX or OBJ that I export out is in the same location as the texture file, so everything is actually attached. The reason why I do that is because Roblox Studio, when I go to import it into the testing area, will try to locate the actual texture that's associated with the item. So it's good to have them in the same location. I find that FBX format works better than OBJ for the sheer reasons of smoothing groups. Some items you want to apply smoothing groups between that of hard or soft, and FBX is a little bit better for that, so you can actually play with the features in the FBX to determine that. But OBJ does it as well, so it doesn't, in some cases, some people might not know the difference, but I prefer FBX over OBJ when I export it out to Roblox Studio. So the exportation is fairly easy. You want to make sure that the object is fitted where you want it. Now, it might not show exactly in the same location as the avatars, which you'll see here in a minute, but it'll be around the same area, if not in the same location. So you can select the object and go up to File, and I'm going to say Export Selection. And so here, I know you can't see it, but I'm going to export it out. I don't know if you guys can see that or not. And it's going to go to my folder, and I'm going to export it out as an FBX. And there we go. And that was it. It's pretty simple. So once you've created the item and have it inside your 3D application and it's texture map within your 3D application, if it's multiple parts, you want to make sure you combine everything and export it out as an FBX or an OBJ. And make sure that the FBX and OBJ are exported into the same folder where the texture map that goes with the item resides. Now, after that, just kind of want to show you what it will look like inside the Roblox now. So I'm going to switch to another screen. So just a second. Oops, sorry about that. And do we see the Roblox? Oh, good. So that's like 2 for 2 now, right? It's pretty good. All right. So one of the things that we give to influencers in order to package and test their items is what's called the accessory testing level. This is something that influencers are given and so that they can not only bring the items in and package them, they can obviously test it and everything in terms of, does the bounding box work? Does it fit correctly? Does it attach to the object? Because in a lot of ways, what you'll see here in the testing area is what it's going to look like online, outside of some lighting considerations. So the first thing you want to do is, there's different ways of doing this. So, but one of the best ways is actually right-click on the ground plane, and we're going to say Insert Object. Now, when you say Insert Object, you have different options here you can pick, but the one that you want to select is Mesh Part. Now, when you have created a mesh part, you can name it. So name it right here. I'm going to call this one Shark _ mask. And then over here in the properties, you'll have something called Mesh ID. Now, this folder here for the Mesh ID is where you go to import in your FBX OBJ. So here, I have one right here. And I'm going to say Open. And it's going to say here, do you want this to show up in the same location as it shows up in, say, Maya? So the interesting thing about, shall we say, the environment of the accessory level here and that of Maya, they're both based on the same unit size. The only difference is that the z-axis is reversed. So if you would say export out any of these avatars and bring them into an application, you'll notice that the direction of the avatar is flipped on the Z in your application. But outside of that, it's the same unit size and setup. I'm going to say yes, and we'll have it import in. Usually it doesn't take this long. So it only happens when you actually do live session. Okay. So it says the server is not available. That's unfortunate. Let me try that again. Sorry about that. Here, let me do this real quick. It's funny, I tested this out like 5 minutes before we started. It's okay, I'll just shut down the studio here if it does it again and I'll back up. All right, let me go back and do something really quick. Yeah, I know you guys can't see this, but I'm going to export it back out again from Maya. I'm just going to do an OBJ this time. There we go.
One of the things I like about this session is not only are we seeing Roblox, but we're also seeing a bunch of good 3D art best practices.
Yeah, and it's sometimes I always tell students it's actually good to see when things don't work, because that makes everything more human. Yeah. So I'm just going to shut this down for a second. It's probably just needs to be refreshed. It'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. Not going anywhere.
While you're doing that, Paul, if you can talk about some of the objects that you think have been most popular in this program, what people really like to buy and put on their characters.
Well, we all know about hats. One of the big things that, again, I'm waiting for, looks like there's a little bit of our server issue with Roblox at the moment. One of the things is that you'll see a lot is hats. Of course, those are always popular pieces, but what I have found out that seems to be some of the more popular pieces, I'm gonna before I actually go forward and bring it back up, I'll talk real quick as I do this, just to test it out before I bring it back up. One of the things that is very popular are backpacks. a lot of influencers will create backpacks, and the reason why they create backpacks is that they'll have basically their name, their logo, their artwork, and on the actual backpacks themselves. Backpacks are very common and very popular for influencers to create. I'm still getting that error message, and I do apologize, ladies and gentlemen. Didn't have this issue before. And
I guess backpacks are also popular because you're often in that kind of pseudo isometric view where you're pulled back over the shoulder and you see it while you're watching your character do things.
that's right. The other things that are popular outside of backpacks are what we call shoulder pals, or sometimes shoulder pets. So a lot of times, influencers will actually make these small little characters that fit on people's shoulders that are actually, in a lot of ways, based on their identity as well as their persona, and those are extremely popular as well. I'm still trying to bring up the Roblox thing, and I do
While you're
apologize.
continuing work on it, I hope we're not disturbing you.
Oh
while you're
no,
doing that.
no, you're not. I can chew gum and walk at the same time. So, backpacks and shoulder pals tend to be popular, but then we'll get some really creative stuff. Individuals will create items that you wouldn't expect, like everything from a snake wrapped around a neck, for example. I've seen that. I've seen someone, which doesn't always mean they get accepted. Someone made a toilet that actually fits around the waist, and an item like that is usually not accepted in terms of because of what we call appropriateness. But I'll see everything from wings. I've seen everything from vehicles, a wheelchair, which was one of the most interesting pieces I saw. Someone actually had a Roblox character. Of course, the Roblox character stands, but a wheelchair fitted around the character. So some of them are just like your common hats and common, back objects, or like shoulder pads or things like that. But you will get some creative pieces. I do apologize. It looks like Roblox is, for some reason, I cannot get this to work at the moment, even though it was working just a little while
Paul,
ago.
let me ask you one more question, then we'll move you into
Sure.
the general voice channel. And if you get it working, you can also
Yeah.
show it there. You share screen there. One last question. Tim Johnson, who is setting up his own UGC program, asks, in this program, since it's invitation only, do you still moderate the UGC?
No, I don't think so. They have strict rules on things in terms of moderation. I think it's only open in terms of a select group or people, or select people, but it is kind of still in its infancy. So it does. I would say that just from my basic knowledge, that would not be the case. But you can reach out to Roblox and ask that question.
All right. Thank you very much, Paul.
Yeah, I just right now Roblox is giving me a connection issue. It looks like Roblox is down, so I cannot actually get this to work at the moment.
Jump into the regular voice channel, and people can bring more questions there.
Sure.
And,
yeah, no problem.
We will transition to our next session.
Yeah, I do apologize. I wanted to actually get the demonstration. I'm so sorry. Okay. That's okay. I'll switch over to there. Thank you.
And for the rest of you, gameplay design tectonics, mapping how we interact with game design. And Simon will be here to answer your questions.
So, hello everybody. I hope everyone has been enjoying their Siege online experience so far. My name is Simon Hafiz, and I will be presenting a concept I've been working on for close to a year now, where I'm trying to map out how we interact with design, but in this case, in this presentation, I am focusing it on game design, so gameplay. So the name of the concept, that is a working name still, but it is Gameplay Design Tectonics. So who am I? As I said, my name is Simon Hoffes. I am an architect by day. So my academic experience, I hold a master's in architectural design and a bachelor's in environmental design. Professional experience has been mostly on the hospitality side, so it's making hotels, master plans for resorts, restaurants, and so on. I've been in the industry close to 7+ years now, and I'm currently a professor of design studio for architecture at Kennesaw State University. On the game design development side, I have been working collaboratively with an online group called Home Team Game Dev since 2017, where I've worked on all of these projects that you're seeing here, with the one marked red as the one that I led. And I've worked, in everything, just a little bit. I've dipped my toes in everything from design to level design to music, programming, and asset creation. So what are we doing today? So again, I'm exposing this new concept that I'm working on called Gameplay Design Tectonics. So what we are going to need to do is understand 3 basic concepts that are going to weave together so we can actually see how this mapping of the design experience actually happens. So we're going to hit affordances and signifiers and how they relate to cognition. We're going to quickly talk about flow state, and then we're going to expose what the basics and the terminology of this new concept I'm working on, which is called relational pathway. Then we're going to go through the basic mapping of the design experience, how we manage or distribute cognition through it, and a more detailed structuring of how we can use it to better design, in this case, games. So let's dive into it. So affordances and signifiers. So what are affordances? Affordances is a term coined by James J. Gibson for the psychology field in his book, The Ecological Approach to Visual Perception, where he states that an affordance is every single possible action that a person can do with the object or the environment. So that means that we have a chair and a ball, so we can throw the chair and we can sit on the ball just because that is physically and ergonomically possible. But then the same concept was stretched into the design field by Don Norman in his book, The Design of Everyday Things, where he starts implying and saying that form actually implies function. So in this case, that is why what Don Norman is hinting at is why when you first saw the chair and the ball, your first actions were, I'm going to sit on the chair and I'm going to throw the ball. Just because of all the background information, all the knowledge, the culture, how we understand how each object functions, or what are its primary functions. So, and actually that is, you understand all of that through the signifiers, which states that an object characteristics are those that stand out from a user's perspective that guide the user on how to interact with the object as the designer intended. So let's do a quick analysis, a quick exercise, so we can understand this a little better. So let's talk about the affordances of a door system. So the basic affordances are the manipulation of the knob, the disengagement or engagement of the locking system, the panel rotating on its axis or its hinges, passage through the door. But there are other things too, like you can write on the door panel, you can knock on it, you can use that as a weapon against someone that's just passing in front of the wall, etc. But what if I gave you this example and you do not know that we're talking about doors, and I just presented you this scenario in front of you in real life, and the only thing that you have to go by to try to understand what's happening, what this is, how you can use it, are those seams in the wall. Well, it is really difficult for you to be able to actually understand from the characteristics or just the signifiers that door is going to operate like this. Where, at what point is its rotating axis? Where should you push? In general, how it functions. It's really difficult to do that without any added information. And then that is why I'm bringing this example, because you can quickly understand by this picture and having it contrasted with all the lack of information you had before to understand how to operate a door, like all of the different ways that you actually operate a door just based on the handles, right? And that is the magic or the power of the signifiers, right? Those are the design features that are guiding the user to how to correctly operate, in this case, the door, but in general terms, the design. So this exercise of the door is the one that Don Norman uses iconically in his book, to the extent of this exercise, this example has come to be known as the Norman door, right? Where if you want someone to push the door, then do not offer any handles. If you want someone to pull the door, offer something to grab onto, because psychologically we lean towards some actions. In this case, I mean, if there's nothing, just a panel, it's more natural for us to push it. If there is something to grab, it's more natural for us to pull it. And this is important to understand, that we encounter and we interact with signifiers and affordances with every single item that has been designed. And this goes from a coffee mug, where it tells you where to pick it up when it's hot, to a mouse, where it affords you and makes you understand that you need to drag the mouse across the surface of the table instead of picking it up, and or the controller, a game controller, where it's like really comfortably you can grab it in a specific manner for you to be able to operate it in the correct way. So up to this point, we have been talking about affordances and signifiers in the physical realm, the physical space. I want to take it into the digital space. And for that, I'm going to use the ubiquitous example of the hyperlink. So what are the affordances of a hyperlink? Well, it can't be clicked, and you can access information through it. What are its signifiers? The underlying text, the different colors, and the cursor when it changes. And this is basically, in a very simplistic manner, the building blocks of UI design. But I want to take it a step further. I want to go from the digital space specifically to the game space. And this is where we're encountering these type of interfaces. And I do want to make clear that what we're going to do goes further than this. But when we go into the facet of a game where it's like the UI, the saving screen, the inventory screen, the world map, all of those things are basically UI designed. Or the non-avatar games, the ones that just like Candy Crush, the puzzle games, all of that, you're relating through it or with it on a UI design level, like this. What I want to actually do is take it even a step further, and I want to go into the avatar mediated game space. And this is where something really interesting starts happening that I notice. Is like, now you're taking aspects of design and affordances and signifiers, how we understand them from the digital space, but also from the physical space, and it's starting to mesh and melt together to create this unique experience. So let's see how we would map out a game world. Or before that, when I say avatar mediated game, I don't only mean 3D games. I also mean like 2D worlds, as long as there's an avatar as mediator or representative of you in that game. So what are the affordances in this? Well, you can hit the block And what's the signifier? Well, there's a question mark to intrigue the player's curiosity. And we also see these things from in more modern design ways, like diegetic elements. Well, actually undiegetic elements, where there are components that are not part of the world, but the player can see. For example, here where you have that UI component floating above the chest that the designer wants you to interact with, and then we have the diegetic ones. I have them flip, where they are in-game world components where they're guiding you. That it's being used the same way as a UI component, but it's more in the language and in the reality of the world. Just like in this example of God of War, where the runes on that specific space in the wall is telling the player where specifically you can climb through. And in the Assassin's Creed's like games, there's something really interesting happening also, where the designers are leaning on your understanding of how the real world operates and using that parallel understanding, that knowledge, to make you navigate the game world. For example, here in Assassin's Creed, if you see a ledge and you can grab onto it and you can climb it. In the real world, that's kind of how it works too. You see a ledge, if you're athletic enough, you can jump to it and you can pull yourself over it and jump over it. So this is really interesting. Now, I hope up to this point we have understood what affordances and signifiers are, how they operate from the physical, simple objects to the game world. But there's also something really important that we need to understand, and it is that all of this, when we interact with it, with the affordances, signifiers, the designs, we are using an amount of working memory to be able to perform that task through that object. And that is cognitive load. So when is our cognitive flow disrupted? Well, I have identified two areas or two instances. And this is the examples that I'm going to use for the first one. So everyone has encountered this type of door, the glass door that has the same handles inside and outside. Well, what usually happens when we do that? Well, we like 99% of the time get it wrong, right? Well, it's, if you remember to back to the Norman door example, it's because the signifiers are not communicating to us in the correct manner. So when this happens, you understand you're using a specific cognitive load to operate a door. But what happens is that when the door does not work as you were expecting, now your brain has to allocate more cognition to be able to operate the door, to be able to go through, because that's your goal. But I'm sure that everyone has felt, and it has happened, has gone through this moment, and you kind of like feel like your brain is like going through a little crash, right? Like everything's screeching, like you feel that change in cognitive requirement, even if it's really short. The other aspect is when something's new. So I'm pretty sure that when I've showed this picture, even for a second, like a lot of your curiosity was spiked and you were trying to figure out, like, what is this? How was it made? How do I use it? What is it for? What is its purpose? All of that, right? So the other instance where our cognitive flow is disrupted is when we're encountered with something new or unknown. And if I may bring a more relatable example, is like, even if you're a master pianist right now, or you have never been successful at learning an instrument, everyone has encountered or is familiar with trying to learn a new instrument. Now, you can get the most successful and intelligent and brilliant physicist of NASA that has never played a piano before, sit him or her down and give them the most simple piece that there is in the simplest form. So Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, one node at a time, one finger at a time. And you will see that all of their cognitive capability, even if they're the ones that are sending the next rocket to Mars, it is going to be challenged by this new experience. And you're going to see them. All of their focus is going to be in trying to get that right note at the right time in the right sequence. Now, when you have a master pianist, you have them playing one of Bach's masterpieces and also having a relatively deep conversation with you. And it's like, how is it? How is that possible? Well, it is it is because of how it is distilled. And also that is how you get these one-man bands type of scenarios possible, right? So just to recap, when our cognitive flow is disrupted, it is in two instances: when something does not work as expected or something is new. And the way that they are disrupted is in opposite ways. So when something does not work as expected, you had a minimum cognition allocated to work with it, and now it had to expand. When something new is new, it goes from requiring a lot of cognition to just requiring the minimal amount to operate it. Okay, so now we're going to move on to the flow state. So the flow state was developed in this for the psychology field by this gentleman, Mihaly Csikszentmihalyi, in his book, The Psychology of Optimal Experience, where he states that the flow state is the optimal state of mind when performing a task. And this is that summit of the mountain that not only every game designer is after or should be after, but every designer, if it's from a game to a phone, because you are designing an experience, not just a product. So let's quickly explain how the flow state works. So it's basically stating that every action that we do can be measured or analyzed in between two axes, right? So the challenge and the skill level that is required or presented for that task. So what happens if the challenge presented is met overwhelmingly by your skill sets? Well, that is going to require minimal cognition from your part, and it's going to create a boring experience. What happens if the opposite? If the challenge presented to you is really hard to meet up with your current skill sets? Well, you create a higher requirement of cognition, and that creates an anxiety state. Where we actually want to do is be able to create a design experience where the challenge presented is closely met, but not completely met by your current skill sets. So you require a little bit more of cognition that you would regularly apply to it to be able to encounter this perfect balance of an experience between the challenge and the skill sets. And you know, it's that point where we're requiring not too little and not too much of cognition from the player, and that's creating the flow state, the happy state. Okay, so now we're going to move to the relational pathway. So I'm going to be introducing this. This is the new concept, but this is where the new stuff starts to come in. I'm also going to be presenting new terminology. So my hope is that I am going to be clear enough, and you can follow me and hopefully see the potential that this new conceptual tool to map the design experience has, and so we can later talk about it. And I'm really excited about the questions and the new ideas that can come up from your perspective on this. So the first thing that we need to understand is, like, every time someone, the user, is interacting with a design tool or experience, is because they're after a goal. Now, that goal may be making toast, making a phone call, or just entertainment, playing a game, immersion. So every time that the user is operates the design, there is what I'm calling an interface point, right? So that interface point requires cognition from the user. And that point I'm terming a relational joint. Now, that line where that relational joint is on, I am calling a relational pathway. Now, let's try to map out the experience with these two concepts of making toast. So we first need to understand how all the components of the experience and how they interact with each other. So when we're making a toast, we have the user, we have the toaster, there's a relational joint there, there's an interface point, but we also have the toast, which interfaces or relates to the toaster. Now, when the user is relating to the toaster, specifically, the user needs to understand that how to operate and how the buttons and the levers function, the proper handling of the toaster, how to plug for power, the correct orientation, and so on. But he also needs to understand how the toaster interacts with or interfaces with the toast. Understanding that there's a platform that's going to lower the bread, the metal coils that produce the heat to toast the bread. There's going to be an auditory signal that he has to wait for, and when that auditory signal is triggered, the ejection of the bread happens and the goal is acquired. And all of this is requiring cognition from the user to be able to operate successfully. And this is how the relational pathway of making toast looks like, right? Where you start with the user, then that first relational joint is between the user and the toaster. The second relational joint is between the toaster and the bread, and that is what's going to help us, or it's going to let us, understanding all of that, it's going to let us navigate the relational pathway successfully to be able to acquire the goal, which in this case is making toast. Now, let's try to map out a game experience. So the first thing that we need to understand is that the user and the controller have an interface, and the user needs to understand how to properly hold and how to push the buttons. But then you have the controller and the avatar, in which the user needs to understand how the mapping of the controller happens or is. We have then avatar world, and again, the avatar environment interactions need to be understood. And then we have the world and the goal, in which, again, the player needs to understand the relationship between the environment and the goal. And this is how the relational pathway of a avatar-mediated game looks like. So something that quickly is evident is how different these two experiences are. One has more relational joints than the other. And if just putting a quick subnote, if we were to create a relational pathway of other facets of the game, in this case like the main menu screen, we also can identify that there's like less relational joints than the game itself. Because again, the user needs to understand still how the controller functions, but then the controller and the UI, right, like navigating, how do I navigate through the controller, the main menu, and then how the UI interacts with the goal. It's like, if I click play, what happens? If I click save, what happens? And it's really interesting that there is a hierarchy, a noticeable hierarchy in this instance, or in these examples, of the deeper you go into the digital/game world, the more relational joints there are to be able to successfully acquire that goal, versus the physical example of making toast. And this is important because it is a characteristic of the relational pathway that could hint at the level of cognition required to successfully navigate that relational pathway to the goal. But to be able to actually call it that, to call it, I would need to do some research, and currently I do not have any support from university or anything else. So all of this is just happening here in my office. But I still feel that it's important to recognize the difference between a relational pathway with more or less relational joints. So I'm just calling them less or more articulated. And again, this is important because this might hint at the use of cognitive load. And this in turn is important because we do understand that we have a limit of how much information we can handle at any moment. Currently, we understand that we humans can handle around 110 bits per second. If we go over that, it's when we start getting that anxiety negative experience scenario. So, and then this also points out to how do we actually navigate the relational pathway. And I've identified that it's like a loop and slide. So it's depending what we're after in the moment, it's going to slide, but then it's constantly going to be looping through it. So in this case, when the user first picks up the controller, they're only looping through that one relational joint because they're only trying to understand and they're only functioning. They only need to apply enough cognition to operate that point. When the player goes and starts playing with the avatar, now they need to understand they're looping it. It's slided to that second relational joint, and now it's looping through two relational joints. So it's more cognition needed to now operate the avatar, and so on as you get to the goal. And this loop and slide is dynamic, right? It is never like 1, 2, 3. And I'm staying like through that at the start of the game. I only have 1. At the end of the game, I'm through 4. No, it's really an instance by instance slide and loop, and that's really interesting. But that also brought me to another concept, which is I can't jump from one relational joint from the first one to the third. There's like a hierarchy that needs to be understood. There are building blocks of understanding that require cognition that cannot be jumped. For example, like the user needs to first understand how to physically operate or interface with a controller before he understands how the controller interfaces with the avatar, and so on. Like the player can't go from user controller to avatar environment without understanding how to control the avatar, and that just creates like a tenet of like there is a set hierarchy that needs to be followed, an order for cognition to be able to flow up to that goal. And again, all of this is necessary to understand because I think in this field design and the game design field, we tend to not, our faults don't tend to go to making a boring experience. It tends to go to making an overwhelming experience, right? So we need to understand that we are pushing that disbalance of the flow state into a specific place, which is anxiety. So up to this point, we have mapped out the game experience or the design experience. So now let's go a little bit deeper and trying to understand how we actually distribute the cognition of the player. So again, this is how the relational pathway of a game, avatar mediated game looks like. So I came up with a little exercise that I think if we do it first before explaining, everything is going to make things click better. So let's say that for the sake of this example, humans have 5 units of cognition that we are representing with a circle that is going to be equal to 1. So again, we can't go over the the 110 bits basically of information that we can handle, the cognitive max of the humans. What we're trying to do is get to that sweet spot, to that flow state. So let's start distributing our cognition. So let's say we start a game. So the first thing that we need to recognize is that there is some cognition needed to be able to interface and operate the user and the controller relational joint. So we allocate 1. But then we have the controller and the avatar. But someone in the studio had a brilliant idea of a new mechanic or a new way of how the controller is going to interface or relate to the avatar. And the studio decided to do it. Well, if it's new or it is not as expected, the cognitive flow is going to be disrupted. So we need it is going to require more cognition from the player to be able to operate that relational joint successfully. So let's move on. We have the avatar and the environment. So we need to recognize that some cognition is going to be used there. But then again, someone else in the design studio had a brilliant idea of a new mechanic. Everyone went with it. It is new or not working as expected, so more cognition is going to be necessary there. So, and now we go to the environment and the goal. And again, some cognition needs to be allocated there to be able to successfully navigate through that relational joint. But we're out at this point of cognition to actually be balanced. So this is where this balance of the flow state and the anxiety, the anxiety level or state starts to happen. And again, remember, we're looping and sliding. So it is not that the player is going to feel that anxiety when they're interacting only with the controller. They're going to feel that in this specific example, that anxiety, that disbalance of the flow state when they're going to that fourth relational joint of the environment and the goal. When they're going to want to acquire the goal, it's going to be too much in that moment. And that's where, like, I mean, it's not necessarily that the brain of the player is going to break, but there's something that's going to be off, something that's going to be uncomfortable about the experience that you created. So let's see how we, using the relational pathway and all these understanding, all these building blocks, how we can use this to map out and distribute or study how to actually distribute successfully the player's cognition throughout the game. So the first thing that we need to do is understand and recognize that every single relational joint in a relational pathway of that design experience that we're after is going to require a certain amount of cognition. So we need to be mindful of that. Something already is being consumed here. But let's say that we want to work with a new design for a controller or something like VR, which is completely in its own category. Well, that mostly is going to require that added cognition in the first two relational joints, either the user interface to the controller, like how do I pick it up, where do I put my my fingers and all that, to the controller avatar, like where do I push or how do I move the controller to move the avatar. So that means that the added, the surplus cognition needs to be added there. So it means that the rest of your game should be simple, to not disrupt too much the flow state. But let's say we want to come up with a new genre completely, or an innovative game mechanic. Well, then it flips. All of our surplus cognition is going to go to where the avatar and the environment interact, or the environment and the goal. So that means that we need to make the front end of that relational pathway simpler. So it is really interesting that we can, at a surface level, divide the relational pathway into two categories, like the interface and then the mechanics. And again, I understand, like, we could go into deep conversations and everything can be an interface and everything can be argumented to be a mechanic. But I think as a category, we can divide it like this to better understand it. And here is where we're getting into the more detailed structuring of how to use this tool to better understand, analyze, and design the experience that we're after. So now we can go into each relational joint and further look into it and see what is happening in each one, what's happening at that instance of the design experience. And those I'm calling joint sections. And it's basically a focus on a specific relational joint to understand the player experience at a greater detail at that specific moment in the relational pathway. And in general, I have identified 4 basic types of issue that we have to be looking out for each joint. And that is failing expectations, memory issues, high complexity, and high volume of information. So these are some of, if we broke down those joint sections into categories of designs, this is how it starts looking. And this is not a comprehensive list. This is just an example. But for example, we have the user and controller joint, where ergonomics, key configuration, intended use of the controller, the input feedback, and the required focus need to be addressed and thought of there. If we have the controller avatar joint, we have failing expectations, action mapping, required dexterity, lack of feedback, and focus. If we move on to the avatar environment, we have action possibilities, interaction fidelity or expectations, action cohesion, and glitches. And if we go to the environment goal, we have overall complexity, perceived casuality, and glitches. Now, as I was doing this list, I noticed that there was like something missing, and it was the camera. So I started studying the camera, and I found out that the camera moved independently, it interacted with the environment independently, it had different sets of capabilities and functions, and overall it had just independent set of rules, interactions, and roles in the game. So after that, it was like, okay, so this is another joint in the relational pathway, but where am I putting it? So I started thinking about it in context. So it's like, okay, so the camera is controlled by the controller, so they need to be related, but the avatar already holds that place. Okay, but then the camera also ends up relating with the environment, and again the avatar also holds that. So the camera and the avatar are parallel. So that's why I modified the relational pathway, and it ends up looking like this, where the controller actually connects to the avatar and the camera. And at some point, they do interact, the avatar and the camera between them, and then they interact with the environment. So we end up with a modified relational pathway for a avatar-mediated, camera-controlled game. So now let's quickly dive into each one of the relational joints to give you examples of the design experience that has to be thought through. So for example, in the user controller joint, we have just general ergonomics, like where we have, like, for example, the Xbox controller, which is super comfortable. Everything is at reach in the way that you grab it. But then we have examples of controllers that their ergonomics are not really their focus. And so we end up with really weird shapes to grab, and also where we don't have complete reach of all the buttons. So we need to like slide the hand to be able to push correctly, and all of that is weird, is new, or not as expected. We also have focus challenges, where we usually have the controller that lets the player have all their visual focus to the screen, and just needing here and there a glance at the controller sometimes. But then to the right, the image to the right is the Star Fox game for the Wii U and the handheld, where you had on the screen the third person view of the ship, but then in the handheld you had the cockpit view. Now both screens were important to follow at the same time, because they were giving you different information that you needed to successfully win the game. And it is a weird experience, because you're dividing your attention, your visual attention, into two places. But then we have the overall VR experience, where motion sickness is a type of ergonomics, more not in the maybe the general sense of like physical, but it is an ergonomics. And then we have just general control mapping issues of, you know, do I press X and the avatar jumps, or do I need to you know, a down slash is always going to be, you know, throwing things. It's just that general action language that needs to be developed for this type of new controller. Then let's move to the next one, to the controller and the camera. Well, we have scope. For example, in the Ori games, that like Metroidvania-like game, you have a really immersive game, so you want to show as much details as possible, but you also want the player to know when enemies are coming so they can prepare. But then if you have like a horror suspense game, you really want to control how much information you're given to the player, and you also want to always have a focal point. And that's just different examples of things that need to be considered at this relational joint, at this specific point in that relational pathway. We also have position of the camera. With the God of War games, the first three, you were like really detached from the avatar, where you were controlling the avatar, but it was more like a minion, an action figure that was playing for you, that was fighting for you. Where in the latest game, it's really different, where you have that third person view, you have the camera right behind them, you can see everything that they're going through from their perspective, so you can connect more. It's more personal. We also have control of the camera, which this game is Shadow of the Colossus. It is a wonderful game, beautiful game. I loved it. The only thing that I hated that was almost game breaking for me was the control of the camera. And this is because the designers wanted to go with the photographic compositional rules of thirds, where it states that the overall composition looks better if the subject of the composition is not at the center of the composition, but rather a third off. And that is what happened here. And for you to navigate the world, it is absolutely fine. It lets you see, nice perspectives of the world, but it is horrible when you're fighting the Colossus. Most of the time, I felt like I was fighting more the camera, the control of the camera, more than the Colossi themselves. Okay, so then we move to controller avatar relational joints. And this is just control action mapping, right? Like, do I click X and I jump? Do I click triangle and I slash, and so on? But also the dexterity and the complexity that you are going to require from your player to successfully play the game. So in these fighting games like Dragon Ball Z, is you have all of these really complicated sequences of buttons that have to be executed in a really short amount of time to be able to get that combo, to get that win, versus, or in contrast with a jigsaw puzzle where you only have one click to select and drag the piece of the puzzle, and you have all the time of the world to be able to drag it and think about it, right? So if we move to avatar environment, we have, do you have a linear or open world? I mean, that's literally game changing. But also we have expectations, or what I'm calling interaction fidelity, which I'm basing off of the uncanny valley. So what I mean by this is, whenever we see a door or any other parallel piece of information from the physical world, but in this case I'm choosing the door as an example. So we see the door in a game, we go to it, and it doesn't open. Well, we have two different reactions, even though we understood it and it prompted us to have the same reaction, but we're going to have different reactions as a consequence of not being able to open the door, depending on the fidelity of the game, graphics. I mean by in graphics. So, for example, in a low bit or low graphics game, we see a door. It looks like we can open it. We go to it. We can't open it. It's like, okay, it failed my expectations, but okay. It's really different when we have that same experience of not being able to open the door in a high fidelity graphics game, because it's like, why can't I open this? Like, whenever I see a door in real life, which this looks like really close to real life, it's like I'm able to open it unless I see a lock or the obstacle that's blocking the door. And that's like why this picture is going through the added effort of graphically showing like you can't open the door and this is the reason. And this all is based on the uncanny valley effect, which states that we tend to judge things harshly the more closer they are to that which they're trying to emulate. And this is the case, that's why I placed WALL-E and Sophia in as an example, because the two are robots, but one of them looks creepy to us and the other one looks cute. And that is explained by the uncanny valley, because Sophia is the one that is actually trying to look as a human being. So our standards of looking like a human being, like, or judging a robot looking like a human being, go up, and that's why she looks scary enough and WALL-E looks cute. Also, the interactions. Am I able to create portals in the world, crash crates, stick to the walls, swim? So, and then if we move to the environment, to the end goal, we have glitches. And now here, that glitches happen everywhere in all of these relational joints, but I think here is where they're the most most game breaking, just because of what we're seeing, how we're understanding the world, and how to interact with it. And if that does not translate one-to-one with how we expect, I think it's at this point is where it affects most the experience. We also have perceived casuality. So that means if moving this lever, if pulling this lever is going to open the gate, and you're not like aligning your camera to that gate, or giving the player a cutscene, and you're not connecting what they did to what's happening, they don't know that their actions are causing something. Also, focus of challenge. For example, in this picture of God of War, you quickly understand what is that you need to do to meet the challenge, and it is to figure out those 4 runes. We also have the area of scope that you're making the player consider to be able to meet that challenge, to be able to solve it. Now, in this game of God of War example, every time you encounter this type of chess, you knew that all the answers, all the tools required to solve it were in a really tight, close by radius. But also the how are you explaining, and how is the puzzle actually solved? How is the player understanding that? How are you communicating that? And this example again of the chest of God of War, you have a direct and instant relationship between the 2 runes and the 2 different objects. So you quickly understand there's a relationship here. But we also have overall complexity. How complex are you making this challenge? And then so at this point, like that was an example of how we can further detail out the in this case the gameplay experience with these tools of the relational pathway, the relational joins, section joins, and so on. And even though at this point, like the basis of the mapping might be really structured, might be really clear, it starts getting a little more entangled as we go into each one. I think this is still a better tool to visualize what is happening through that experience, for us to be able to dissect it, to be able to focus on specific areas, to see how they relate to each other. Because right now, I feel like this is more like how we see design experiences, where yes, we know there are some elements that are more important, that they're connected with each other in some manner, that some are more important at the start of the experience and some are more important at the end of the experience, and they somehow relate to each other, and that takes us to the goal. But I think that with the design tectonics, in this case the gameplay design tectonics, it helps us structure the experience to be able to understand it in such a better fashion. And then I want to end with, there are different game designs. On the spectrum, there are really different types of designs of games. So what I presented today is not the encapsulating, all-knowing, perfect fit of that relational pathway for every single game. These are just concepts that I'm developing, that actually need to be used to create its own relational pathway per design that it's analyzing and studying. So depending on the game, the relational pathway might look different. And then taking it a step further, a step back, is, well, different types of designs are going to have different pathway, just as we have seen from making toast to operating a game. Look how different they ended up looking. And so this is the end of this presentation. I hope I was able to communicate this clearly enough. I'm really excited about getting feedback, getting more ideas, getting more perspective on this. So I'm really excited about the Q&A. Hope we can talk. And one last plug. I also do music for games and media. So if you guys are interested in having original music composed for your games, please visit innuminoscry.com. There you can see my work. There you can contact me through my social media, or send me an email directly if you are looking for original music for your game. But back to the presentation. So yes, see you in Q&A, and thank you.
All right, Simon, great presentation. Thank you very much. Great conversation going on in the YouTube chats. It'll now continue in the Discord voice channel, so jump on over there. Our next presenter is only our second keynote to return to Siege as a keynote, Erin Hoffman-John. And this is somebody who all of us owe a debt of gratitude. She is the first person who really raised the issue of game developer crunch as a quality of life issue, and one that was negatively impacting a lot of people's lives. On top of her advocacy on behalf of all of us, she is a very talented game dev in her own right. So I'm very happy to have her return to Siege. And Erin, go ahead and take it away.
My name is Erin Hoffman-John, and this is a quest for meaning in the dark age of middle information. I want to thank Siege and Andrew Greenberg in particular for inviting me back to the conference, and I'm looking forward to chatting with you all during the Q&A session after this video, or maybe during it, because 2020 is wild. I hope you're all staying as safe and well as possible during this very pivotal year. You might know from your history classes in school that Johannes Gutenberg invented the printing press, and this kicked off a series of events that ultimately led to the Enlightenment in Europe. But if you're like me, you either never knew or have long forgotten that the distance between these two events was about 300 years, and not just any years, 300 years of war. The printing press wasn't coincidental with these events. It was a simple, pivotal event that kicked off radical system change that echoes today. And if you're asking, as you should, was this just Europe? No, it wasn't. Print had similar effects everywhere else it was introduced, catalyzing massive political change. I'm a systems designer, and from a systems lens, it was one of the most breathtaking advances in the history of humanity. By democratizing the consumption, creation, and dissemination of information, the printing press created the middle class in Europe by broadening access to education, upended the control of religious leaders, destabilizing churches across the continent, destroyed some leaders and created new ones, from the local to the international. I believe that it would be fair to characterize humans before print as one species and humans after print as another. We'll talk about this more in a minute, and what it has to do with video games later, but I suppose I should introduce myself. As I said, my name is Erin Hoffman-John, and my last appearance at Siege was in 2015. That was 2 babies ago to me. My second was born just a couple of months ago. So if I were less sleep deprived, I might be able to think about whether or not I feel like I'm the same person who spoke to you then. But maybe it's just as well I can't. At any rate, I'm on baby bonding leave, and so when Andrew reached out to ask if I would like to speak again and about what, I couldn't help but kick out what's been on my mind. Just what the heck is happening to not just our American society, but to societies all over the world, what it means and what we should do. If you want my game credentials, my story goes a little like this. I once wrote a very scathing letter to the editor in high school. I was a top English student and by then already a trained shit disturber. Right around the same time, I was binge reading every fantasy and science fiction novel I could get my hands on and started participating in writing/role-playing groups on the internet. Not writing/, that's different, especially on America Online. Because I was a shit disturber, I was dissatisfied with the options available to me, and I started writing my own writing/role-playing group, which over the next few years grew to about 50 people spread around the country. For this, I had to invent a world, create the role-playing rules, and then nurture the community that generated literally millions of words in this world over the next few years. It turns out this was pretty good training for a certain kind of game design, and after I binge played a game called Dragon Realms for a couple of years, I found an opening to work on the game as a designer and got hired. I apprenticed in game design with some amazing folk at that company throughout college, landed one of the first IGDA GDC scholarships, and at my first GDC got a shit-paying QA job in Southern California, one of those ones where the salary was below the minimum wage equivalent. I was living the dream, and my parents were sort of horrified by my dreams back then. Fast forward about 17 years, yikes, and I've been working on games for PS2, Xbox, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, and PC, including a virtual world startup, a kid's virtual world, and the Facebook Canvas. I started a company called Sense of Wonder and produced multiple mobile games, one of which won an Indie Award, and I worked for an educational nonprofit called Glass Lab, where I designed educational video games that also won some awards. In December, I'll return to my current gig doing creative research and development for Google. There's nothing quite like having a kid during a pandemic and then taking a big step back from work to make you examine both the choices you've made in your life and also where you might be going in the future. Because I have just enough of a philosophy background to be dangerous, I started thinking about what meaning even is, and how you create it, and how your life itself can be meaningful. That got me on a track to catching up on some Heidegger, but don't worry, I narrowly avoided making this talk about Dasein. Number one, I'm utterly unqualified, and number two, I found out we aren't entirely sure Heidegger wasn't a Nazi, and that's just not something I have the emotional bandwidth for these days. Instead, I circled back to something more timely and something I've given a lot of thought to over the years. We only create meaning in our present time, and right now, if you recall, we're living in the information age. But what does it mean to live in the information age? It's one of those things we accept without often examining. To think about this, it's useful to consider the history of information and its significance to humanity. I want to posit that as game developers, we are information workers. This has become especially clear to me after 3 years at Google. So we should be concerned about the history and definition of information. If you look at this secondary OED definition of information, we could talk about the first one, talk about what is a fact, but I mean, let's not. You can see how the notion of information kind of blurs the closer you stare at it. What is conveyed or represented by a particular arrangement or sequence of things? But this is actually a very accurate definition of what information is. Information isn't just a fact or a piece of knowledge. It's how and when and why it is conveyed. Information is multidimensional, and things like context, ordering, relative positioning matter. There is a curation quality built into the definition of information. This was true even in the early history of what information was to our species, which arguably was our core distinguishing characteristic, our ability to communicate information through language, especially across generations. But there is a tiger in the forest carries a vastly different significance depending on how close you are to the forest. We think of information as simple, but it's really, really not, partly because so little of it is processed by our conscious minds. And then speed of transmission matters. The printing press was a huge deal because although Europe had written language thousands of years before it, and even had books in the early medieval period, some 700 years before the printing press, those books could only be produced by a small number of people, and therefore only read by a not much larger number of people, and they were costly and rare. This is why you see radical paradigm changes with the printing press, which produced an estimated 20 million volumes in its first 60 years of operation. Woodblock printing had a similar effect across Asia, and all around the world, when you have rapid print, you have war and new religious movements that sweep through nations like wildfire, such as in East Asia, where Buddhism carried print technology across the region. As a populist religion, Buddhist texts in China were written in vernacular rather than literary Chinese, a perfect mix for the populist-friendly printing technologies, similar to the way the printing press, in seeking wider audiences, prompted the translation of the Bible from Latin into German, English, and other commonly spoken European languages. The liberation of literacy in combination with the printing press unlocks access to information, both its consumption and its creation and modification across massive new populations. The 14th century was a fascinating time, and famous historian Barbara Tuchman wrote a book called A Distant Mirror, in which she posited that we are living through another kind of iteration of the 14th century, with its nationalism, religious wars, pestilence, and climate disruption. Some of this may be coincidental, the climate disruption certainly, but the comparisons are pretty eerie. The printing press really arrived in the mid-15th century, but it dramatically accelerated the disrupted Europe already destabilized by these earlier dynamics. In addition to giving rise to the middle class by democratizing access to education, which is, we should be clear, not just access to information, but access to the knowledge of how to organize and parse information. This is crucial. The printing press also gave rise to a period of intense nationalism, because various regions could now communicate and recognize the differences in their cultures. This was nationalization, bred of a visibility into the nature of other cultures and minds that led to war, in combination with that information's access's unmooring of trust in authority figures such as church and state. And I have to say again, because it is just so mind-blowing, this lasted for 300 years. Note also that if we fast forward just a little to the 16th century, you see another iteration of impact, and this in the Enlightenment. The podcast Throughline back in March of last year had a beautiful presentation of the connection between this time of religious and political instability and ours in its episode called American Shadows. We think of conspiracy theories as a rising novel problem, but these theories, the purest form of fake news, arguably powered the American Revolution. It was a time of carefully choreographed propaganda intended to deliberately destabilize the colonies and nudge them towards revolution, and it largely depended on pamphlets distributed by people like Samuel Adams. Without the printmakers of the time, it is not at all clear that the revolution, and thus the United States as a country, ever even happens. This is the printing press and its impact on information, again warping the space of society, all having to do with the rapid, arguably out of control, dissemination of information. I think about this kind of thing a lot because I've worked in research and development for the past 6 years or so. To ascribe such massive change to a single technology is staggering and says a lot about what it means to strategize with technology for social change. It also says a lot about the way that every technology of this significant scope cannot help but destabilize society, and the more significant the technology, the more dramatic the destabilization. Consider then that the internet has been called the most significant invention since the printing press. How does it change your thinking to imagine that you are living in a new 14th century, the peak of a new dark age? The printing press, as you might recall, produced 20 million volumes in 60 years in Europe. The internet, between the year 2000 and 2016, produced 1.7 billion websites. Not only that, but the number of people touched by the internet has grown logarithmically faster and larger than the printed word did, now reaching 4.57 billion people as of July 2020, or nearly 60% of the world's population. Where the printing press's impact was regional, the internet is global, and there has never been anything like this before. Some of you have surely heard this story or joke before. Two young fish are out swimming one morning and they pass by an older fish who says, "Morning, boys, how's the water?" And the two fish keep on swimming, and eventually one says to the other, "What the hell is water?" David Foster Wallace used this joke in a commencement address in 2005 and explained that the point of the fish story is merely that the most obvious, important realities are often the ones that are hardest to see and talk about. The internet is such a profound part of our daily lives that it's easy to forget just how much it has changed and in how short of a time. I'm part of the generation that saw the transition from no internet to internet everywhere. I chatted on AIM with friends in high school, but my family's first modem was just a few years earlier, and the PC of my childhood was a Commodore 64. Today, I genuinely don't know how I would keep in touch with my family without the internet, and my entire job depended on it even before COVID. If someone witnesses something from the most trivial to the most profound, that observation can shoot around the world in seconds, in text and in high-fidelity video. When Ruth Bader Ginsburg died, my phone started going berserk within moments of the announcement hitting the news. And I know way, way more than my 8-year-old self ever imagined about what my friends eat for lunch. 20 years ago, we knew so much less about each other's politics. And today, we end friendships over how someone might or might not be voting. In the blink of an eye, in less than half a generation, we have become a radically, globally enmeshed society. And we weren't ready, because how could we possibly have been ready to know what everyone was thinking every moment of the day? I think about the way that Cerebro is portrayed in the X-Men movies, as basically splitting open the minds of telepathic mutants. And yet this is what the mobile internet has turned us all into. At any given moment, we can warp ourselves into someone else's mind. And that was before the AI showed up. If you think about 3 ingredients, Moore's Law, social media, and AI, you have a thing that I have begun to think of as the Middle Information Age. The Middle Ages were named for a period between the fall of Rome and the beginning of the early modern period in Europe, and as we have established, they were not fun. Plagues, ice ages, war. If you think about what Middle Age means colloquially, it's this uncomfortable liminal period between the rages of youth and the reflection of elderhood, a reconciliation that rarely happens quietly or peacefully, in spite of how happy these stock photo people appear to be. The cake is a lie. I think it's possible that all middle periods are like this, and that we are in one now. I would throw the pin down on the publication of the first website by Tim Berners-Lee as the beginning of this age, and the end is yet to be determined, a new modern period defined by the abundance of scalable social norms and technologies capable of coping with the so-called data tsunami. To acknowledge the middle information age means to change our expectations. We need to stop feeling grief-stricken that things aren't as they were and start feeling glad and motivated to keep them from being as bad as they could be. Because here's more or less what happened. Moore's law, if you remember, is the exponential increase in computing power. And we are in the hockey stick end of the curve here. When coupled with social media, keeping everyone online in a constant cycle and drawing more and more people in until we hit a threshold where most of the people a given person knows are on social media, leads to machine learning, the application of radical scale mathematics to massive data sets, including data created by humans about humans in real time from the social media mesh. The advancement of machine learning into this space of data was certainly inevitable, and indeed the rise of information age led directly to the rise of AI, because only machine learning is capable of deriving insight from this much information. The full impact of machine learning on us is another talk at least, but there's a very important concept from machine learning, and really just statistics and math, that you should know: the overfit. Overfitting is what happens when an algorithm is overtrained on a single data set. For that training data, it becomes too accurate, with the result that it often fails to generalize to other data. Early on in the rapid rise of social media, we noticed that a bubble of sorts was being created, and this was being paralleled in physical society at the same time. There were books about it, but that was before the ML, before the overfitting. When you apply overfitting to social matching algorithms, you get rapid, tight, Ouroboros-like tribe formation, and those tribes move further and further apart. The humans themselves are being overfitted into discrete groups that cannot generalize to the larger population. The best example of this is perhaps QAnon, which by all accounts is a social media-generated super conspiracy formed by melding together many smaller conspiracy groups using optimized social matching algorithms. The leaders of the group used Facebook micro-targeting tools in its advertising service to essentially Katamari ball up thousands of smaller conspiracy theory groups into one giant group that now has instigated violence around the world. This is also, as Kyrie Irving cited when describing how he temporarily became a flat earther, what powers the YouTube rabbit hole. We've got problems, and they are neither as simple nor as apocalyptic as machines running the world. Humans still make the machines, and humans still fundamentally control their meta-level decisions at the end of the day. But the problems spread far beyond social media and the compulsive training and gamification of people for consumer ends, as serious as that in itself is. They're spilling over into society with events like Pizzagate and taking cyber warfare to a whole new level of international espionage and election interference. This echoes the late Middle Ages because Europe at that time was also experiencing a catastrophic collapse of trust in social systems, and that collapse was grounded in a new level of visibility. Whereas in the past, trust was managed hierarchically, trust your church, trust your king, they'll handle the rest, regular people now had access to the written works of everyone. Where before information would burn out within a few conversations in a village, now it could be written down and sent around the world. Sound familiar? And speaking of familiarity, that old adage, familiarity breeds contempt, in the late Middle Ages they were living this reality, and we're living it again now. Now that we have access to every thought of every person, posted instantly on internet-connected devices in their pockets, we are in a new storm of information and can no longer exist in the comfortable, ignorant belief that everyone agrees with us or holds beliefs that we find basically reasonable. And now that the internet allows us to instantly reorganize our social groups, we are deconstructing the notion of what a nation is. The notion that not everyone thinks the way we think, or the way we think they think, is deeply, fundamentally disturbing. It means that our world model is incorrect. And that's what so much of the internet now is, with everyone's thoughts in it. It is a constant confrontation with a cognitive dissonance about how people work. Over and over, the internet is telling us of our deeply held, values-driven beliefs about right and wrong, that when it comes to others with whom we supposedly share a nation, we are wrong, we are wrong, we are wrong. Our brains don't deal well with this kind of cognitive dissonance when it comes to the social organism. In order to consent to exist in society with others, we need to believe that those others are like us, are reasonable, are trustworthy. When we are constantly confronted with these micro-reminders that they are not, our basic trust in the fabric of society unravels. The way through to the other side is to do the work of inspecting our own beliefs, inspecting the foreign beliefs of others, and thoughtfully integrating the two, whether by sensibly rejecting the external beliefs through a conscientious and reasoned process, or incorporating the beliefs into our own world model and changing. But this is hard work, and it can only be done when we feel safe and have the energy to do so. Most of the time we don't. So we, often not even aware that this is what we're doing, flee back into the arms of those who are also in collective denial about this cognitive dissonance. We seek the validation of those who feel as we do without changing. And because this feeling of belonging gives us an oxytocin hit that keeps us engaged with online platforms, these platforms help us accelerate this retreat. The problem is, this retreat makes us vulnerable to nationalism, to despotism, to extremism, and also to despair. This is a new dark age, and the expectations we should set for ourselves about the acceleration into the middle information age should not have anything to do with the world that we came from, the world that we grew up in. We should be trying to limit the number of people who die, and we should be trying to avert as many wars as we can, with the understanding that neither of these numbers will be even close to zero. Here's the upside. There is a future coming where we use the incredible processing power we now have access to create layers of organization and scaffolding that bring us back together. Although the information age is allowing us to capture, view, and communicate what has been trapped inside of small communities prior to this, it isn't fundamentally creating discord, it's just exposing what was already there. And so as a society, we can begin to really confront it, really process it, and maybe really heal it if we can make our society strong by rebuilding trust, especially trust in a common idea of truth and human value. So now I want to talk about video games. But first, take a cat break. Take a deep breath, take in the kitties, and let's continue. You might be wondering what all this has to do with video games, and the answer is, of course, a lot. The answer lives inside another question. Are games art, or are they technology? If you'll excuse a brief blast from the past, back when I was a MUD hobbyist, I played MUDs on a network called Godlike Productions. Godlike had this very clever animated GIF, back when such things were incredible, mysterious luxuries, that featured this Arthur C. Clarke quote, and the magic and the technology would slowly fade in and out and switch places. I think that says so much about what games are. As I said before, I think you should think about video games as information machines whose result is art. That is an incredibly special thing. A video game is made out of logic. It simulates a kind of reality, even if that reality is not the one we live in. It is immersive, but it is also built to persuade and to beguile. But the atoms it fundamentally manipulates are information atoms, as is the case with all art. The result of true art is also the creation of meaning. Video games are special because they represent an experiential art form that understands technology. One of the inescapable aspects of the Middle Information Age is that it represents a challenge for liminal people to stand up and exert their influence. In a world where we have created 1,000 bubbles spread far apart from each other, the disciplines that sit on the edges of those bubbles are critically important because they can be the bridge builders. It is an age of synthesizers, an age of cross-disciplinarians, a return to the rise of the polymaths. Game developers are such people. What's more, video games themselves fuse the systemic nature of software with the expressive subconscious power of art. Games are ontology machines, experiential information architectures that create realities, and are fundamentally grounded in engineering. When games and game developers are at their best, they are empathic, modeling social systems and understanding them from a high-level view, and reasoned, seeing stories not just from a single side, but multidimensionally and intersectionally. When I say that games are ontology machines, I mean that they assert beliefs about the truth of reality in this incredibly unique way, being composed of puzzle pieces that must all fit together and form a holistic, cohesive whole out of individually coded parts. A painting, by contrast, exerts its statement about truth across 2 dimensions. That's not to say that games are superior to paintings, but they are significantly different. If games are both technology and art, and if what art does is create meaning, how do we create meaning from technology? This is the question I think we should be asking, and it isn't possible to overstate its importance in our current time, because the world of technology itself is experiencing a crisis of meaning. Hearts and minds are changed not from facts, but from art. Games, therefore, have an obligation to be a critical bridge, creating meaning from technology. Clearly, the absence of that meaning is not only creating fear of technology, but it's now pulling apart the very fabric that connects our society. We can make a difference against that problem because of our fluency with technology and because of our fearlessness as creators of art. I should throw out another anecdote here because of how often art is used. We like to create dystopias, especially recently, and it reminds me of what one of my favorite authors, the science fiction author James Morrow, said about dystopias once, despite having himself committed the crime of dystopia a few times, I would say, but that's another topic. Dystopia is in a family with horror and pornography in that it can appeal to the uncontrollable subconscious in us, the lizard brain. Sometimes this is important because it can have a cathartic effect, or an empowering one in embracing the truth of ourselves without judgment. But one should be careful with dystopia, lest it veer away from meaning and descend into nihilism and cynicism. Despite the bleakness suggested by a dark age of middle information, I think we have a lot of reason for hope. I don't think we are headed for 300 years of war, in part because the social progress experienced just in the last generation has been so remarkable. If we step back just a bit, it's incredible to me to think that California could go from claim jumpers and anti-miscegenation laws to sanctuary cities in the span of a single lifetime, my grandmother's lifetime. Here's where I think we could be headed as we break through to the post-information age, an age of respect. As we have new visibility into the truth experienced by people, we are rapidly developing norms of how to make space for those truths and how to move beyond a zero-sum thinking about experience. One person's experience does not negate another's, and societies are not cultural monoliths. To do this, we must embrace a new kind of thinking and accept that we don't know the myriad details of another person's experience, and that's okay. We can learn to really listen. An age of grief. As we recognize these truths, that recognition becomes retroactive as well, and so we must embrace a new reckoning with the past that is more honest and less mythological. We must systematize and normalize this grief, make space for it, and process it. An age of loss. As we have to learn how to slow down in terms of climate, we need to pump the brakes or we would hit the wall called fossil fuel diminishing returns. We must learn what no species on Earth has ever truly learned to do: how to stop growing, how to value optimization, and how to value slowness. And finally, an age of resilience. As we become a species that can be deliberate about its growth, rather than mindlessly turning the mouse wheel of survival of the fittest, consumption and destruction, as we move from 4X to sustainability, we can learn to value resilience and nurture it in ourselves and our communities. We can value the small and optimal. The Middle Ages get a bad rap, as Barbara Tuchman would tell you. They experience tremendous suffering, but they also are ages of contemplation, ages of growth, ages of innovation. They are times when we see clearly that we can do better, that we must do better. We don't yet know how, but we can see the gap that must be crossed. And in this, there is an authenticity. Humanity is not at its best when it runs unchallenged, and in the solutions to some of the darkest times in human history, we find humanity at its very best. This is a compelling story that deserves to be told, and it deserves to be played. For makers of art, and especially makers of art who wield technology, I think it's important to stare as clearly as we possibly can at these dynamics, and to work hard to thoughtfully describe what we see happening in society. We ourselves are makers of mirrors, because art reflects back what it sees in society. If we can do that deliberately, we have a potentially tremendous healing power to bring to bear against our current social crises. We have the opportunity to guide humanity toward a new value set capable of meeting the challenge of the coming generation. Like so much of what I put in front of folks, this is a work in progress, and I'm asking you to help me continue it with your thoughts and comments. If we're going to build a value set, an easy way to think about that is in terms of virtues and vices. So here are some that have been on my mind lately. When we specifically contrast these things, we should be working towards creating a kind of holistic design for a new way of thinking and being. Vices don't mean that we never do these things, but when we do indulge in exerting authority or placing blame or ascribing credit to a single individual or pouring years into monolithic works created in a vacuum, we should be skeptical, we should hesitate. By audience constellation, I mean viewing people not as single cultures, but as many interrelated cultures. And the things desired by these cultures may sometimes overlap, but also may sometimes be in direct opposition. Many effects cascade from this balance of values. And I'll say again that we need to move beyond blame, which clouds our ability to see and build solutions. As Einstein said, the problems of the future cannot be solved with the thinking of the present. If we give in to fear, despair, and cynicism, if we promote these things with our art, we are aiming ourselves at the past, and that way lies extinction. The algorithms driving today's advancements do what they were designed to do. They organize the internet. If you step off the ledge in a direction, the algorithm will keep taking you in that direction, defined by the footprints of those who have clicked before you. They are scaffolds into a kind of mathematically defined perfection, and as such, they are powerful, but like all powerful things, they require our social systems, our laws, our values, to advance to accommodate them. Finally, what does this all suggest that we need? The solution space, I think, consists of investing in new social infrastructure and regulatory bodies in those self-reinforcing systems such as communities that create social trust. Only with this fabric can we have the resilience as a society to buffer the immense power and speed of the machine-accelerated internet. And if we can balance that system, so many advances are unlocked in social progress, in science and medicine, in education. In this way, the accelerated internet empowers us to become more human, and it is in human connection and resilience that we must invest and build new modern structures. If you're receiving this and you're still with me, I both implore and challenge you to think about what the world needs right now, what technology needs, and how we can translate those needs into stories that show the path forward through this dark age. The answers are out there among us. I'm a researcher, albeit perhaps a 2-bit commercial one, and as such I am rarely sure about anything. It's my job to question. But the printing press was undoubtedly a positive influence on humanity. The creation of a more autonomous middle class represented progress for Europe, and the loosening of autocracy and feudalism is positive for the greater good wherever it happens in human history. But these things aren't achieved easily. Gutenberg died with his work largely unknown because its effect would take generations to manifest. There is no portrait of him painted during his lifetime. As we live now in the age of the next printing press, the change we are witnessing is much faster, and we have the potential to recognize new solutions while we still live. If you want to think more about these topics, here are 4 books that triangulate or quadrillate the Middle Information Age. The Fourth Industrial Revolution is the densest I'll give you, but it really does create a contextualized picture of where we are headed in terms of daily life, economics, and work. Project Drawdown is perhaps the most important book you can read for the next 20 years. It describes how we must slow down human societies to survive and thwart catastrophic climate change. Thinking in Systems by Donella Meadows is, for me, an oldie but a goodie. If you've seen other talks I give, I laud it regularly. For our modern age, and as a primer in what it takes to start thinking in systems, and therefore thinking in leverage points, and therefore thinking about scalable solutions, it's still the best there is, and it's a fluid, easy read full of transformational concepts. Infomocracy by Malcolm Older is the first in a trilogy, and it's one of the best science fiction novels I've read in the past 5 years. It plays with concepts of the next phase of the information age, with AI, with geopolitics, and a global society. And despite this, it's also just a lot of fun, which is super important. I think it's a great example of how art can wield important ideas that provoke thought and change. Thanks for joining me on this wander through the woods of meaning and technology, and I look forward to further conversation with you all. If you're seeing this in a recording but want to reach out, you can check out my website at erinhoffman.com or reach me on just about any of the usual social media sites. Thank you and be well.
And thank you very much, Erin. That was a great presentation. That didn't get you thinking on how to dev your games and how to really innovate your design. I'm not sure what will. Erin has promised to be in our Discord, so go ahead and jump into there. We have the rants coming up at 6 o'clock, but I've got one other thing to present before then. As you know, we already offer insurance benefits for our members, health insurance benefits, but a lot of you have been asking about health insurance benefits. So, right now I have with me Khalik Barnes with Capstone. And this is something we'd hope to offer by now, but it looks like it'll be live on the 21st. Khalik is going to go through these offerings. They're not a replacement for ACA, but as you know, the marketplace has undergone some significant changes in Georgia this time around. So Khalik, would you give us an overview on this policy that we'll be offering GGDA members in the near future?
Absolutely. And again, hello you all. Again, Andrew mentioned my name, and it's an absolute pleasure to have the opportunity to share it with you all. the opportunity to partner with you all. So healthcare to you, I'll just go ahead and dive in. It's not health insurance. It provides an annual healthcare membership based on the direct primary care payment model. So it's more so of an alternative to health insurance. It's not there to take it away, but more so supplement and complement in areas that your health insurance might be lacking, essentially. So we're going to add prescription discounts up to 65%, dental discounts up to 50%, vision 50%, lab discounts up to 70%. If you have any pre-existing conditions, you're still approved. So that's the real benefit of this healthcare alternative. It's not meant, again, to take away from that solution, but just complement it. I would just say that through Direct Primary Care's alternative payment model, all services offered by the membership are somewhat deflected from your insurance plan. So instead of dealing with your copays, dealing with your deductibles and premiums, a member just simply pays a flat membership fee for that healthcare solution. On to the dental and the vision. We have about 2 to 3 options for the dental solution. It really just depends on with what you want to come out of pocket for pretty much your annual visits. Essentially, it's pretty simple and pretty basic. We'll get more into that as it's going to be different for each individual member. But on to as well the ID theft. So we do want to make sure that your identity is protected, and it's very, very cost effective. I don't think it's over $20 at all, but it provides a very, very robust offering in that sector of the offering. The vision as well, I would say, is very, very powerful. For the vision, as many of us have to go virtual because of COVID, we want to make sure that our eyesight is protected. Again, not only are you going to get a supplement from the healthcare to you offering, but you're going to get that through the vision offer as well. So, there it goes. As you all have questions, there will be an email sent out this next week with all of my information to contact me to walk you through specifically if you need to. Not only the site and the offering, but more specifics. Again, because it's going to change per individual and per member. But I'm here to let you know that I'm with you all. And as the enrollment increases and as the months go on, the package will become more robust. Meaning that we'll be able to go back to our home company in Mass Mutual and say, hey, we need to do some more special things for these, for this group because, they're all in. Let's see what we can get for them. So that's just our promise to you that we're always going to be market competitive, making sure that we can keep more money into your pockets with still getting you some premium benefits. So again, thank you, Andrew, and thank you, GGDA, for allowing me to go through that briefly. But again, if you have any questions, feel free to reach out. I'll be sure to leave my information in the general contact, the message box as well. Not as familiar with it, but definitely making myself familiar with the platform, and it looks awesome.
All right, Kalik will hang out for a couple of minutes. For those of you interested in ID theft, join our data security session tomorrow. Kalik, and just so our members know, the GGDA doesn't get any money from any of these insurance plans. We ask them to turn any commissions we would get into discounts for our members. The whole point of this is that we know a lot of our members need these services, and we want to find cheaper solutions for you. Kalik, I'd really like you to walk through the health offering that is here, because it's a little different than what people think of. So one of our members joins, they pay their fee, they want a checkup. What do they do?
So they want a checkup. They would just simply choose their healthcare provider. I mean, they really get to choose who they want to go with. So as they make that choice, they would just make the call. You're literally calling the doctor directly. You have access to them by phone or text. So you would just really decide out of the network of doctors, instead of being, again, in a network of everyone and just maybe not seeing the primary care physician, maybe seeing their assistant. Now you get to see the direct, the actual physician.
Okay. So someone gets COVID. Now what?
Someone gets COVID. They just go into the doctor again. If they need anything from the actual, if anything that their healthcare isn't covering, this is going to cover it. Again, they get discounts on prescriptions. They get discounts on anything they might need that comes about. So I think it's tremendous. If someone gets COVID, file a claim and we'll make it happen.
I'm trying to put the link to the insurance overview in chat right now. Last question. Somebody has a medical emergency. What happens?
Well, if someone has a medical emergency, we always say, call 911 first. But of course, if this is something that, again, their healthcare isn't taken care of, this is there for them. As the benefits grow, we will, try to get somewhat of an accident policy on there just to make sure that that's really for the emergencies. That's something that we'll work on and that we're actively working on for the group as well. Just to make sure that if you do have to go to the doctor or urgent care, you're going to receive a benefit for it. So that would really, really enhance this plan tremendously. And that's something that, again, we're actively working on to make sure that we can get, to make sure that, hey, this association is protected from top to bottom, not only in the insurance side of things, but on the personal side of things, as far as if their assets are ever up in the air, they know they have a benefit coming in from that accident policy.
All right, thanks, Khalik. And as most of our members know, we've been working on these various insurance offerings for a while. We've known there are going to be significant changes to insurance in this country, so we're trying to make sure we have things to help you with your careers. Khalik, appreciate you being here. Appreciate you joining Discord. You'll be in Discord for a while, right? So just hang out.
Yes, I will be here.
Questions for Khalik, go ahead and ask him in Discord. And ranters, please go to the voice channel now, and we will be ranting in 20 minutes. All right. Thanks, Khalik.
Thanks, guys. Thanks.
Hi, my name is Brian Finn. I'm the lead athletic trainer for Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine. Today we're going to be talking about esports athletes, in particular, a simple tool that we can use that's a breathing exercise to help reduce stress. Now, oftentimes athletes will get stressed due to a poor performance or maybe a negative outcome due to an action that they had on the field or in the game. So what we want to do is get our athletes to go ahead and forget about that issue. We want them to be able to go ahead and refocus on the next objective at hand. And in order for us to do that, we want them to really focus in on their breathing. So what we want to do is go ahead and facilitate a smooth inhale and a smooth exhale. We're going to do that in through the nose and then out through the mouth. As we're exhaling out through the mouth, we want to actually purse our lips like we're breathing out through a straw. We're going to hold that inhale in for 3 seconds, and then we're actually going to have 3 seconds of expiration of that exhale, and then again 3 seconds on that inhale, and then hold for 3 seconds, and then exhale for 3 seconds. Let's go through a demonstration. So in, excellent. Now repeat that 2 to 3 times, and you have yourself a good way to go ahead and get your athletes to regulate stress, alleviate some tension, and go ahead and reprioritize what they have to do next in order to achieve the next objective. This is Brian Finn with Northside Hospital's Orthopedic Institute of Sports Medicine, wishing you a great day. Stay healthy, stay active, and keep on moving.
Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking neck stretches for esports athletes. All of these will be moderate intensity. Take a few fingers, allow yourself to achieve a nice moderate intensity stretch on the opposite side. With your opposite hand, reach towards the floor. Repeat on the opposite side. Light pressure with a few fingers, reaching towards the floor with that opposite hand. 4 repetitions each direction. Second stretch will be taking your chin down towards your armpit. Same side, a few fingers. This will achieve a stretch on the back of the neck. Repeat on the opposite side, chin towards the armpit, light pressure through the fingers. Hold all of these for 30 seconds. It's a great way to prevent neck pain during esports competitions. This is Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Today we're talking forearm stretches for esports athletes. The first, arm straight out in front of you. Pull the wrist back towards you to achieve a moderate intensity stretch. Hold for 30 seconds. You will turn the hand over. 30 seconds here, also moderate intensity. You'll bring the elbow to your side. Pull the hand back towards the wrist. 30-second hold at moderate intensity. And the last stretch will be turning the fingers towards the ground, 30-second intensity here. Complete 4 repetitions of all of these, and that's a great stretch for your forearms. I'm Dr. Matt Lopez with Northside Hospital Orthopedic Institute. Oftentimes, esports athletes have pain in the front of their shoulders due to being in a gaming position for prolonged periods that closes our shoulders off. What you can do to combat that, find a door frame, put your elbow at shoulder height, turn away from the door frame until you find a moderate intensity stretch through the front of your pec, hold for 30 seconds, and release. Slide the hand higher up the door frame, turn away from the door frame, achieve a moderate intensity stretch, and release. Complete 4 repetitions at each location, and that will help prevent shoulder pain for esports athletes.
All right, everybody. It has been a fun evening already, a fun day to boot. And now we're getting ready to your favorite part of Siege, the rants. I don't know why we do anything after the rants, or before for that matter, because the rants are really what matter. So we're going to turn it over to everybody's favorite Puzzle Meister. Yeah, sure, we'll call him Puzzle Meister. Joe Casabot to take it from here.
Okay, Karen, get your camera on, please, 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 please.
Let's rant about that.
The sixth rant, maybe the eighth rant, total sort of, with some non-canon rants down in Simfest. I don't know. I'm in a shit mood. I've already told these people this. I'm in a shit mood, and I don't know if that's better or worse for the rants. I really, it's a quandary. It is great to see everybody. So already I'm a little happier than I should be because we're doing rants. Hold on a second.
And that was it. See you guys.
I'm shutting the door just because they're going to still hear me downstairs, my wife and daughter, and they always ask me these weird questions like, who's that guy you told to shut the fuck up? And I usually say, that was probably Wes.
So we can curse. That's fine. Cursing is good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. For fuck's sake. Okay.
For fuck's sake.
Yeah.
Okay. I should put more curse words in my spiel.
Okay. Michelle's here. Of course they're swearing aloud. Okay?
I don't know how it goes.
This is really the loose version of the rants this year. First of all, everybody pissed me off. Nobody responded quick. Sorry, Leah. Leah responded quick. It was the only person that truly responded in a timely manner.
I'm professional.
To my emails. And even when I kept them short, that didn't help. Anyways, we're just going to start off, and since, we're going to play bingo here. Michael's in the center of my screen. So through this, hold on one second.
Kind of show
matches.
I don't believe he told me what he was going to rant, although he might have told me. Just about everybody said working from home sucks, or working from home or COVID sucks. So we're hoping we get a little more diversity here, but we're going to start out with Mr. Brown since he's still in the center. And the rules this time are there's a couple rules to get out of the way real quick. So you got about 3 minutes, and I'm going to run the timer. And afterwards, I'm going to ask for somebody who wants to do counterpoint and possibly say, anything you said might have been shit. And we will heckle, but not interrupt, because Leah's here. So we're just gonna, you can yell out, stop, or put your hands like this, or whatever. But when they say something horrible. But if you do that too much, you're probably going to be the one I'll pick for counterpoint. But otherwise, we'll look for volunteers. Okay, that's out of the way.
I feel like mine's
is anybody who's watching this right now and always wish, wow, I wish I could be a ranter too. And maybe they're off their meds or something. You can go to, I think, the general voice area in the GGDA Discord. I really hate Discord. I hate even using the word. But you can go there and possibly talk Andrew and letting you to be the guest ranter. I apologize for the off the meds remark because obviously that's just horrible. I'm 63. I don't plan to run for office in 5 years, so I'm hoping that never comes back and bites me. Michael, you're up.
Hello, greetings. I have a rant in 2 parts. My first one is to tell everyone who complains about working from home sucks is to grow up, stop blaming everybody else, and have some discipline in your fucking life, okay? I work from home with 6 children. I get it done just fine, so stop fucking crying about it, alright? Do you know what? It's not your wife's problem, it's not your husband's problem, it's not your partner's problem, it's not your kid's problem, it's not the noise outside. Do you know whose problem it is? Yours, for not getting your ass out of bed and focusing on your work, okay? So I'm so tired of that bullshit. Just grow up. Fuck me. Ooh. Okay, now, second point. As a publisher, I need to talk to some indie developers about entitlement. Okay, there is a lot of entitlement with indie developers. I love you all. You're smart, creative, and all the nice things that people say about you all the time. However, you cannot expect me to assume all financial responsibility for the game you made and expect me to pay you a wage, pay you a minimum guarantee, pay for all the marketing and promotion, and you just walk away going, well, I'm nice and rich and have all of the liability on me. That's not how this works, okay? If you want me to invest in your project, okay, that's what it is. It's investing. It's a partnership. We work together to make something successful. I am not there to be a bank for you to get rich off a project and then me be sitting there with all the bills. That's not how that's actually supposed to work. So the next person who sends me an email saying, please give me all of this money so I can leave my job and just work from home for 2 years and then maybe I'll make something and maybe I won't, please don't send me that email. Just trash it. Just fuck off with that, okay? I'm not interested, okay? I'm not there. You're not my employee. I'm not going to pay you to do what you want to do. Why don't you pay me? If I did that, if I came to you and say, hey, I want you to pay me so I can work on some stuff and maybe it'll be good, you would laugh me out of your house. So why do you bring it to my house? Go away with that shit, okay? Be realistic and figure, have some business sense. Read a book. Read a book. Business 101, real good. Just try that shit, right? And then maybe we can talk after that. Rant over.
Good. I'm going to recuse myself of this rant because my product wasn't good enough. I wasn't asking to be paid by Mr. Brown, but I wanted him to have skin in the game, and he refused me many, many years ago when Clutter was just a little 2-year-old or 3-year-old, I think, maybe a 4-year-old even. But now that it's 11, fuck him, he can't have Clutter. So I'm recusing myself. Does anybody have any
not
problem?
a recusal.
What?
That's not a recusal. That's just you saying words.
No, I'm refusing. That's explaining why I can't tell him he's full of shit.
I know. It's like.
Does anybody else want to add to that or no?
Yes, I have a question. How many indies have you made rich, and where are they?
I think they're in Barbados right now.
Good for them.
Okay. Well, is that Jesse coming in again still? In and out, driving us nuts?
It looks like it.
Okay. I'll ask for volunteers. I'll give you 5 seconds for somebody who wants to go next. Oh, man, I was saving you towards the end, Wes, but go for it.
I got a family to cook for, man.
Mike.
Mike. Wait, my mic is on. Is it not?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Oh, you're freaking me out, man. Oh, I
can't hear him.
Oh, really?
Is he really talking?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Huh?
I can hear
him. You're full of shit.
No.
So you might. Do you have me turned down? He probably has me turned down. Anyway, my look at this whole COVID thing is kind of a back and forth. I've been dealing with both good things and bad things in kind of equal measure. For instance, one of the bad things is showers now seem optional, and I'm as guilty as anyone. I have found that sometimes I'll go, wait, how long have I had on this shirt? What's going on here? But the good news is that alcohol delivery is now a logical thing. There are businesses that are putting forward the idea of alcohol delivery, and this is and people are now going, yes, this is a good idea. The next thing that's bad is workouts now seem to require much more determination. It used to be that you could go to the gym and you kind of put yourself in the environment. You just had to make the drive, right? And nowadays, to get an actual workout in, you have to completely decide, I am going to shape a workout in this normal environment I never do workouts in. And so this is the thing about workout. I haven't gotten a workout in since March. Not one. But the good news is it is now common knowledge that pants are overrated. We all knew for years that they cause lag, but now everyone understands that we should all be wearing pajama pants to work every day in all environments, and it is an acceptable thing.
Truth.
Bad news, calling in sick now has responsibilities. Now that everybody knows you can work from home, if you call in sick, they're like, okay, we'll handle this. And kids too, poor kids, they can't call in sick anymore because they're doing all their homeschooling and that's the way it works.
Yeah.
But the good news is that you actually have time to keep up with TV now. Like, since you're not driving every day, since you're cooking at home, you don't get those Mandalorian spoilers because you are actually able to keep up with the TV shows as they're coming out. Okay? Bad news, your pets now think that they completely own your attention. Since you never leave the house, they demand your lap. You are not allowed to not provide it. And even during work hours, you need to be at their disposal. However, the good news is that offices now know that when you want to work from home, it's not just you being lazy. Because let's be real, driving is for chumps. Commutes are dumb. Spending money on office space is dumb. I ranted about this, 2 years ago? That people think that
Time's
you build...
about up. I don't know where he is.
People think that the magic is made in the office, and they're learning differently. Now, I've got some bad news. Mental complications are now a real thing. Everyone now recognizes many of their own mental complications they were not aware of earlier. But the good news is, since everyone has learned this...
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. I've got one thing left to say.
Somebody has to cut Wes off. He's over his time.
Why do I have to cut him off?
But anyway, the good news is everyone knows that mental complications are a thing.
Is this just a practical joke on me? It's pretty funny. So,
Yeah, here.
That's my list.
I'm in charge now.
Perfect.
I'm getting texts about our session.
Hear everybody. Michelle, can I hear you?
Yeah, I'm here.
Good. Karen.
I'm getting texts about our session. What's that noise?
I don't know. But Discord sucks. I can't hear Wes.
I think that was my fault. Sony was trying to watch the rants while I was participating in them.
But I can't hear Wes. This just sucks. Wes, go out and come back. I want to hear you.
I'm right here. Can you hear me?
Too late. We cut Wes off.
You already missed it.
Yeah, well, it was great. You missed it.
Is this just a joke on me? Is that what this is? Have you guys all had like an email?
Yes, he's just lip sync. Like, he's just not saying anything.
Everyone is.
Somebody needs to rant about potato mic quality. Next ranter.
Also, Wes, I live in Berkeley. Last week I had weed and booze delivered.
Nice!
And I need a lot of it.
Okay. Karen, would you like to go next?
Your audio is whack.
Yeah, Karen, your audio is pretty bad.
And it's not just me this time.
I have another mic. I can use my other mic.
You're fine now.
Oh, I'm fine now?
Correct.
Okay. I think I just need to have this in my face.
Probably. Go for it.
Alright. Okay. So, it's me. I'm Karen. What's up? Hi, Karen. So, if you guys are not somewhat aware, I've been, twitching
me working on my game and stuff. And basically, my rant is gonna be me complaining about trying to find the energy and the desire to not procrastinate everything for forever and ever. Like I work from home and that's fine or whatever, but once I get off, I kind of, I don't know, want to like either play video games or not look at the news or stay off of social media or whatever else that is going on in my brain. But I started Twitching in order to keep myself busy working on my game because I still want to like eventually make my own money in the future because having a job is overrated, kind of. And I've learned, I mean, I already knew that the internet kind of sucks being a girl on it in a way, but I have found my like boiled down clique of like 5 to 10 people that support me on all my stuff. Like Ben, for example. Ben, you are amazing. Ben stays in my little thing even when I'm talking about nothing and I'm just like in my room screaming about stuff. Last week I had a 2-hour rant about how much I like yaoi and anime. So that's a thing. If you don't know, what that is, then you stay there. You should have came to my talk. So anyway, basically, now is the best time ever to like find your small clique of friends that keep you motivated. Do that, lock in on those people. Also keeping track of those far out floaters. Those also keep you motivated or whatever. But like everyone, you know, everyone feels like the nerds don't really have friends. I hear that a lot. My family says that to me a lot. I swear to God, I do have friends. And trying to keep myself like motivated and doing everything, I have way more people at my disposal than I realize. And I'm sorry my rant isn't as angry as typical rants would be, but I'm vibing and I'm in a really good place right now. So my rant is a medium angry energy, but mostly I'm just kind of like, y'all need to find whatever that makes you feel like you're not alone or that you're not just tempted to just play video games until forever. It's definitely a possibility. Not trying to like clout chase or everything. I've seen a lot of people that like have everyone started their own online whatever the hell, and they get upset if they don't have 100,000 viewers after 2 weeks, and then they quit and they have a depression because they think that's supposed to be what happens as soon as you start a channel and everyone's inside. That part's really annoying. I've had weird people pop into my streams offering to sell me like viewers and weird shit and everything, and I'm really not about it. And like, oh, you're cute, you could probably, I'm not interested, no thank you, please get off of my stream. I just want to talk about, you know, yaoi and cats and puppies. I'm gonna get a puppy, you guys. I'm getting a corgi puppy. Oh, but yeah, ride the vibe. All right. So, I mean, ultimately, just like ride the vibe. Stop. Just find your peace and stop. I don't know, trying to relive your life at your house like it's not different or anything. Just you know, find your peace. Be there. Be chill. Be fine. Be happy. Be free. And don't come to my stream doing weird shit. That's also a thing. I'm the only one allowed to do weird shit on my stream. It's my stream.
Is it weird shit if everyone's doing it to you, though?
Yes. Yes. Very much so. Very much so. Only I can do the weird shit. My stream. You make your own stream.
Agreeing to everything she said.
Awesome, Karen.
Hey, Joe, we can't hear you if you're talking.
It just disappeared on me, and I'm back, I think.
Yeah, I can't see you. Turn on your camera. Stop doing your makeup.
I hate Discord. This never happens to me in Zoom. Zoom got me, yes. I've seen the worst thing I've ever seen in Zoom, ever in my life. I wanted to poke out my eyes. It was so bad. That's never happened in Discord. However, I still like Zoom better. Okay.
Me too, Joe.
Any comments to Karen's rant? Anybody?
I thought it was weird that someone was trying to sell you people.
But it happens. Actually, someone tried to get me to. Someone contacted me.
Seems
and
really
was like,
old school.
yeah, someone contacted me and was like, hey, I know this rapper, and this rapper really wants to make educational games. Like, I know him, and if you want, I can get you a connection with the rapper guy, and you can make his educational game. And I'm like, what the hell are you talking about? It's like, like I'm not trying to become any weird thing. Please just let me make my game in my corner and scream about cats. Like, please stop propositioning me for weird shit, please.
Yeah. Anyways, it's hard to counterpoint warm fuzzy cats and everything. So
Damn right.
Jesse, since I have a feeling every time you do anything it boots me off or something, I'm going to let you go next, please.
Me?
Yes, you're the only Jesse here.
How am I supposed to know how many Jessies there are? There's so many Jessies out there in the world. But that's not the important thing.
That's my rant.
The important thing, yes, good rant topic. The important thing I want to talk about is in 2020, how a malignant narcissist who was power mad destroyed a whole bunch of our culture and split the world in twain. And I'm talking, of course, about Steve Jobs. In 2005, Steve Jobs created the iPhone and the App Store with the iPhone, and he wanted total control over the user experience. And because of that, he made up some total BS about how Flash was impossible to play in an efficient way on a mobile device. And because of that, a whole slash of the Flash community started disappearing. And that's been growing and growing. Flash has become a smaller part of the internet landscape over these past 15 years. But there's 25 years of content that's about to disappear forever. I personally am really affected by this because the first game I was ever the lead programmer on was also the first Flash game ever released. We did not tell anyone it was a Flash game because at the time it was distributed on CD because you couldn't distribute that much data over the internet. So we had to get to Simon & Schuster, and we had to get Simon & Schuster to publish it and put it out in CompUSA, which was a thing that someone's parents should explain to them, or a bunch of people's parents are going to have to explain to them. But it's not just games that are disappearing. It's not just my games that are disappearing, which makes me sad. It's a bunch of other games. There's this game called Clutter, which I've heard is okay. And it used to dominate these like Flash game sites where they could go out and play specific Flash games. And it's not just Clutter that's disappearing. Homestar Runner's disappearing. This was this video channel that existed before there was before YouTube. And it had little Flash videos. And you can go to YouTube and you can watch Homestar Runner, but it's not the same.
Not the same.
That's not right. And that's just what we can preserve. We can preserve Clutter via, turning it into a Unity game. But the original Farmville, I'm not talking about some crummy knockoff Frontierville that disappeared a long time ago. I'm talking about the OG Farmville is having its servers shut down at the end of the year. Because at the end of the year, Google is going to officially remove Flash from all their devices. And Microsoft has already flagged it as a security vulnerability. And even when these things get ported, some essence gets lost. Some microscopic bugs or glitches or exactly how Flash worked isn't copied over, and the emulations just don't do justice. But I'm supposed to end on a positive note, and I can tell you, actually, it was Siege that gave it to me. I came up with a positive note while watching Siege. While watching Michelle talk about how she still uses go-tos in her code. While watching people talk about fantasy consoles and pixel art. And what I realized is, if the current generation of Flash content is disappearing, if we're replacing it with, picture-perfect art, if we're replacing it with all these other mechanisms, what's really also going to happen is the next generation is going to come along. And the next generation is going to, like the go-tos, I heard the 20-year-old also talk about reviving. Like the pixel art he was reviving, like the fantasy consoles where he was working under these amazing constraints. People are going to revive this idea of vector art, this whole concept, and it's going to go through a rebirth, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what the future brings there.
Okay, so I'm so pissed at you because I feel like this is practical joke day on Joe because Wes doesn't fucking talk, but you guys all signed something and you won't tell me that he's not saying anything. and you sent me an email saying you're going to talk about the death of Flash, and I was like really excited. Okay? I was really excited.
And I'd let you down?
I thought you were talking about the TV show.
I can talk about the death of the Flash. No, so the CW comic universe, as seen throughout Netflix, is incredible. And I want to talk about starting with Smallville, because that's where it ultimately begins.
No.
And then that branches into Green Arrow, and then the Flash. And no?
You don't want to go over to his house and smack him? Still can't hear him.
All I have to say, Shut up, Wes. You're dead to me, Wes. The fact that no one will get the joke.
You're worse than Paul Jenkins rapping.
I
The
know,
fact-
right?
Can somebody do sign language to whatever Wes is saying so I can have a chance?
Yeah, that's right.
All right,
Wes,
10 minutes to Flashpoint tournament. Keep going.
I can hear you. Hold on. I think I can hear you now, Wes. Go for it. Why won't your mic turn on?
I don't think that you can hear me. Can you hear me?
God, this is pissing me off.
It's
okay,
no
we
big
need
deal.
to move on.
It's okay, Grandpa.
Who
Keep
wants
going.
to?
It's fine.
I'm so pissed at Discord, and ultimately you, Andrew. I haven't forgotten.
I think that's Joe's rant topic.
So who's it? Ben.
All right, sure. Sure, I can go.
Go for it.
So
Enjoyed your talk earlier, by the way.
thank you. I've changed topics 4 times today. Initially, it was going to be about working from home. It was going to be about how it's actually a great thing because it gives people more control over their lives. But I don't like confrontation, so I wanted to pick something that no one would want to counterpoint on. So I'm going to talk about how awesome all of you fucking people are, and I'm going to do it angrily, so it fits in with all of this. Thank you, Andrew. So, this is a great community, and all of you, many of you in this chat have personally reached out to me asking about like how my game is going and what you guys can do to help, and always checking in. I got a lot of great feedback from people specifically, including a bunch of unsolicited tips, which were all really helpful, and I want to thank all of you for that. I got suggestions, and Kartik reached out to me about porting Pershimo on the Switch with his licensing key, which nothing like that is in the works right now, but it was a fantastic offer that I might consider in the future because it'd be really awesome, and I think it would fit there really well. And all of you people just genuinely want everyone else to succeed in this industry, and it's so positive, and everyone is willing to do everything in their power to do so. I enjoy all the time hanging out with you guys, and the meetups every month, the 2 meetups every month for Unity and for the Atlanta devs are all super insightful to hear from each other and what everyone's up to. And that's all I have.
Well, that was very sweet, but let's be honest with ourselves. We're all assholes.
Yeah,
Yeah, we love everyone, though.
I have to take a point to that. I definitely don't want other people to succeed. Like,
Everyone has come here.
Here.
Yeah, everyone here. That wasn't a collective all, everyone. No, because
And he mentions Kartik by name, and he's the only one who's not here. Thank you.
You may have noticed it was at least 2 other people's work. I talked about how horrible it was during my rant. I don't want them to succeed. Every time Michelle does well, I just feel worse about myself.
But they're not really a part of this
slow down.
community.
Is really what I'm saying.
Okay, moving on. Leah, since you're a horrible person, go next.
That is so true. All right. Hi, everybody. Hi, my name is Leah, and I used to be an indie developer. So this past year, I decided to completely change my career path. I know, crazy, right? I hear you ask, how could you leave your life of indie development? Weren't you swimming in riches, driving Lamborghinis with your sweet, sweet indie game money? My answer to that is that I did truly find working for my own studio rewarding. I'm so proud of what we produced, but I ended up selling my soul to work for casino games.
Yeah.
Ooh. And guess what else? I started that new job in March. Oh yeah. I had the grand luxury of getting to go into my cool new office as Super Slinky for one whole day before being sent out the door into my hermit hole of a house, my humble abode. I had to strongman my 70-pound work computer. I'm not kidding, it really is that heavy. And I took my walk of shame from my work office to my home office. But, you know, working from home is not that bad. I adapted to work from home life pretty fast, despite battling dog farts and husband noises during my Zoom calls. Has anyone else noticed how ridiculously loud your significant other is when you work right next to them? He's also going through a 2000s punk phase with his music, and I swear, if I hear Skater Boy or Stacy's mom blaring from his office one more fucking time, I might say, "See you later, boy," and go social distance myself at the local Starbucks. Bam!
Yeah. Another fun change this year for me. My body decided to crap out, you guys. It was great. It's like, oh man, there's a pandemic and you just started a new job? How about we remove a shit ton of your intestines? Fun summer, right? I will tell you, it's not easy sitting at a computer desk for 8+ hours a day, feeling like your insides are going to explode like I'm the star of the next Alien movie. Sigourney Weaver couldn't be bothered to sign up for that one, okay? I was like Frankenstein's monster in the mornings, disheveled, all sewn up, but instead of fear of fire, I had a fear of sprint planning and social interaction. Oh, and when I did have to go into the physical office for a day, I realized that none of my fucking real pants fit anymore. Yeah, that's a rough one. I have lived in sweatpants for the past however many months, and have no idea my ass got so much bigger. It was like the scene from The Grinch when he realized his heart grew 3 times the size, only it was my thighs, not my heart, and I was certainly not joyous. So yeah, some things have absolutely sucked this year, but all in all, I have loved selling my soul. It was a smooth transaction and thoroughly enjoy working with my team and animating cool shit. It has been a great year for me, even with COVID. My support system is truly wonderful, and Georgia turned blue this election, so I will say it has been a pretty decent year after all. Now I have to get a peach tattooed on my ass because I made a pact with some friends. So let's all raise our White Claws to 2020.
Here, here.
I have Reese's Pieces.
Reese's Pieces.
2020, how can we miss you if you won't go away?
And that wasn't scripted at all. I'm just...
I have nothing counterpoint there. Anybody?
Casino Life.
It was truly from the heart.
Andrew, do we have a guest ranter yet?
No one has volunteered. I've been watching The Voice. No one has volunteered to come rant. So anyone wants to rant, come join.
You bunch of wussies. Okay, I guess we'll go with Tim next.
I tried to get Cat Ball, but it's been
I
no
did a
go.
quick
Joe,
out.
it must be because you're here.
Quick shout out to my friend Sasha Pindorf. She said I did great, so thanks, bitch.
I just want to point out, you're not selling your soul, you're leasing it. Like, you get an option to buy it back at the end.
Oh, I didn't know that. I have to relook over my contract.
Yeah.
Thanks, Jesse.
Yeah, but it comes back really worn.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure.
The extra showers are nice. The extra showers are nice. I used to shower at least 2 or 3 times a day when I worked for the gambling company. I was actually fine until they took me to one of those internet cafes. And then I saw the real dark underbelly in like North Carolina, and it was just, it was the crawlies were all over me for like at least
I haven't experienced that yet, but looking forward to it.
It's not so bad if you don't think about all the people that are ruining their life by playing a game.
French for enforcing their gambling.
You're selling your soul if you work at any company that makes money.
It's true. Damn capitalism, son of a bitch.
Thank you, Ben Slippery Slope Berg. Tim, you're up.
Okay. So yeah, the didn't really have a main focal point for the rants this year. They say the game development is really just problem solving, and that you have to solve 10,000 problems before you can ship. Well, my problem counter hit 10,000 pretty damn quick this year. And the part they don't tell you is that it only counts up to 10,000. And now it's just making this like terrible clicking noise and it's starting to smell like ozone. So here's a series of just like one-off rants and gripes and non-pluses from the past 2 years, actually. So here's some holdovers from 2019. Here's one. That feeling you get when you spend hours writing a super useful and complicated utility function, only to find out that it already exists and it's way better than yours. Now this is from the big studio days. Being forced to put in a pointless feature that's even harmful to the overall game design. There's this one time that I had to put in a feature that I was completely against. It was pointless, complicated. Most importantly, it was a time sink, but I did it anyway. And I typed in so much hatred and anger into that code that I'm pretty sure I created a Horcrux. And then the last one from this, watching two fucking flagship games, $100 million games, go down in flames, and they are on fire, and they will burn in the waste bin of history, mostly due to the incompetence of studio management. All right, that's 2019. That's getting that off. So now let's go into the adventures of sheltering in place. So my gripe's not actually about working from home. I actually shelter in place for the public well-being. That's the right thing to do. This is all that little stuff that hides in the margins. So I had to close down the office. We had to move everybody home. Went ahead and shut it all down. And I had to find social distance masked movers to put everything into storage. That was just super annoying. But then you shut down the corporate VPN because there's no office anymore. And then you find out that all the two-factor authentication doesn't work anymore because there's a resource that doesn't exist anymore in an office that you don't have. Then there's, at home, I didn't decide to take the time to build a standing desk. So now I have lower back pain. That's just, fuck me, right? Now that I have all my stuff at home, luckily, all the servers are here, but now I had to put in way more air conditioning because my office is 1,000 fucking degrees. Now I'm getting love notes from PG&E. They're telling me that I'm winning the power consumption contest for my area and that they decided to create a whole new tier of pricing just for me. And then Comcast telling me that, hey, we gave you gigabit internet, but there's a 1 terabyte download cap that you didn't know about, and you're going to have to pay a premium for every 50 gigs after that. I've got 2 kids in distance learning. My wife's an elementary school teacher, and I work from home. That means there's always 3 Zoom conferences, 1 Slack call, 1 concept board, and some Disney Plus shows streaming constantly in my fucking house every day. Then there's working with your coworkers. It used to be that you see them every day. You could, enjoy their company. You'd see their face at least. Now I have at least 3 people who are now robotic voices and an irritating picture of a dog drinking coffee on fire. All right, Joe told me to wrap it up. So let me talk about the good things that are good. So I don't commute anymore, so I can play with my kids as soon as I get done with work. That's pretty great. I took all the money that I was spending on commuting, and I put it into a home gym, so now I'm prison fit, so that's pretty cool. And then because it's really hard to drink scotch while it being in VR chat with your friends, I've now learned that it's okay to drink scotch through a straw.
You almost made me spit out my White Claw.
Any feedback for him on this one?
I got one for you,
Hold on, Blaine. Hold on, you can't talk yet.
No scotch through a straw.
Yeah, I have to ask about that. Is it a special metal chilled straw, or is it? Because plastic and scotch, and that sounds horrible.
It was more horrible? Not spilling scotch down your neck when you have a VR thing on.
Yeah.
But you're right. I should get one of those mata straws, like the yerba mata straws.
There you go.
Go to a chemical supply house and get one of those truly neutral glass tubes. Use that as a straw.
Just
this is getting expensive, but it's going to be worth it.
Use the Fruit Loop cereal straw.
You've got all that non-commute money. Spend on fancy straws.
And they're good for the environment because you can
What time
wash
do
it.
we have to be done? Okay, great. Hey, Blaine, I assume you're the guest ranter?
Yes, I'm the guest
We're
ranter.
going to give you 3 minutes in a little while, then we are going to kick you out. However, you are a mixed blessing here. You just made my day. This has just made my day. Finally turned the corner from people playing practical jokes on for you showing up, because I'm going to share a really horrible story of why at one point I hated your fucking guts. But the flip side that's really nice is it's why Leah's such a sweet, nice person, no matter what she says about herself.
I know.
5 or 6 years ago, at a party I was fucking throwing, you gave me shit right in front of me, right in front of people, and I don't think I even knew Leah at the time. But Leah basically defended me and said, you're being a jerk. She didn't quite say that, but it was close. But you were fucking with me in my own party. I just couldn't believe it. I'm this close to just sending you out again. However, I'd love to hear what you're going to say, because in 2 or 3 minutes we'll kick you out, then we'll talk about you.
Jesus, you were set up, Blaine.
I was.
I think Andrew knew this. I wish Andrew knew this. So, no, this is just perfect. Anyways, I do wish you well. You're on the West Coast now?
Yeah, I'm actually like 5 minutes from Tim, and I just realized that.
Cool. And I'm not lying, right? That was the story. I'm not embellishing, right?
God, let's hear Ben talk again. We need more positivity.
That story was all about how Leah's really nice.
Yes, it's so true.
She'll step in when somebody's being an asshole. She'll step in. She won't just ignore it. So, anyways, Blaine, take it away. Do your 3 minutes.
Okay, hold on. I have a counterpoint to me being an asshole to Joe. Also defending Leah's niceness, because before that party happened, Joe comes to me and says, I hate PR and marketing. I think it's pointless. And Leah stepped in and defended me in that case. So I feel like it's a fair trade.
Yeah.
I love PR. Mike, tell him.
No, because that's also the first thing you have said to me when you first met me. So, I'm with Blaine on that one. I've got your back, brother. Don't you worry about it.
Who wasn't
Dude's an asshole.
the first time they met Joe?
Someone said that they were all assholes.
You were my hero right off the bat. You were that shitty little game that nobody wanted. Just a joke.
I don't think
Are we all telling stories about how Leah was nice to us?
Yes.
I have stories about how Leah was nice to me.
Sure, go for it.
So the last time we all got together for a Christmas party, which would have been 2019,
Yeah.
I was leaving and my truck wouldn't start. And Leah offered to drive back from whatever bar the after party was at to give me a jump, in spite of the fact that it was going to totally wreck her entire night. Or actually, you were already halfway home, I think, at that point.
Yeah, I think so. That was 2 years ago, right? Or was it? No, it was last year.
I don't know what time is anymore.
Yeah, I don't either. I do remember that, though. Wow, you guys, this turned into something really special.
Not for Blaine.
Not for Joe, either.
We should have known better than to come here.
Okay, Blaine, your turn. Let's go.
All right. My rant is something that every PR and marketing person has had to deal with, but that is the...
Joe?
No. More broadly this time. That is the entitled, we'll call them content creators, who ask for 100 copies of your game to give away, despite providing no information about their channel, no way to verify who they are, no details why they want your game, and then find out that it's really a Steam curator who somehow got like 10,000 followers, probably paid for them, on his channel. Or on their Steam curation group. This was such a problem that the agency I work for now got sick of it and spent thousands upon thousands of dollars building a software tool to just speed through them. Because it is, man, like, it gets bad when you get hundreds of those requests a day and you've got to feed through them. Like, ID details. Just give me something to work with. We don't want to be stingy, but we got to justify giving you the code, man. So, and we also see this on the press side too, where I have my own Blogspot blog. Please give me 20 keys of your single player game. I promise I will give you a good review. Well, cool, but that's not good enough. I need something. So there you go. That is my quick rapid fire rant for you, Joe.
I feel like Michael got the best out of that one.
You can kick him out. You are the weakest link. Goodbye.
Jesus.
That was vindicating.
I'm so glad we're friends.
I think we're gonna close with Michelle because I don't think I need to rant. I think I've already well beyond my limit already.
What? You have to no.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute. Let's see. I'll get my list.
Let's see, who else in the chat do you hate?
Is that like a thing now? Is that how Joe introduces himself to everybody? Is he just like a complete asshole to everybody? And it's like a test. It's like a litmus test. Like if you can survive the onslaught.
By the way, you were also a nice guy to me. You actually helped me with my phone with the tech thing, right off the bat.
Joe's never been mean to me, honestly.
I've seen Joe be mean at people.
Yeah.
Maybe
honest, direct. No. Anyways, by the way, so the rant that I'm going to do that's just, I have survivor's guilt right now because the world sucks, but my world didn't change too much. With the exception of not going out and getting to see you guys once or twice a month, my life didn't change hardly at all. And I don't go to the movies, but, that's about the only thing I miss. And, of course, my granddaughter from COVID. But I was already working from home. My livelihood wasn't threatened on any level. There was no adjustment made. And I am so thrilled with, even though we're not supposed to be political, I am thrilled with the ending of 2020 as it's going. And I still believe it's going to, I'm not going to jinx anything because Michelle's just going to smack me. But, that was rough too, because to me, the war I've been fighting for 5 or 6 years is, I think 5 or 6 years ago, I said the problems of the world that need to be solving are basically racism, misogyny, and I think it was, homeless, that. And then, we've taken a detour. And one of the things I love about this community, and I've been here, since 2010, is the diversity. I love it. And the forces of non-good have negatively affected that, and it's tough. And it's tough to realize that because I am an old fat white guy, it really hasn't touched me too much. It just indirectly. So I'm done being serious at all. I mean, again, I do, but just a touch of it. I'm I don't want to turn this into a humble brag. I'm actually having my best year ever, and it sucks because I want to be out there partying. I've been talking about a party at my house for 2 or 3 years, that I put off, and this time of year especially is, the room parties where I wanted to be and just hang out with everybody, and it just sucks because of that. But on the good news is, hey, 2021 is going to shape up nicely, I think, and looking forward to it, and looking forward to eventually hanging out with everybody again. So that's mine, and I just want to move on to Michelle, unless anybody wants to counter that.
I do have a counter.
Sure.
You should not feel any survivor's guilt. There are tons of people out there who are still months and months in ignoring their own and everyone else's safety, demanding to be accommodated without a mask. They're not willing to give up any of their own comfort for any good, let alone the greater good. And just by sheltering in place, you're better than any of them ever would be. And you're
already doing that, sort of.
Yeah,
just because it's not uncomfortable for you doesn't necessarily mean that you should feel bad that, like, you know, it's not uncomfortable. Like, everyone else around you is uncomfortable because all these other things that have to change. But just because your lifestyle happened to mesh with this crazy thing that changed, like, the fact that you didn't go out of your way to keep going out and going to Dave & Buster's irregardless, or that you didn't keep trying to, like, oh, like, fuck all that other stuff, let's keep having our game. Like, you still acknowledge the fact that it's a thing, and just because everything else fit doesn't mean that that's bad. It's way bigger fish to worry about than
I agree. It's a very small little survivor's guilt, but I wanted to share it just to share. It's just, but like I said, I am optimistic that next year will be better.
I disagree. You should feel guilty. You get better work that way. Feel shitty. That's how you get art. Go.
I have, like, the ittiest, like, quick little baby Karen rant, real quick. If you don't know, my name is Karen. Hi, you guys know my name is Karen. I'm Black, I'm Karen, and whenever that I order stuff and I go to places and I pick it up or they have to bring it to me, I put my fucking name on it, and I've seen people visibly, like, cringe at the fact that I'm Karen, and they're like, but you're Black. Or, like, whenever they're like, oh, what's your name? They say, oh, maybe she's just putting it on there as a meme or some shit. And, like, I've had, like, the weirdest, like, since COVID has started, like, I love Karen memes, but since COVID has started and I have to, like, send my name ahead of whatever the fuck that I'm doing, people look at me hella crazy when I'm like, oh, I want the order for Karen. And it's like, our whole team has been, like, bracing for, like, a fucking meme showdown, and this black bitch wanders in here just like, can I just please have my coffee? Thank you. That's my quick thing. The Karen memes are not ruining my life, but it's making everyone else very, very weird. They're double taking me a little bit more than they used to.
Just look at me in the eye and say I've never called the cops on myself.
I'm waiting for the time when, like, a Karen calls the cops on me. I wonder when Karen attacks me, and I'm like, but I'm Karen. How dare you?
Karenception.
Karenception. It's going to be a whole paradigm shift.
Well, Michelle, you can take us out. We've got
1 minute.
A little over 5 minutes left, so go for it.
Okay. So, whenever you Google or look up how's the video game industry doing during COVID, the first thing you find, and pretty much the only thing you find, is how great the industry is doing. Sales of software are up 34%, hardware is up by 63%. This is awesome. Industry's thriving. That's great, right? Except then, where are all the other articles about the cost of that? You know, all of these only talk about the output, but they're forgetting about what is the industry, the people. And everyone's ignoring the looming elephant that's coming 3 years, 4 years down the road, is that we are facing significant potential loss of diversity in the industry in a few years' time. Just think about it this way. Lower income students are 55% more likely than higher income students to have delayed graduation rates due to COVID-19, based on some recent studies by the NSC. 13% of students have already delayed their graduation, and 40% have lost a job or an internship offer already. These were our potential employees, potential interns. Where are these people? They're not coming back. A recent census survey said that 16 million Americans have canceled plans altogether to even go to college because of fears of contracting COVID and not being able to afford it. That's a problem. No one's talking about that. Students from families that earn less than $75,000 a year are more than twice as likely to have canceled plans already this semester alone. That's really bad. Where's our diversity going? We could have already lost our next Andrew Augustin, the next Jerry Lawson, the next Marcus Montgomery, and we will never know. These people are gone. What will hiring look like in the next 3 years? These people will not be graduating from college and coming into the job pool. Well, right, colleges will go back to normal. They'll just start up college again, right? Even though they, just delayed or dropped out. No, they won't. The NSC found that 1 in 5 ever go back. The other 4 never end up going back to college or to school at all. These people are missing. No one's talking about this. Fine. What about the employees you do already have, assuming you're a manager or an owner of a company? Have you actually checked in on them lately? Are you talking to them about their mental health? Have you even uttered that word to them ever in your life? Or the only thing you're concerned about is their productivity and their output, and just making sure that your little velocity curve is going down to hit 0? Because as far as I can tell, that's what a lot of companies only give a fucking shit about right now. Have they adjusted their internal policies at all, their standards, now that everyone is just sequestered at home? Are they enforcing unsafe work environments? I know of many video game companies who are now forcing people to go back to work. Sure, they've got a mask on. That ain't fucking safe. Are you risking your life now to keep your job? Is it worth it? Really? I don't know. And people who have decided that it isn't worth it, they're gone. They're not coming back to the industry. What about the ladies in your company? I am, of course, assuming that you have ladies in your company. Do they have kids? What have you done to help? What have you done for them? Have you checked in on them at all? Have you even just asked, how are you doing? Because guess what? They all at home. All those kids while you're trying to work. COVID-19 has already dealt a massive blow to the child care sector that was already failing to support these families. 4.5 million child care slots were already gone, potentially permanently. They're not necessarily coming back. Our childcare and school systems were already not meeting the needs of these people in the industry, and they're going to continue to do even worse now going back. No one's talking about this. 4 times as many women have dropped out of the labor force as of September, roughly 865,000, compared with only 216,000 men. No one's talking about that. Study after study has shown that in response, this is all because of school, childcare, camp closures, and so they're trying to reduce their hours, trying to handle all these things more frequently than the men. And I'm sure there are absolutely working dads out there who are doing the best they can and who are helping out. And these studies are generalizing their experiences. That is true. But it is a fact that traditional gender roles are still hard at work in many people's families, and we are ignoring that as companies and employers. We could have already lost the next Amy Hennig, the next Roberta Williams, Brenda Romero, and they will not be coming back. They have left the workforce. They have left the industry. But it'll be fine. Schools will reopen again, right? The kids will go back, so the women can come back to work, right? But in another study founded by The Atlantic, they found that job applicants who have listed relevant work experience for, say, a job opening, but have then taken a leave of absence between even just 6 months, will not get hired far more frequently than those who are unemployed for less time, even if they have no relevant work experience. All these women taking off are screwed. But what are their options? They had no options. Diversity is something we already struggle with as an industry to begin with. And we stand to lose literally all the progress we have made because of this. And no one is talking about it. So, what can we do? What can you do? You can care. You can care about yourself. Set boundaries. Be kind to yourself. Protect yourself. You are the industry, not the sales numbers, not your company, not that box on the shelf. You have to care about others. Be understanding that your situation is not their situation. Be gracious. Everyone is trying to do the best they can to get through this equally. The industry is not sales numbers. It is people. And for the industry to survive, the people need to survive. Invisible mic drop.
That was great.
Thank you.
Sorry, Joe. Ended on a downer.
No, you're fine. No, it was no, definitely not. So I want to thank everybody. I think that's what we're trying to do here. Who is it? I feel like a cross between Rodney Dangerfield, I Get No Respect, and Don Rickles, which I do it out of love. I insult people out of love,
You look like that too, Joe.
Yeah, thanks.
I mean, how they look now.
I'm 100% behind you on the kindness.
They've been dead for years.
What was that?
Talking about how you look. We're good.
Okay.
Good stuff, everybody. What's your last word, Joe?
I don't have any. Thanks.
Everybody, that was great. Join the ranters in our general voice chat. I'm going to kick them out of the secret channel. Join them there. Continue the conversations. We have the Flashpoint tournament getting ready to start. Talk to Kevin Lansing. He's a great board game developer. Trying to convince him to do more online stuff like we're doing tonight. We have the general voice channel ready for all of you. And in addition, we've got the special secret party channel set up by Valkyrie tonight. So you've got a lot of opportunities. Continue the conversations. And thank Ben for making sure we didn't get all totally depressed tonight. All right, everybody. Thank you all. Remember again, in memory of William Alonso. Cheers, everyone.
Bye-bye.